The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten. Volume 8, Fan Translation, Chapter 1, An Important Promise with the Angel. Tonight, is it okay if I don't go home? For a moment, Amain couldn't wrap his head around what she had said. The moment he heard that quiet murmur from within his arms, Amain's mind ceased to function. Quite some time had passed before he managed to break down the meaning of her words. Is it okay if I don't go home, huh? In other words, she had timidly insisted that she wanted to spend the night together with Amain in his house. He and Mahiru were indeed lovers and had spent the night together before, but the situation now was different from those times before. Mahiru had confessed that she wanted to stay the night on her own accord. As his thought process, which had slowed down to a fraction of its usual speed, began to process her intent, Amain's cheeks began to heat up as if he were burning wood in a fireplace. So she wants to stay the night. That's what she's saying. As expected, even Amain could infer that Mahiru must have resolved herself to say such brave words, especially in this atmosphere. In fact, as Mahiru leaned in closer to him, Amain could sense that she was somewhat tense. Her body was trembling slightly. He was unsure whether this stemmed from embarrassment or the tension between them. Amain had never once thought that Mahiru would ask him such a thing, so he looked down, and Mahiru's delicate body trembled as she felt his gaze. Then she looked up at him, her face half buried within his arms. He noticed that her eyes, which were more moist than usual, swayed about as if she were filled with embarrassment and sweet expectation. Mahiru hid her face deep into his chest as she noticed the sound of Amain's heartbeat, as if to escape from his fixed gaze. Mahiru repeatedly tried to speak up, wanting to scold him for his lack of response, but then Amain slowly cleared his throat and managed to squeeze out words in a voice that failed to hide his astonishment. With what intention? I meant exactly what I said. I don't want to be separated from you, Amain-kun. I want to feel you lots, Mahiru clarified. No longer choking over his words, Amain was instead frozen stiff by what Mahiru had said, almost holding his breath in surprise. Mahiru then glanced up at him shyly. This alone is not enough. I endured it for 2 days. I want to spend more time with you, Amain-kun. That goes for me as well, but you know. Well, isn't this kinda bad? As Mahiru should be aware, Amain was a man of respect. If his girlfriend told him she wanted to stay over and they were in a situation where nothing and no one could get in their way, one thing could lead to another, and they would end up going that route. Amain took pride in being a strong-willed man, but at the end of the day, he was a high school boy with a libido as strong as any other his age. Once the temptation of his beloved Mahiru fell upon him, he could instantly switch from being innocent and rational to a fervent beast capable of ravaging her. For Amain, who didn't want to put his desires before his reason, even the thought of that situation was to be avoided. While it was possible that Mahiru may not desire to do the things he was imagining, instead having a pure and innocent desire to spend time with him, Amain's rationality urged him to prevent things from escalating too far nonetheless. For lovers, staying overnight is considered normal. No? Well, maybe your normal couple wouldn't be against doing that. You mean to say that we are not a normal couple? I didn't mean it in that way. I just mean that, well, we've only been dating a few months. I have already stayed over at your house, Amain-kun. It's too late for that now. Amain was at a loss for words, and Mahiru gave him a look of dissatisfaction. Are you against it? That much? I'm not against it. Reflecting on how he had raised his voice to deny her somewhat lonely words, Amain resolutely looked into Mahiru's eyes, which were frozen with surprise. This goes without saying, but I'm happy, Amain continued. I'm delighted that you say you don't want to leave me, and I want to be with you more as well. After all, I'd sleep with you every night if I could. Relieved, Mahiru's cheeks blushed at the words every night. And while Amain considered that it may have been too early to tell her that he still wanted to stay by her side, he made sure not to look away. That said, I don't know what's going to happen, and I'd hate it if I was the only one who got lost in the moment. I don't want to do anything that you don't want me to do, Mahiru. Haven't you thought about what I might do to you if you slept over? I place my full trust in you, Amain-kun. Mahiru spoke out without hesitation, and Amain was convinced that she simply wanted to sleep with him by her side. This was born of the trust that she had in him, trust that he would not harm her. Amain wanted to grant that wish of hers, and as he decided it was time to toughen his resolve, Mahiru gave him a small poke. Please don't misunderstand me. It's not as if I am taking advantage of your trust or anything like that. But if there's anything you would like me to do, then I'll accept it, head on. Huh? Amain-kun, you are the kind of person to take full responsibility. No? That goes without saying. As a person, and as your lover, I swear I won't do anything irresponsible to you, Mahiru. In that case, there are no issues. I guess so. Isn't she actually using my trust against me? Amain thought, but Mahiru gave him a reassuring smile, as if entrusting everything to him, so there was no way he would betray that feeling. Amain wondered what would happen to his reasoning, and although he was filled with great anxiety thinking about the night, if he wanted to spend it with Mahiru, refusal was not an option. He wanted to stay by her side. Even if that proved to be a little stressful for his body, he spoke out confidently to Mahiru, who was bundled between his arms. But once he met her eyes once more, she grew increasingly embarrassed. After avoiding eye contact for a while, Mahiru added, I would like to ask you to be gentle. In a lot of ways. She leaned her body against Amain's even further. He didn't know whether to be embarrassed or pleased by her antics, so instead, he pursed his lips and hugged Mahiru back. How should I handle this? He ended up accepting her proposal to stay over, but once Amain had calmly mulled it over, he was reminded that he was about to cross a very dangerous bridge. For the time being, Amain let her stay overnight under the premise that he wouldn't lift a finger on her. He knew that she would accept him no matter what he did, but he'd always felt that the balance between his reason and instincts was crumbling, and recently, he had been leaning more towards instinct. No, wait, I'll get questioned harder if I don't take the initiative here. Probably. He could imagine Itsuki saying, now's the time to make a move. But as expected, it was against Amain's wishes to rush into things through sheer momentum. If anything were to happen, Mahiru would be the one affected, so it was only natural for him to hesitate taking the next step. He was aware of his arrogance, but it was precisely because of that notion that his reason could not be ignored. He couldn't entertain the idea that because he liked her and because they were lovers, that was reason enough to tie the knot. Well, how about you head home and take a bath first? It's not like you can use your regular shampoo here, after all. Amain then asked Mahiru, who sat silent between his arms, flustered. Even if she were to stay over, Mahiru would not be able to perform her usual skincare routine in Amain's house. There was also the issue of providing her with a change of clothes. Once he thought about that, Amain believed it would be more convenient for Mahiru to first prepare herself at her home, but for some reason, Mahiru's body trembled at his words. Amain thought a terrible misunderstanding would befall him after asking her to take a bath considering the atmosphere they had between them, but Mahiru squirmed about in his arms as if she couldn't stand it. Why, you've got it wrong, okay? I didn't mean it in that way, you know. Amain-kun. Yes? Amain was worried that she may have taken his words too seriously, but once he looked up, he realized that Mahiru didn't seem to be embarrassed by his words. Shihoko-san and Shuto-san. They were in the bath together. No? Well, that's true, I guess. I don't mean anything by this. I don't, but, since I'm already staying the night, I want to take a bath together with you, Mahiru suggested. In response to the trembling voice of his girlfriend, Amain stared at Mahiru for a moment, unable to process what she had just said. Did she just say, together? When it came to bathing, naturally, they would not be wearing clothes. In other words, they would be exposing each other's bodies without the cover of even a single piece of cloth. If that were to happen, Amain wouldn't be confident in his ability to hold himself back. He was sure that once that scene became a reality, he would forget about everything else and simply indulge himself in the soft skin before him. Mahiru was more aggressive than usual, and Amain struggled to hide his embarrassment. His gaze darted around the room as he scratched his burning cheeks. Well, isn't this pretty bad? We'd be in there naked, after all. That's if I wear a swimsuit. Will it be okay? Well, I can't deny that wearing a swimsuit is a good idea, but are you prepared to have your skin touched a little? Even Amain couldn't guarantee he'd be able to keep his hands to himself if his lover was within arm's reach, especially in such a defenseless state. Whether she was aware of his thoughts or not, Mahiru's long eyelashes shook as she cast her eyes downward. If we are going to wash each other's backs, touching cannot be avoided. Why, yeah, I am not against it. Just to make it clear, I like being touched by you, Amain-kun. If I were really against it, I would not have said something like this. True, Mahiru's words truly had no underlying meaning, and Amain nodded his head without saying anything more. She simply wished for them to bond like the parents she admired so much. In other words, if I put on my own swimsuit, we'll have a peaceful compromise, right? Why, yes. You sure you're all right with this? A woman never goes back on her word. Amain thought that was a line more appropriately spoken by a man, but Mahiru seemed to have proposed the idea with determination, and he did not want to disregard her courage. In short, it was just a matter of how much Amain could endure. Now that Amain had found his one and only partner, he too longed for a close relationship just like his parents. Starting off by sharing the bathtub wasn't such a bad idea to him. Once Amain inhibited his desires, they would be able to have a strong relationship. Remembering where he had placed his swimsuit, which he hadn't used since before summer vacation ended, Amain reached into the depths of his closet and nodded. Not expecting to wear it so soon, he replied, "All right," as he suppressed the thumping in his chest. Once he changed into his swimsuit and entered the bathroom, Amain felt extremely uncomfortable and nervous. Mahiru had urged him to go in first, reasoning that it would take her a long time to get changed into her swimsuit. But the longer Amain was left waiting, the more his heart pounded. Amain had seen her in a swimsuit once before, but this time, they would be in a closed, confined space together, just the two of them, alone. With this happening during a sleepover, naturally, Amain was more nervous than delighted. In the first place, Amain had assumed that bathing together was only done by couples who were already experienced. The thought left him embarrassed with a feeling of itchiness. Despite not being submerged in hot water, Amain's body had heated up. Amain pursed his lips as his mind was in anguish, unsure of whether he wanted Mahiru to come soon or not. As he mulled it over, he heard the door creak. Turning around with awkward movements, Amain was greeted by the dazzling skin of his lover. Mahiru timidly looked at him. The fact that Amain froze up the moment he caught sight of her was inevitable. So it was this, huh? The swimsuit Chitters had mentioned. Chitters once told him that Mahiru had bought two different swimsuits, and Amain was suddenly reminded of that fact. This time around, it wasn't the swimsuit she had worn when they played around in the pool. What she was wearing now was a black bikini that contrasted heavily with her white, porcelain skin. There wasn't a single unnecessary decoration, it was just a simple piece of cloth covering her skin. Despite that, the surface area covered by the cloth was not small and could be classified as a normal bikini, and yet, she looked sensational. Likely due to her amazing figure. As he had expected, or rather, no matter how many times he looked at her, Mahiru looked nothing short of phenomenal. Everything, from her slender neck that flowed down to her lean décolleté, to the defined outline of her steep inclines, to her gently sloping waistline, was eye-catching. Her tight, yet undeniably soft body was exposed, and could be best described as the ideal figure. Mahiru would normally not expose herself, and she was the type of person to rarely expose her chest, so Amain had almost no chance of seeing them for himself. But now, only he was allowed to lay eyes on her body. While it was an ultimate weapon she had brought out herself, even the way she shamefully tried to hide the front of her body with her arms, as if she had sensed someone staring at her, was sexy. The way she had positioned her arms caused her mountains to bundle together, and as a man, Amain could only call it a great view, but it proved hard to keep his eyes on the prize given his current state. Regardless, Amain's gaze swam around as he struggled to look at her directly, but this seemed to bother Mahiru, for she frowned slightly. Do you think it is strange? No, that's not true. It suits you well, but, how should I put it? It's really stimulating. Mahiru's cheeks dyed red in an easy-to-understand manner as Amain murmured, trying to squeeze the words out of his mouth. She was likely the most aware of this. Ordinarily, it would be a decision that Mahiru would never make. It was made of nothing more than cloth and string, making it a little unreliable for hiding her skin. That's why I did not wear it at the pool. It would be so embarrassing if other people saw me. Why'd you buy it, then? Well, that's because Chitars-san said that unless I did this, you won't succumb to me. Amain-kun. Just what am I supposed to be succumbing to? He glanced at Mahiru again, holding his forehead in response to Chita's comment. Well, if I'm shown something like this, I might actually succumb to it. That was just how destructive Mahiru's appearance was. Amain had a desperate urge to crouch down on the spot and keep her out of sight until he could calm himself down. However, he had no chance to do so, so he took deep breaths to regain his composure. He peered over at Mahiru. He felt unbearable, or rather, he had this insatiable feeling of itchiness at the situation. A man and woman were in such a narrow space, barely dressed. Well, for now, let's wash our hair. Why, you're right. Mahiru nodded along in a voice that seemed to betray her true feelings. She turned her head down to hide her cheeks, which were flushed despite her not yet soaking in the hot water. She then pulled out a bottle of liquid from the waterproof bag she had left on the bathroom floor. Amain's favorite shampoo was made specifically for men, so naturally, he wasn't expecting Mahiru to use it. Mahiru had brought her own shampoo with her, but for some reason, he was met with an awfully large number of bottles. Impressed, Amain wondered if girls always used so many different products when bathing, but for a moment, Mahiru glanced over at him. If you would please sit on the chair, she said, and pointed at the chair with her finger. In other words, she intended to wash him herself. I can do it. Myself. I would like to do it. Mahiru made a modest but clear statement, and Amain was surprised. He thought she would timidly ask for a favor, but instead, Amain was ushered into the chair. Pushed by her momentum, Mahiru stood behind Amain, thinking that he was about to be washed. Mahiru was instead holding a brush. Supposedly, it was an item she had brought with her. Your hair, Amain-kun. I've always wanted to take care of it at least once. Mahiru started to brush his hair, her prior tension vanishing from her face as she did so. Or rather, she was pleased. I definitely flipped a switch here, Amain thought, and while it was better than acting awkward, Mahiru had a tendency to lose herself in her thoughts and get carried away. This time would be no exception, or so Amain was thinking. As for Amain, he was grateful for the change in atmosphere. It allowed him to rid his mind of the tension building up due to the situation. Even if he would constantly try to hold back any physiological responses, his body tended to have a mind of its own. Besides that, Amain also found Mahiru's touch to be very comforting. He had once fallen asleep just by having his hair stroked during a lap pillow, so Amain was aware of how good it felt to be taken care of. Thinking back to that time, Amain closed his eyes, intending to leave everything to Mahiru. He heard a small giggle from behind him. I see you've relaxed all of a sudden. Well, I mean, if you say you'll do it, Mahiru, then I'll let you do as you please. I know that you'll make me feel good. After all, I shall do my best to live up to your expectations. Mahiru, who seemed delighted at the task she was entrusted with, replied with a smile as she carefully combed through Amain's hair. It is important to first remove any excess dust and dirt with a comb before rinsing under hot water, but your hair is short, Amain-kun, so you may not need to go to such lengths. So that's how it is. It was a pain, so I didn't bother brushing my hair before taking a bath. Your hair is not just long, Amain-kun, but it doesn't tangle easily, either. It is naturally tidy, so perhaps you don't need to think about combing it too often. I have long hair that tends to tangle easily, so it is necessary for me to comb it. You must be pretty diligent to keep it looking so well groomed, considering how long your hair is. Mahiru opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was long enough to fall below her waist with ease. Despite that, no split ends could be seen, and her cuticles were perfect. Her smooth, silky hair boasted a beauty that any girl would admire. Amain admired her hair, thinking about how hard it must be to maintain, and heard a small giggle from behind him. "Well, I have good hair to begin with, so I'm not extremely anxious about it. But I do pay attention to its quality. I believe it looks much better when clean, and that way it will look presentable no matter what clothes I wear. You really are so girly. I want to be proud of who I am, after all." Mahiru finished brushing his hair and picked up the showerhead. Amain closed his eyes in preparation, knowing that she was about to rinse his hair with hot water. Gently, Mahiru informed, "I shall pour the hot water now," as she tenderly sprayed water from the showerhead onto Amain's hair. "Let's do a thorough pre-washing here." When using styling products, it's better to wash them here to some extent. Looks like the lecture's started. Your hair is naturally good quality, Amain-kun, so it will be even better if you take good care of it. As expected, taking care of it every day would be troublesome. You mustn't get sidetracked when it comes to this. Honestly, geez, she spoke in an exasperated voice. While Mahiru had been washing his hair, the tension and embarrassment had long since faded. Their conversations carried on as usual as the awkwardness subsided. "Well, I'm sure that bathing together will come naturally for us in the future, so let's take it one step at a time." Amain had said so after considering Mahiru's proposed daily care routine. He thought it would be a little troublesome to do that every day, but Mahiru, who was rinsing her hair under the shower, froze. Mahiru froze in place for roughly 10 seconds before finally turning off the shower as if she had been thawed. Then, she silently squeezed some shampoo out and lathered it on a net, all while she was being reflected directly in the bathroom mirror. Mahiru-san, it's one of your downsides to be able to say such things naturally." Mahiru's cheeks flushed as she kneaded the foamy shampoo through Amain's hair. He noticed that Mahiru's hand movements began to grow rough. Or was that just his imagination? "I'm very happy, but you can no longer be exasperated by Shihoko-san now, can you, Amain-kun?" He vaguely understood the meaning in Mahiru's words, and although late, he also realized what he had said to her prior. His cheeks also heated up. He used to look back in dismay at his parents bathing together, but now Amain had implied that he, too, would bathe with his partner every day once they got married. He was in no position to talk. "Amain-kun, I will be troubled if you don't zip your mouth." "I'll be careful." The embarrassment that had finally faded from each other had returned, and both Amain and Mahiru blushed as they then silently focused on washing their hair. While doing so, Mahiru seemed to have finished the hair treatment routine neatly and skillfully. After thoroughly rinsing Amain's hair, Mahiru hesitated as she retrieved a bottle. It was labeled, "Body Soap." Why your body, too?" Amain, who had understood what Mahiru was trying to say, suddenly felt his body stiffen. He knew that naturally, after having washed his hair, his body was next. But Amain had never guessed that Mahiru would propose the idea herself. She did say that she would wash his back, but he hadn't expected her to follow through with it. Why you don't have to force yourself, you know?" "I am not forcing myself. Even I can do this much." "It's just that, I would like you to wash your front." I will just wash your back." "It'd help me out if you do that." As expected, it would be a big deal for Mahiru to wash his front as well. Amain immediately nodded in response to Mahiru's words and turned his head down. Standing behind him, Mahiru diligently lathered body soap with a net. The sound of cloth rubbing against skin could be heard. Amain was painfully conscious of the awkward atmosphere. They were in the bathroom, where only the sound of their breathing and the frothing of soap could be heard. Then, "Please excuse me," Mahiru whispered in a timid tone, perhaps having finished lathering the soap. Then, a soft, fluffy sensation spread across Amain's back. Of course, Amain knew that it was simply finely lathered body soap. But in such a place, in such a situation, being in such close proximity to Mahiru, who was only wearing her swimsuit. It must have been a man's saga to think even for just a moment that her fruits had brushed against him. The sensation of the bubbles gently spreading across his back imparted a ticklish feeling. Mahiru moved her hands courteously, but since she was applying the foam with utmost care, she must have felt a little restless. Amain wasn't so attentive when he washed himself, so he wasn't quite used to it. Amain-kun, you have a surprisingly large back. No? He heard a small whisper surface once the foam had spread evenly across his back. Surprising, you say, comparing it to your back. Mahiru, I'd say mine is pretty big. It's because it's yours that it feels so big, Amain-kun. Or should I say, it's like I have been relying on your back this whole time. And then, Amain felt a palm press up against his shoulder blade. Do you remember that time when I sprained my leg? You even carried me home on your back. Yeah, I remember that. That was when you saved the cat and got yourself hurt. At that time, I was really happy. I tried not to show it on my face, though. You were really at a loss back then. After all, I think that you always look for me. Amain-kun, you're always there to support me. Abruptly, the palm still placed against his back slipped across his body. It now rested on his flat chest. With the distance between their bodies now zero, Mahiru rested her lips on Amain's shoulder, clinging to him firmly. Feeling the presence of something far softer, and far weightier than bubbles press up against his back, Amain stifled a gasp. I'll carry you as much as you want, Mahiru. And I'll support you. Besides, I promised not to take my eyes off you, so I won't disappear. Yes. But, well, it's a bit hard to bear right now, so I'd appreciate it if you could let go of me. Once he implied that they were touching him. Her body jolted, but there was no sign of her letting go. Even if you don't carry me, I want you to stay close to me. I will not dump all of the burden onto you. I'll walk with you, one step at a time. That's right. Also, I heard that you would be happy if I were to do this when we sleep over. Amain-kun. Chitters. Amain unintentionally groaned, musing that although it was an interesting scheme, Chitters must have been subtly suggesting something else. However, Chichitas-san only gave me some advice, and I wished to do it, Mahiru informed, as she wrapped her arms around him even tighter as if to soothe him. Amain felt an even plumper sensation grace his back and couldn't help but groan. It wasn't as if he was against it. He was definitely happy, but he felt as if the shackles that had kept him sane had been scraped away. The fact that Mahiru was clinging to him deliberately rather than accidentally was quickly whittling away at his endurance. I get it now, so please step away from me. It's a bit of a problem. I don't want to boil over before I get in the bath. It would have been ideal if he'd been able to enjoy himself candidly, but the current Amain lacked the composure to do that. He'd insisted that he wanted to cool his head and body off a little since he was full of vitality. But surprisingly, Mahiru obediently let go. The reflection in the mirror clearly displayed Mahiru's reaction. Timidly crouched down, she fidgeted at the embarrassment that rushed to her after the fact. Mahiru, who couldn't decide whether to act bold or not, Yuyuo wrapped herself in her arms, covering her shoulders. Amain thought briefly that if she was going to get embarrassed, she shouldn't have gone so far with her stunt to begin with. As for Amain, he now felt more relieved than embarrassed, so he smiled lightly and turned to face Mahiru. He gently snatched the foamy net from her hands. I'll do the rest myself, so you just do your own care routine, Mahiru. Yes, you seem kinda dissatisfied, or is that just me? No, not dissatisfied, or rather, I had resolved myself for this, so it feels a little anticlimactic. Just what did you think I would pull in a place like this? That's, washing each other's backs. That was something you suggested in the first place, Mahiru. Or did you want me to wash your back? That's not it. It's just, you won't touch me, will you, Amain-kun? Almost coughing involuntarily, Amain stared at Mahiru for saying something so outrageously dangerous, half out of embarrassment and half out of reproach. Mahiru's face turned even redder. But Shihoko-san and Shuto-san always give each other a good Washington. Hearing that about my parents makes me feel complicated. Well, in the first place, my parents are married. so it may be too early for us. What I mean is that, well, rather than touching, it's better just to relax together in the bathtub. Amain proposed that idea, thinking that it would be safer to use the bathtub normally. Otherwise, his hand could slip into all sorts of unexpected places. In response to Amain's words, Mahiru let out a, I understand, sounding as if she had made her conviction. Huh? Didn't I just suggest something really outrageous? Amain questioned himself for a brief moment, but before that realization bombarded him with shame. I shall take care of myself, so please turn the other way. Mahiru spoke up in a poised manner. Amain was swept away by the momentum and obediently turned his back. Glancing toward the mirror, Amain noticed that Mahiru's ears were bright red as they peeked out from between the strands in her hair. He dared not point that out, however, as Mahiru would find out that he had been looking at her, so he pretended not to have seen a thing. Embarrassed by the touching of their backs, Amain continued washing the parts of his body that had not yet been washed. Aware that Mahiru would take longer to wash than himself, Amain took the liberty of soaking in the bathtub first. However, Mahiru, who had finished tending to herself, glanced his way now and again, so he was at a loss for what to do. Amain hadn't the foggiest clue as to what she was trying to say. Without a doubt, she was conscious of the remarks about touching in the bathtub from earlier, but from Mahiru's gaze, which looked as if she were appealing for something, Amain inferred that she wanted something from him. It wasn't exactly born from caution, but as he was troubled at not being able to understand her feelings, Mahiru's caramel-colored eyes wavered as she met Amain's gaze. Where should I soak myself? At the word where, Amain blinked once. This apartment was purpose-made for 1 or 2 people living alone, but the bathtub was fairly large. It was possible for 2 people to bathe together provided that they were careful of their feet, but at most, it would be a little cramped. Amain was careful not to stretch his legs out of consideration for Mahiru. That way, she would have plenty of space, and yet, Mahiru had likely phrased that as a question due to Amain's prior slip of the tongue. Well, it's pretty empty. You can just soak wherever you'd like. Despite what he had said earlier, Amain couldn't very well tell Mahiru to come close to him, so he threw his judgment at her. Mahiru pouted a little as she peevishly moved her lips before slowly climbing into the bathtub, just as Amain was expecting to be greeted with the sight of pure white skin, devoid of any suntan. A flaxen-colored veil enveloped his vision. Mahiru was sitting between Amain's loosely crossed legs as he let out a gasp. Of course, while Amain had said she could sit anywhere, Mahiru settling herself down in between his legs was something he did not expect. Amain was stunned. Aware of this or not, Mahiru leaned against his body as if placing her weight on him. Her hair was tied back, so Amain directly felt the touch of her bare skin. Whether he liked it or not, he was getting aroused. You did say I could soak anywhere, no? Mahiru's cheeks were dyed red as she looked back at him with a modest yet almost triumphant smile. Amain wasn't able to comment on it. However, as his face and body had not yet calmed down, he simply replied, yeah, you're right. In that case, there's no problem. No? Mahiru, who had said that clearly so as to encourage herself, had butted Amain with the back of her head. He wasn't hurt, but it itched him both mentally and physically, so he gently grabbed Mahiru's shoulder to stop her. Instantly, her body trembled greatly, and the sound of waves rippling echoed through the narrow bathroom. Perhaps I should leave after all? Mahiru wondered. No. It's not like I'm against it. I thought we were going to touch each other, Amain replied. Was it not you who proposed that idea? Well, that's true, but, Mahiru, who seemed confused a while ago, mentioned that Amain didn't understand her feelings, and with a weak smile, Amain wrapped his hand around Mahiru's body. It was easy to understand by seeing her body become stiff. Amain continued to hug Mahiru gently. Could you stop struggling? Amain knew that Mahiru would quieten down even without him intervening, but just in case, he whispered gently into her ear and her body promptly stopped moving. Or rather, she was now sitting in between Amain's legs. Amain was happy Mahiru became compliant, but at this rate, if this continued, both of them would become embarrassed and too awkward to interact with each other. As expected, it's impossible for me to touch her without hesitating. Amain felt that he had hesitated to touch her more than when they were at the pool, but in this state, it couldn't be helped. In this completely private space, they stuck close to each other with the same mutual consent. There's no way he wouldn't be conscious of it. For the time being, Amain focused his attention on the current situation, not reacting to other things. Amain then gently embraced Mahiru as he usually did. The scent of shampoo, which was stronger than usual, surprised Amain for a moment, but he was still able to keep his reasoning. In any case, he touched Mahiru's tense body to ease the tension. Amain never touched Mahiru's body directly, but it seemed that the way Amain gently hugged Mahiru was enough to reduce the tension and soothe her. Mahiru, who leaned against Amain's arm, sighed after being silent for a while. In such a quiet room, the sound of their sighs could be heard clearly. The two of us listened in silence to the sound of the drops of water falling from the faucet and rippling on the surface of the bathtub, slowly warming our bodies from the inside out. "Well, Amain-kun, don't you get sick of it?" As we were quietly enjoying the comfort of the hot water without any particular conversation, Mahiru opened his mouth with a hint of sullenness. I think to myself, I've been swinging and doing things all wrong. Yeah, that's what I mean. How can I not like it? I mean, I know Mahiru likes me, and I know he's trying to do his best, and he's embarrassed. Please don't understand that part. Because, wow, if you know what you're doing, why don't you just get the intent? Mahiru mutters in a voice full of shame as he deflates the end of his sentence, and shrinks back into his arms. Amain is not so insensitive that he has no idea what Mahiru is trying to say or what she wants. However, once he allows himself to do so, he keeps his moderation to himself, because it gives him more desire and momentum than Mahiru could ever hope for. I'm not confident I can control myself, so that's why I don't like it when you get too agitated, lady. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands when you say that. No, there isn't. Make sure you're sure. If you put your ear to the ground and listen to your heartbeat, you'll hear a throb that you can't hide. Mahiru hesitates a little at Amain's words, but changes his position to face him and attaches his ear to his chest plate, which has been slightly worked up recently. He is now mending his expression and is able to disguise the blush caused by soaking in the bathtub, but he will not be able to disguise the sound of his heartbeat. Mahiru blinks and looks up as his heart beats faster than normal. I told you there's no room for, with Mahiru's permission to accept, I'm bathing with my first girlfriend and Amain's only. I want to touch her, and if anything, I want to peel off the covering. The reason I don't is because I don't want to hurt Mahiru, and it's not a good idea to do it right now, considering what might happen in the future. I thought you were used to it and could afford it. I can't do it. I want to touch it and do stuff, but I'm just holding back. No. I smile at Mahiru's blush and pat his head, and he maturely accepts it and does as he's told. I slowly stroked her head, stroked her cheeks and tickled them with my fingertips. Mahiru's eyes narrowed and her eyebrows lowered in comfort, and she closed her eyes as if surrendering herself to Amain. The first time I saw him, I thought he was a bit of a jerk, but then I realized that he was a bit of a jerk, and I was just trying to get him to stop. I can see Mahiru would get a bit upset if I did it here. If it were possible, I'd like to devour her lips right now, but if I do it when she's warm enough, Mahiru will surely get overheated and go down. Since neither of us is used to French kissing, there is no limit to how far we can go and how far we can drown ourselves in each other's company. I decided not to do it because it was physically and rationally dangerous, and I might melt away with my rationality. The first thing to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and how to do it. The lips, much smoother and fresher than his own, open slightly as if trembling when Amain strokes them with his fingers. Disappointed? Amain is mean to ask that. After tapping his chest one more time, Mahiru turned away and sat back down between his legs. I know she is not really sulking, but I don't want to make fun of her embarrassment or neglect her too much. so I apologized and slowly put my arms around her as if to envelop her. I was hesitant because of my inevitable shyness and instinctive feelings, but as if to shake them off, I gently put my hands around her stomach in what could be called a slow motion, and pulled her even closer to me. The back of her body was almost completely hidden, so when her skin overlapped with Mahiru's, she shook her body. It is easy to understand why Mahiru shook, but there is nothing we can do about it in the first place. I also knew that Mahiru understood the situation on Amain's side and was here. That's warm. Yes. Can we do this a little more? When I hugged Mahiru gently, with the implicit intention of not doing anything immoral in my voice, she relaxed and gave herself over to Amain. I was relieved that he allowed me to do so, and when I gently stroked his slender stomach, he wriggled ticklishly. Even without the effect of being underwater, it felt smooth to the touch, stripped of anything unnecessary, yet still feminine and soft. Mahiru, who apparently does not dislike being touched on the abdomen, but seems to find it complicated, tapped her fingers on Amain's arm as if in subtle protest, but she did not seem to be seriously rejecting the touch and immediately turned to patting Amain. Mahiru, who was making a light cracking sound as she meticulously returned the favor to Amain's arm, suddenly looked back at me lightly as she rested her weight on me. Amain. What's wrong? About earlier. Earlier? I'm talking about. Amain is in no position to speak for others, but it seems that Mahiru is not very good at using direct words, and his voice is even a little faltering. What about it? Oh, you mean, when you get out of the bath, you'll do it for me, is that right? When Mahiru says something so cute, I hug her tightly and bury my face in her shoulder, and she instantly looks flustered and begins to pat Amain's arm. What is it, suddenly? No, don't say something cute, I said. We both want the same thing, so be prepared when you get out of the bath. Please pretend you didn't hear that. I hug Mahiru tightly and gently so as not to let her go, as if I know myself that Mahiru will be pushed if Amain gets motivated. No. Mahiru, perhaps unable to bear it any longer, growled softly and muttered, "Idiot," pressing his fingers hard against Amain's knee, as if he were hitting him. I felt like I was going to get a little overheated if we stayed in the bathtub any longer, so I decided to get out of the bath without any more skinship. Shu, who had left the bathroom before Mahiru to do more of his daily routine, was in the living room drying his hair and waiting for Mahiru's return. He thought for a moment that he might play a trick on Mahiru by waiting without drying his hair, but he felt that Mahiru might scold him for damaging his hair after she had taken care of it in the bath, so he quickly dried it. I thought about waiting in the bedroom, but I was afraid that if I did so, I would have to greet Mahiru in a very nervous state and the atmosphere would be very tense, so I tried to cheat my heartbeat in the living room where we usually spend time together. To prevent myself from becoming more nervous than necessary, I turned on the TV and was watching an unfamiliar program for no reason when I heard a sound from the hallway. I was too shy to turn around and just paused to listen to the TV, when I heard Mahiru standing beside me. I looked up for the first time and felt a little relieved. If Mahiru had worn a sensational nightgown here, I would have persistently wondered if my reason was being tested. But what Mahiru wore was a knee-length negligee and cardigan set. The negligee was made of a smooth, shiny fabric overlaid with a sheer material, and although it was transparent, it did not show through her torso. The negligee itself is suspended by straps and has no sleeves, but since she wears a lace cardigan over it, it is only slightly transparent and does not directly show her skin, which is probably what gives it its neatness. The woman's body is shyly shrinking as if she sensed Amain's gaze, but she does not try to hide it, but rather looks at him as if she is peeking. Hey, is that strange? No, it's cute and suits you. It's different from when I was at my parents' house, I guess. It's not good to wear this kind of clothes at your parents' house. Well, since Amain-kun is the only one who sees them, I kind of, tried my best. Mahiru, fidgeting as she said this, discreetly sat down next to Amain and leaned in close. The feel of the thin fabric and the sweet, but not strong, fresh scent, slightly stronger than the one she had felt in the bath, made her body tingle again, even though it was supposed to have calmed her down. I felt a tingle in my body again, which I thought had calmed down. Honestly, I was wondering what I was going to do if you put on your awesome nightgown for this. Actually, I did give it some consideration. You know what? But, if you get too, enthusiastic. Mahiru's shyly muttering, "It's just the way I am," is so charming that I would recommend an ophthalmologist to anyone who would be turned off by the sight of her. I don't pull it off, but it makes me happy that Mahiru is wearing it for me. I won't wear it. I'm not wearing it. You want me to wear it? No. Well, I'm sure someday you'll want me to wear it, but if Mahiru wants to show it to you, show it to me, someday, Yeah, someday. Now, you don't have to. The fact that Mahiru chose to wear it voluntarily is more important to Amain. The most important thing for Amain is that Mahiru chose to wear it voluntarily. As usual, Mahiru's body tensed up for a moment just by holding my hand, but when Amain gently wrapped his arms around her without saying anything, the tension melted away and she leaned her head against Amain's shoulder. Mahiru was not pressing down on Amain, but she was leaning against him as if to say that she would never leave him. The variety show had probably finished by now, and the TV newscaster's voice was playing in the living room. Listening to the newscaster's voice in a dreamy, almost dreamlike state, Amain changed the way he was holding her hand. It had been enveloping, but now it was in the form of a fingertip assertion that he wanted Mahiru, intertwining their fingers together, as if seeking her. The thin fingers, now completely warm thanks to the bath, did not run away, but just gently gripped back in response to Amain. "It's time to go to bed." Mahiru quietly and softly squeezed Amain's hand once more. As they moved into Amain's bedroom, hand in hand, Mahiru looked around the room for a bit. There was nothing unusual in the room, as she had been in it many times before, but Mahiru's personality probably didn't allow her to observe too much. Or perhaps Mahiru was just thinking about the future and was distracted to relieve his tension. I didn't know Mahiru's true intentions, but she turned her gaze to the desk and gave a small smile. "The stuffed animal. You take good care of it, don't you?" She pointed to a stuffed cat that Mahiru had won at a game arcade during their Golden Week date. It may seem a little out of place in Amain's room, but Mahiru worked hard to win it and gave it to me, so I feel sorry to put it away and feel it was a waste, so I put it there. I thought it was fine since I don't usually let people in my room, but it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out to me by the person who gave it to me. Well, I just make sure it doesn't get dusty. I don't sleep holding it like Mahiru does. Are you making fun of me? Why, there's no reason to make fun of him when he's so cute. I'm glad you care for her. Mahiru loves the stuffed bear I gave her for her birthday last year, and she often sleeps with it. I have heard reports from Chitters, who sometimes stays at Mahiru's house, so I guess he is very fond of the stuffed bear. She may be embarrassed to be told that she sleeps with a stuffed animal in her arms, or perhaps her gaze wanders a bit and then becomes a bit sharp, as if she is accusing Amain. I'll take good care of what Amain gave me. Thank you. You didn't bring it today, Bear. Well, Amain-kun is here today, so I'm not going to ask you whether you are going to use Mahiru as a pillow or be used as a pillow, but I hope Mahiru has hugged you as much as you want. Amain also intends to touch Mahiru as much as he wants. I was going to hug him right away, but thanks to Mahiru's presence by the stuffed cat's side, Amain's attention was drawn to the stuffed cat, too. I felt as if its large, dull eyes, which seemed to have no feelings, were staring at Amain as he thought about whether to pull Mahiru closer to him. I feel such a bad feeling as if my child had seen me being friendly with him as a married couple. It's a feeling I've never experienced because I don't have that kind of relationship with Mahiru yet, but I couldn't help but feel something close to it, and without thinking, Amain silently covered the stuffed cat with the blanket that was on the chair. What's wrong? No, that, something. I just felt uncomfortable being seen. Even though I knew that the stuffed animals would not see me, for some reason I felt that it would not be good for them to see what was about to happen, or what Amain was going to do to Mahiru. Of course, Amain would not let it develop into something that would burn out his reason, but he was still hesitant to let those innocent eyes see the lovers' lovemaking. Amain-kun also cares, doesn't he? Shut up. You're cute that way. That's what Mahiru says when she's sleeping with a bear in her arms. We've already talked about that. Mahiru is angered by this rehash of the conversation, and Amain laughs and accepts it. But Mahiru doesn't seem to like it and presses her free hand against Amain's side. It doesn't hurt, of course, but it's rather pleasant, with Mahiru's cuteness added to the ticklishness. Mahiru is shy to fight back in such a cute way, but only Amain takes physical measures. I had no intention of rebelling or being disgusted when I thought that it was only because it was Amain that he would touch me in this way to get back at me. Mahiru had been attacking Amain directly for a while, but he looked at Amain with a little bit of resentment, which did not seem to have worked at all, so Amain quietly smiled and took away the freedom of his hand, which was making a light fist. He only intertwined his fingers to make his palms meet. Mahiru blinked at him, then lowered his gaze to the floor with a faint blush. I knew she didn't mind, so I gently squeezed her palm and pulled her hand away. Without any resistance, Mahiru sat down on the bed as Amain led her. At this point, she looks up at the stones and rolls her eyes slightly, but Amain pulls her hand away and sits down next to Mahiru, holding her close to him. Continuing in the bathroom, if you don't mind. Yes. I asked for confirmation and heard an affirmation with a bit of awkwardness in my voice. I didn't mind, but the tension had returned, and I didn't feel like I could stop now, so Amain gently lifted Mahiru's chin and gently bit down on his lip. I don't know if I got used to it a little, but I didn't feel any immediate head-burning passion or inferiority complex. What welled up was a feeling of love that seemed to sink in, as if it would drown me, and a sense of elation that slowly warmed my heart. The urge to softly embrace and love is stronger than the urge to rush, and slowly, with careful gestures, I place my lips on Mahiru's in a way that loosens his tension. I pecked lightly, trying to enjoy the smooth texture, and heard a faint tickling sound of laughter. I heard a faint tickle of laughter, a voice that only the two of us could hear. I wanted to hear more of their voices, and our kisses, which had only been a touch, naturally became a strong bond as if we were seeking heat, deeper and deeper. I am still not used to sharing heat like this, but Mahiru is certainly accepting me. Whenever a sweet, throaty voice escapes from the corner of my mouth, I feel an inexpressible rush of excitement. I was aware that it was simple, but once this happened, more and more heat accumulated, increasing Amain's momentum as he pushed me back. The strength of his slender body is already gone, and he is rather leaning on Amain unreliably as if he has lost his strength. When she thought that her soft body was touching Amain's through her thin robe, she couldn't help but feel love and longing for him. When I let one hand that had been holding her embrace touch her waist through the negligee, a slight tremor is produced that only Amain, who is kissing her, can understand. When he gently stroked up her waist with his palm, Mahiru, who wriggled and twisted her body slightly with it alone, showed no signs of escaping. She simply accepts the invasion of Amain's palm. This fact, more than anything else, fueled the heat inside. Mahiru shook once before his palm touched a softer spot higher up in a semi-natural, natural motion. Mahiru's face was flushed red and she buried her face in Amain's chest, trying not to let go of him. She wanted to pull away, but her own hands were folded over the slender palms, as if to say, "Don't go." "I'm not going to correct what I said when I asked you to stay over, because..." The voice, slightly muffled because it was absorbed into his chest, certainly spun such words, and this time Amain tensed up. His eyes meet with Mahiru's, who glances up at him. Mahiru's face is all lit up from the kiss, and something akin to a plea drifts across her face. Her caramel-colored eyes were so wet that they looked as if they were about to drip a drop of sweetness. Unexpectedly, I swallowed with bated breath. Perhaps, but certainly, Mahiru will accept what Amain does. Even if it means taking Mahiru's one and only precious thing. she will accept it and willingly offer it to him. That is how much she trusts and loves Amain. Amain is also proud of that. Can I respond to that trust and love? Various conflicts swirl around in my body. The desire that rushes through my body now or never, the feeling of wanting to love her with all my heart, collides with the desire to break reason. Exhaling, Mahiru shudders. She leaves it all up to Amain to decide what happens to her. And she may be filled with anticipation and anxiety about where she is going. Women have to be passive in these situations. Small, unreliable bodies. If anything goes wrong, it is the passive side that will reverberate later. Given that, Amain's answer was clear. Well, you know. Yes. Speaking for myself, I'd love to own Mahiru. Yes, she will never know how long I have been waiting for the day to come when I will be united with Mahiru. No matter how much she is laughed at by her beginners and the trees, Amain naturally has desires and has dreamed about it. After we started dating, I have also defiled myself with fantasies in order to comfort her while feeling a powerful sense of guilt and frustration. Still, I was hesitant to actually reach out to Mahiru because I was thinking ahead. Even at, well, I'm not old enough to take responsibility, and if something happens, I think it's Mahiru who will be in trouble. No, of course I'll take responsibility, but I can't promise a clear legal relationship right away. There is only one way to take responsibility. But, legally, you have to be 18 years old to get married. If you engage in the act now, and if you don't, you will have the baby while you are still a student. No matter how much knowledge and countermeasures are taken, it will only reduce the probability, not prevent it for sure. If Mahiru does this, her future life will be affected, and there may be people who will speak ill of her. What Amain does will hurt Mahiru. It will cause Mahiru to give up the hope that preceded him. There was no way Amain could sacrifice Mahiru's future in order to satisfy this one urge. I want to respect Mahiru because I love her. If Mahiru wants to do or learn something in the future, it would be undesirable if I were to prevent her from doing so. Considering that we will be living next to each other for a long time to come, I don't want Mahiru's life to be ruined by a fleeting feeling and desire. Yes, I am ready to walk with Mahiru for the rest of my life. I just don't, any more than that, and you're good to go. When I was about to continue, I was interrupted and thought I was going to be cursed as a heckler, but Mahiru smiled an innocent smile, as if he was troubled and yet blessed with an unexpected happiness. I could tell that Amain-kun respected me to the utmost, and that he loved me deeply. I am so lucky to have him take such good care of me. Mahiru, smiling as if she were deeply satisfied, lightly kisses Amain and smiles once more at close range. I love you like that, Amain, from the bottom of my heart. The lovely woman, whose smile is happier and fuller than anyone else's, is now kissed by Amain and her small body is once again enveloped by him. Can you wait until I'm ready to take responsibility? Mahiru, who seemed to have understood Amain's struggle with his body, looked down slightly, then nodded with a sly smile and buried his face in Amain's chest. I'm sure he was greeted by a noisy heartbeat. Until then, I will be cherished and treasured. Mahiru, who sounded so sweet and full of happiness that anyone who heard her could swear she was happy, looked up halfway from Amain's chest and gave him a smile filled with happiness. I hugged Mahiru back and whispered, I will take good care of you, and gently felt the warmth and softness of her body. Of course, I have no regrets about my choice, and I lie about my desire to cherish Mahiru. I am ready to keep Mahiru happy by my side for the rest of my life. However, my body is about to scream, so I just want to ask for a little forgiveness. Yes? Can I say something pathetic? Go ahead. I'll accept all the cool things you say, the pathetic things you ask me to say, my darling, and I'll accept all of them. Slightly wincing at Mahiru's tolerant attitude, Amain kisses Mahiru's neck and opens his mouth with a will. Well, can I touch you just a little bit? I'm not going to let my earlier resolve go to waste. There is no way I'm going to break my oath. I just wanted to give you a little breather from the desire to get out of your head. Mahiru blinked widely, as if he had not expected a request from Amain, and then his face blushed plainly. However, It was not a color of rejection, but of approval, and after looking up at Amain once in embarrassment, she kept her eyes down. "Oh, take it easy, please." I may be a fool to think that there is even a hint of expectation in the whispery voice. Still, I was pleased that Mahiru accepted me, and I gently pulled Mahiru's hand and collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 2, A Strong Determination to Cherish. When I woke up in the morning, Mahiru, whom I had fallen asleep within my arms last night, was not there. With my eyelids still heavy, I slowly looked around and thought that the only trace of Mahiru's presence was an empty space next to me, but for some reason, a stuffed cat was placed on the edge of the bed, peering at me. The stuffed animal, which had been covered with a blanket to keep it from showing anything, had come to Amain's side, as if by someone else's doing, and was still insisting on its round, dull eyes. I noticed that I looked somewhat refreshed in those eyes, and from there, remembering last night, I turned the stuffed animal's face to the wall side in embarrassment and dismay. Was adorable, as per Amain's vow and as per Mahiru's wish. I thought I touched Mahiru quite gently. Even so, it may have been quite stimulating for Mahiru, and she showed me a side of her that even Amain didn't know about. The faint, raspy voice that rang in his ears, the perspiration that slid down his upturned skin, the soft touch that he could never have, the eyes that melted with trust and expectation, everything was vividly burned into his mind, sweetly tormenting his rationality. Although he may have felt a little out of control last night, he could still assure himself that he had not been dishonest in breaking his oath. That being said, I am sure that I touched him to the extent that I did not break my vow. I'm sure I've touched him enough to break my oath, but just remembering it makes my back uncomfortable, so I got up, expelling it from my brain as best I could, and heard the creaking of metal fittings from the door. "Are you awake?" Mahiru appears through the crack, and judging by the apron he's wearing, it looks like he's been cooking breakfast. She seems to have changed first and is now in plain clothes. I knew she would change into her negligee because it was wrinkled yesterday, but I couldn't deny that I wanted to watch her for a while longer. I couldn't complain since I had spent a lot of time looking at her last night, so I replied good morning in a voice that was a little gravelly due to the fact that I had woken up from sleep. Mahiru looked at Amain for a moment and blushed, but still did not run away. "Breakfast is ready, please go change and wash your face." That line is like living together, and it tickles me to no end. In fact, they come to this house every day and stay until the very last minute before going to bed. So it's almost like they're living together. "What's for breakfast today?" "Rice, dashimaki, miso soup, leftover kimpira gobo, burdock root, chilled tofu, and frozen salmon. This is a luxurious rice dish for the morning. Is so dreamy. You're overreacting. If you're sleepwalking, I'll wake you up." Mahiru comes back into the room from the hallway and pinches Amain's cheek as she approaches his side. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take a break from your work and go to the gym. As Mahiru looks satisfied with his cheeks, Amain also feels warmth and happiness, as if a sunbeam has formed on his chest. A small red mark, like a camellia falling in the snow, was left at the base of Mahiru's neck, which had been hidden by her clothes until a few moments ago. The faint red mark is hidden by the uniform and is not noticeable, but as the person who touched it, it is a very exciting sight. They are probably the only two people who know that this continues on the inside of their clothes. I'll have to hide it for the time being. "Oh, it's not Amain-kun's fault. I'm really sorry about that." Thus, restraint is. I knew with all reason that Mahiru would be annoyed if it was in a place where he could see it, but my yielding head wanted to trample on the fresh snow, and I unconsciously pressed my lips together. Mahiru, who had quickly adjusted his clothes, turned redder than his scars and shut down, so if I reminded him too much of last night, he would not talk to me for a while. Mahiru definitely showed more of her first facial expressions to people than Amain did, so I don't want to delve into that. I don't want to beat around the bush and skip breakfast. Besides, Amain is Amain, and I will not be able to do more than wash my face when I remember. And anyway, please go get dressed and wash your face quickly. Cool your head. Mahiru looks like he needs to cool off. What did you say? No, nothing. Mahiru glares at him lightly, her face clearly more heated than Amane's, and Amane ties his lips together and pulls on the shirt he's wearing. Mahiru immediately utters a pathetic "ha," and walks out of the room, and I can't help but laugh. Yesterday you were so curious. When Mahiru hesitantly ran away, too shy to be the same person as her lover, with whom she had made so many secrets just between them, Amane shook his shoulders and laughed as he changed into the casual clothes he had prepared for her. After eating all of the breakfast Mahiru had prepared for him, Amane sat down on the sofa to catch his breath. Normally, we would be sitting close enough to touch, if not snuggle up to, but today Mahiru was a little distant and awkward. If I try to hold his hand, he shakes his body like a frightened little animal, which makes me feel guilty that I feel absurdly distant. No, I mean, I don't blame you, it's Amane's fault because I've touched you a lot, you know, so of course I'm conscious of you. The two of them are not only the same, but they are also very close to each other, and they are very close to each other. Fortunately, Mahiru doesn't seem to dislike me at all, and her cheeks are tinted and her eyes are downcast. Well, that's my fault, I admit. I didn't like it. Huh? No, I didn't say I didn't like it, and I accepted it from me. So, I'm glad, shh. Well, it's not that, it's just that I'm embarrassed and I don't want to be reminded of it when I'm stuck with you like this doing nothing. Right, huh? It's not that I'm not embarrassed either, but it's more that I want to spend more time with you, so. Of course, I'd be lying if I said that Amane isn't embarrassed at all. The more I remember, the more ashamed I am of having shared our secret with each other, and the more I want to writhe in agony at the fact that we did something that I would never have thought of doing in my normal life. And when I think about it, the warmth, the feeling, everything comes back to me and I want Mahiru. Still, Amane is relatively calm, probably because the promise he swore last night is still deep in his heart, and it has become a wedge to hold him in place. Well, if you say it like that, it sounds like there's a problem with me being shy, already, no? No. Mahiru, who muttered a little, "It's not fair," closed the distance she had left open until now and sat down so close that they were almost touching. The scent that wafted out in the air at that moment smelled like Mahiru's own fabric softener in addition to her original scent, and it was quite a shock. It's nice to have your own smell coming from your lover. I'm not sure if Mahiru has been wearing Amane's scent for some time, but staying here, I'm reminded once again that Mahiru is gradually becoming more comfortable with me and that I can take it for granted that she is here, and I feel a warmth that seems to seep into my chest. I wish Mahiru would blend in with me more, and I realize that I am also in love with Mahiru. Well, by the way, Shihoko and the others are at the hotel now, aren't they? I hold Mahiru's hand and squint my eyes at the gentle warmth and comfort of her hand, and she asks a small question. Oh, yes. I got a call that you'll be here again this afternoon. I'm afraid it's some kind of timing, though. Both Shihoko and Shuto took the trouble to book a hotel room and came here, although they could have chosen to stay here. If they had stayed here, the incident with Mahiru last night would not have happened, so the result was not bad for Amane, but it was complicated in many ways. By the way, it would be embarrassing to be reported on, or something like that, so blur it out. Yes. I'm afraid that you're going to see through it, or you're going to accelerate the misunderstanding, or you're going to say something indiscreet because you don't want my mother to go off the rails. No, it's okay, okay? I don't know. Mahiru is getting more and more obvious from the side. Maybe he'll see through it and start getting excited on his own? Mahiru has started to show her true self at school since we started dating, and she has started to smile naturally and express her emotions. Although it's not as if she shows her emotions overtly, it's very easy to tell when someone close to her sees it. Mahiru has also become very friendly with me, but this friendliness may be a disadvantage this time. Mahiru is very open and friendly with Shihoko, but this familiarity could be used against her this time around. Oh, Amain-kun. I don't think it's right to describe your own parents as being excited without your permission. You're actually getting out of control. I can't deny that, but I'm sure you're still a kind and caring person, so. And that's not what I'm talking about. I don't like to be smirked at. Shihoko was not denied that her future daughter is also a bit of a runaway, but Mahiru's opinion is understandable. I like Shihoko as a person and as a mother, but I don't like the possibility of her digging into my life and messing around with me. I know. So, you know, right now, I don't want to tell anyone, either, and, yeah. The reason why her cheeks are slightly reddening is probably because she remembered saying it herself. She glanced at me and swept her gaze as if she couldn't resist. Still, I can feel Mahiru's love for her as she doesn't move away from me. Shihoko and the others are coming this afternoon, right? Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. But what's wrong with? I tilt my head, wondering what the problem is. But the heat in Mahiru's eyes as he looks at me makes my heart tingle a little. No, I mean, we can be alone together a little longer. Mahiru's mouth relaxes as she continues to say these adorable words, and you teasingly reply, I guess it's just the two of us every day, huh? Well, that's true, but that today is special. Today is the day that Mahiru truly accepts Amain, shares his warmth with him, and they both decide to be ready for each other, so I understand what Mahiru means by special. Yeah, that's right. Let's just relax until my mom and dad get here. Yes, Mom. But I was embarrassed to be conscious of that special feeling again, so I laughed a small laugh and gently squeezed Mahiru's hand, soaking in her warmth once again. Mahiru-chan, it's been a while since the festival. As Amain and the others finished their lunch and took a break, Shihoko and Shuto appeared with the same lively air. Shihoko was hugging Mahiru as if to show her joy at being reunited with him, and Amain was scrutinizing her a bit to see what she was doing. It's only been a day, and you're giving off the vibe like it's been a while. Oh my, you've been away from your lovely daughter for a day. Of course you miss her. You were away for over a month before you saw her again. The last time Shihoko and her friends met Mahiru was more than a month after the last day of their trip back home. So I could understand their joy when they met again at the festival, but I don't understand why they are so excited today. Shihoko is looking at Shuto calmly, and it seems that she has no intention of stopping her attachment to Mahiru. Don't get too specific. What I miss is what I miss. Mahiru, you can pull it apart if it's annoying. Oh my god. Amain-kun. Wow, I'm happy and Mahiru seems to like being cared by Shihoko, so she doesn't lie, but she is often pushed by Shihoko with so much vigor that she can be seen flinching when she meets her. Naturally, he knows that Mahiru likes and accepts Shihoko and is happy to see her, but he wonders if it's okay for him to be a boyfriend when his mother is more vigorous and skinship than her boyfriend. The one who seems to be disapproving of Shihoko's comment on Amain's dumbfounded face is Shihoko, who puffed her cheeks out with a youthful face that almost made me doubt her age. Even though she is my son, I know he's doing it on purpose, but as my own son, I'd like him to be a little more relaxed, and if he were to do it outside, I'm sure he'd writhe in embarrassment. Totally, Amain should learn from this cuteness. If I became such a nice girl, you'd pull a mother. Well, yeah, but Amain used to be cute as an angel. No, he's not cute now, but... I'm sorry, I'm not cute. Oh, my god, are you sulking? You're so cute when you're like that. Stop with the weird interpretations. Well, I just complimented you. Oh well, Amain is at an age where it gets complicated when his mother compliments him on how cute he is. He's also proud to be a man. Oh, my, she's cute in that way too. She's so shy. Can I get mad? Amain's support is no support, so Amain stares at the overly friendly couple while suppressing a twitch in the corner of his eye, and then Mahiru comes in to mediate. Mahiru didn't seem to want the couple to fight, but Amain wasn't really irritated nor did he want to fight. He is just slightly annoyed by Shihoko's teasing tone of voice. Oh, Amain, calm down. I'm calm. Someone is just being annoying. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, you can't blame people for that. I don't know which one you're talking about. Hey, that's enough. Shihoko-san, it's time to tie your mouth shut, or Amain won't be able to talk to you. You know Amain wants Shihoko-san to mind her own business, too, and she won't give him the chance to talk back emotionally. Yes. It is Shuto who intercedes as a neutral in these situations, and he is the only one who can keep Shihoko quiet. Both Amain and Shihoko knew that Amain and Shihoko were not serious, but both of them were obedient to Shuto, who came to stop them after sensing that if it continued any longer, it would probably go on for a long time. Since we've taken the time off to come here, we'd like to spend more time with each other, wouldn't we? Minato pats Shihoko on the back and smiles at her. They knew there was no point in being self-centered with each other here, so they made sure to let bygones be bygones by apologizing to each other in this way. Even at their parents' house, Shihoko was not happy, but Mahiru looked at her as if she was not satisfied with the situation, and she immediately gave me a friendly look. I felt like I had made her rather happy, but if Mahiru was happy, I guess this was fine. I don't know how you two were able to get a few days off together. It is surprising that two people who both work and have a full work schedule would make the time to come. Even though their workplaces are relatively easy for them to take time off and are understanding of their child rearing and school events, Amain is old enough now to wonder if they can take time off for their child's school festival. Well, in my case, I was able to finish the work much earlier than the due date and make time for it. And Shuto-san was lucky enough to get the day off. You didn't have to come all the way here, you two could have just relaxed. Oh, you mean you didn't want me to see the festival? No, I'm just saying that it's a long way from here, and it would have been better for you and your wife to be together instead of coming all the way here. To be honest, although I didn't show it when I went back to my parents' house with Mahiru, they are both busy in their own way instead of earning a good income, and I felt bad about letting them use their precious vacation time for their son's school festival. It would take time and energy to drive all the way here. However, they would only have less than half a day to actually see the school events. Shihoko laughed off Amain's half concern and said with a mischievous smile, Amain, you're so silly. We're always at home together as a couple. This is the only time Amain can participate in the festival, so of course he's going to make it a priority. It would be nice to take an opportunity like this to come see our son and daughter. I see. I had to focus my nerves more on hiding the embarrassment of being thought of as important than on ramming into the fact that she was treating me like a daughter, and I ended up sounding pointed and unfaithful. But then Shihoko cleared her throat and laughed at me. Well, I felt bad about interrupting the quirky couple, so I took a hotel room. Shut up and mind your own business. Thanks to your hospitality, yesterday happened, but there's no way I can say that. Oh my goodness. What the hell? Nothing, but it's nice to stay in a hotel once in a while. Yes. This area is more prosperous than where we live, and the night view is beautiful. Shihoko seemed not to have intended to say anything when I gave a sharp look to Shihoko, who seemed to want to say something, and deliberately changed the subject and laughed at Shuto. Shihoko didn't intend to say anything, but deliberately changed the subject and laughed at him. The two of them were having a good time, so there was nothing more to say, and Amain had nothing further to say. Well, it looks like you two had a sleepover yesterday, and you're really close. I almost coughed and held it in, then glanced at Mahiru, who was shaking her head. Amain doesn't doubt that Mahiru has told him. I know that since my parents came to Amain's house and the four of us started talking, there was no time to tell him that I had stayed over in the first place. I caught a glimpse of the contents of Mahiru's bag there, so I asked her about it, and it's true. When I followed Shihoko's gaze at being told, I saw that along the side of the sofa was the various care sets that she had brought to the bathroom yesterday. Should I be angry that I had been tricked, or fearful that she had figured out that I had come to stay just for this? The wrinkles between my eyebrows deepened, but I knew I couldn't get away with it once I'd shown this attitude, so I just let out an unfaithful "shut up" or "I'm sorry" and smiled gracefully and pleasantly. No? I'm sure Amain would be fed up with me talking about this, and that at my age I'm not worried about it anyway, because Amain is single-minded and earnest like Shoto-san. On the other hand, Shihoko-san is a bit of a teabagger, though. He's a lovely son. Shihoko was smiling at him with a smile on her face, but he sighed in resignation, knowing that there was no way he could win. Shihoko is still smiling at Amain, but after a moment of laughter, her gaze turns to Mahiru. "Oh, yes, Amain, may I go out with Mahiru?" He frowns at the awkwardness of asking Amain while looking at Mahiru, and his eyes narrow, suddenly wondering what's going on. "Don't ask me, ask Mahiru." Of course I'll ask him, but I'm afraid he's going to say no, because Amain is so possessive. You know what? I'm certainly possessive, but I'm not going to limit Mahiru's actions. Mahiru is just one person, even if she is my girlfriend. I'm not going to force my opinion or action on her. Just because we are in a relationship does not give me the right to limit what Mahiru does. I may express my opinion, but I do not force it, nor do I want to. No matter how close you are or how much you love your partner, he or she is a stranger with a different personality from yourself. It would be strange to try to make them do what you want them to do. So if Mahiru chooses to go out with Shihoko, that choice should be respected. The only thing Amain can do is to ask Mahiru not to do anything strange or divulge any information to him. He gives Shihoko a look that says, "What's so obvious?" But Shihoko happily accepts his look, which is akin to dismay. Good for you, Mahiru. I can tell you're a straight and sincere type of person, though I can often tell at times like this." Yes. I don't feel like I'm getting a compliment when my mom tells me. "Moo, I wish you would just take it in stride, hey Shoto-san." "Yeah, right." To Dad, when Shihoko says this to me, it sounds like she's teasing me and I avoid taking it head-on, but when Tsunetomo compliments me on my work, I feel a strange itch. Basically, Shoto is the type of person who does not flatter, and he is the type of person who points out exactly what is wrong. So when he praises me, I know that he means it, and that makes me uncomfortable. The fact that the two are not in the same room together is a good sign that the two are not in the same room at the same time. In fact, Amain tries to be kind and sincere to those he is in his pocket. His words and attitude may not be honest, but he is essentially a caring child, and those who know him on a day-to-day basis can tell that he's hiding his embarrassment. "What's the matter with you?" It's a rare moment with the kids, so why not give them a compliment? Enough. It's frustrating that I can do nothing but collect shame in my cheeks, unable to get angry if she says it with a beaming smile that has no ill intentions or other wishes. I turned away from him, not wanting him to see my hot face all at once, but his cool laughter tickled my ear as if he had rolled a bell by my side. "Amain, you are weak against Shoto-san, aren't you?" Amain's brusque mannerisms are skillfully hushed by Shoto-san's fluffy sense of humor, and he is able to quiet them down. "I think so. You know, I'm usually so clear-headed, but I still think this kind of thing is childish. Isn't that what's cute about him?" "Yeah. Hey, there." Shihoko glares at her parents and lover, who observe her as if they can afford to do so because they are not the target, and then smiles at Mahiru with an unaffected expression on her face. "Oh, I know it's a little late for this, but may I ask you to go out with me? I'm sorry to bother you on your day off, but I don't get to hang around here with you unless it's an opportunity like this." "Yes, I would love to go out with Shihoko-san too." "Then it's settled then." The two of them were looking at each other with open disapproval, as if blaming each other for getting excited about Amain, but they ignored it and quickly arranged an outing. So I think it's okay for Amain to complain a little bit. It was up to the girls to go out, but I had a lot to say about our evaluation. Can you not just ignore me and move on with your story? "Oh, you want to join the girls' club? That's not really necessary, but enough already." Amain, who will probably be brushed off no matter what he says, makes a modest complaint by giving a resigned sigh, and then looks at Shuto. If you two are going out, what's Dad going to do? Oh, Shuto says he has to talk to Amain. Story? I can imagine that if it's from Shihoko, it's probably Mahiru related anyway, but I can't imagine much of what Shuto will say to me, so I can't help but look at Shuto's face, only to be met with a gentle smile. Basically, Shuto, who has a soft expression floating on his face, is someone who cannot read minds, so Amain is a little wary of him because he does not know what he is thinking. He is not the type of person who would ask Amain to do anything strange or unreasonable, so he is comfortable with that, but that is why he was not sure what he was going to say. I thought we should talk alone once in a while. You see, Amain often gets restless when Shihoko is around, TSKing her. I wonder whose fault that is. It's Amain's fault for worrying too much about the details, right? Shihoko tilts her head and asks Mahiru to agree, but Mahiru only gives her a troubled, faint smile. Mahiru knows that her mother is making me TSK by saying weird things. I send a message in my mind to Mahiru, who is smiling vaguely, not so much a bitter smile as a horny smile, that it's okay for Mahiru to be honest with me too. Well, at least you didn't get Mahiru's agreement. Shut up. Well, that's okay, I have plenty to talk about with Mahiru myself. Don't try to blow things out of proportion. You have no credibility. Don't worry. I'm very aware of that. I'm not going to do anything you wouldn't really like. I'm just going to have a little girl-to-girl talk. I can't stop myself from being pressured with a smirk, so I look to Mahiru for insurance, and get a smile from her that shows confidence that I don't know whether to trust or not. It'll be fine. Now, let's go, Mahiru-chan. Oh, wait, let's go back to our house and get ready. Shihoko, trusting that Mahiru would not listen to anything she did not want to talk about, watched them walk out of the house with light steps, hand in hand. Amain and Shuto are left behind, but Amain feels relief that things are completely quiet. As a parent, Shihoko is important to him, and he loves her, but it is hard for him to keep up with the difference in tension, and it sometimes irritates him, so he is relieved immediately after the release. It's a storm, or whatever you call it, for better or worse. It gets noisy when my mom comes over. It's not usually this lively. Shihoko, always cheerful and smiling, is the mood maker of the Fujimiya family and a popular person in her parents' neighborhood. She is always smiling and talkative, and even her son thinks that she is an easy person to like, with good communication skills, a good-natured personality, and the ability to cut loose when necessary. Her temperament is the same at home as it is outside the house, so even when she is only with her own family, she is always quite lively. Don't you two usually talk much? I mean, not that I don't talk, but I'm not as excited as my mum. We are the type of people who talk peacefully to each other, and neither Amain nor Mahiru are very talkative to begin with. They often stay quietly by each other's side and don't talk, so they rarely engage in a series of energetic conversations like Shihoko does. They're both so calm. Maybe Mom's just restless. Hey, don't say that. It's just that Amain hasn't seen much of her, and Shihoko is quieter at home than you might think. I can't imagine my mom being quiet. Ever since Amain can remember, Shihoko has been a lively person. She always had a carefree smile and a teasing yet gentle manner, and was like the sun, warming the atmosphere with her cheerfulness. At least, Amain was saved many times by her cheerfulness. As someone who has seen that she is such a powerful person, that I think she must be restless unless she talks. I can't imagine a quiet mother. Shihoko-san must seem like a lively person to Amain, you know. How does she look to you, Dad? Well, he looks like a lonely, spoiled brat to me. Ever since Amain came over here, he's been saying he's lonely, even though he doesn't show any signs of it. There were times when he jokingly said he missed me with a laugh, but it never occurred to me that he was really missing me. Shihoko, who was firm and respected Amain's wishes, saw him off with a smile when he left for higher education here, and there was no sign of her holding him back at all, So Shuto's assessment of his loneliness was too far from the assessment he had given himself. Shuto, who seems to have noticed Amain's surprise on his face, lowers his eyebrows and smiles, as if slightly annoyed. Shihoko-san is a sensible adult, and she knows that she needs to be separated from her children. If she showed any signs of not wanting to leave, Amain would be very concerned, wouldn't he? Amain has decided on his own path, and I'm trying not to show that I can't keep him around because of my parents' feelings and convenience. That's the one you're not supposed to tell me. It's true. Keep it to yourself. Shuto smiles a slightly mischievous smile, and Amain ties his lips with an indescribable feeling, but Shuto looks at him with a soft gaze. You don't have to worry about it, Amain. It's best for me and Shihoko-san if you stay healthy and happy. Really, the happiest thing for me as a parent is for Amain to live his life the way he does. Oh, I think he's a very lucky man. That's good. I'm glad I have a son like that too. Smiling at me with those endlessly clear eyes, Amain was able to take it in stride. Although he feels somewhat embarrassed, the fact that he feels comfortable with it is probably due to the fact that Amain's sharp edges have been rounded out over the years and the environment around him. If Amain had been more twisted in the past, he would not have been able to accept his parents' words head-on. So, I have one thing to say to Amain. Story? When Shuto tilted his head, remembering that he stayed behind to talk to Amain about something, Shuto was filled with a gentle smile that I couldn't read his intentions. Yes, that's right. I can tell by looking at you that you and Shiina-san are really close. That's, well, yeah. I know it's partly because we're dating, but I think we get along pretty well. I know Shuto is not the type of person who would ask about their dating life, but the thought of being asked about that side of things makes me nervous. However, the question doesn't fly in the way that Amain expected, and he smiles happily, saying, "It's good that you guys are getting along," and the venom drains out of his voice. Really? Dad's not going to say anything, is he? If you asked me, I'd be embarrassed, because I'm elapsed. He'd probably sulk. Shut up. I was embarrassed that he could see through it all, and when I looked away, I could hear him laughing. Besides, from the looks of it, you don't seem to be doing anything. I coughed as hard as I could. I almost gagged at the sound of his voice, which sounded so sure, in a way worse than my mother's, so I looked at Shuto while regulating my breathing and was greeted by his usual smirk. Well, it's not for me to say, is it? It's Amain's thing, and I'm sure he spent a lot of time thinking about it. That's your good part and your loss. This is the right thing to do for later. My son is a high school student, but I'm not sure how he's rationalizing it. Well, I'm sure you know he's a stickler for it. You don't have a choice. Yeah, I know. Shuto laughs for a while. I was the same way, he says, and then suddenly looks at Amain with a suppressed smile on his face. So, let me get to the point. Don't worry about the cost, okay? Amain stiffens at that comment. Both Amain and the Mahiru have a common understanding that they will get married in the future. That's why they chose not to have sex right now, because they care about Mahiru's body and the future. Last night's incident was based on a mutual understanding. From there, the practical issues, the cost and permission from Mahiru's parents, were things that Amain was thinking about without talking to Mahiru. If they were to get married, of course, there would be financial issues. He had been thinking that he would not be able to just dream about it, considering what he would do with the wedding, housing, income, etc., and what he would have to do after he got married. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just dream about it, you can't just live your dream. I've been thinking for a while that maybe he's already made up his mind from the way the two of them are looking at each other. I'm not going to change my mind once I've made up my mind. He will never change his mind. We really are just like each other. Was your dad your first love too? When I was a little girl, I was like, "Mommy, I love you. I'm going to get married. Except for the I'm going to marry you." You were too, weren't you? That one's a no-go. It's probably inevitable that he looked away from Shuto, who was smiling funny with a faint laugh. To be honest, his declaration of marriage to Shihoko when he was a child is almost like Black history for Amain. It was the ramblings of a child who had not yet developed common sense or a sense of ethics, and whose likes were limited to a few people. Sometimes Shihoko would bring up the subject. "You used to say you were going to marry me," which would make my temples twitch, but when Shuto would say it lightly, all I felt was embarrassment. Well, joking aside, then, it's a Main's thing, and he'll think further ahead, I thought. You're a smart guy. You wouldn't think you could solve all the problems that are waiting for you just by your feelings, would you? Yes. The relaxed, soft smile that seems to see through everything gives me a little goosebumps. Amain knows this, too, which is why he wondered what to do about it and thought about talking to someone about it, but no one would expect Shuto to cut him out of it. I'm scared of my dad. He's a father. He knows everything about kids. I usually suspect these words to be egotistical, but when Shuto says them, I can't laugh them off because I get the feeling that he really can guess everything. In fact, it's almost frightening because he sees through the conflict and understands and listens to everything. Really, the part where you try to keep it all to yourself is also very typical of you. I'm making this decision on my own, and I was going to tell Mahiru about it after some proper planning. I commend you for trying to plan that much from such a young age, but I think there's a limit to what one or two people can do. You know what they say, use what you have available, even if it's your parents. But that doesn't mean you can't keep spoiling your parents. Perhaps his parents are telling him this out of the goodness of their hearts, but Amain is too spoiled by his parents. He was allowed to leave his hometown by himself, and he was allowed to live without any financial inconvenience, and he tried to decide his future without consulting them. Although he has done what can best be described as selfish, Shuto does not seem to be bothered by Main's hesitation and laughs it off, saying, "You're modest in a weird way. I think you should rely on me in these areas as a practical matter. As for me, I want to congratulate Amain and, as Shiina-san's parent, I want to congratulate her. I'd rather have a child like Shiina-san be happy without sorrow, and I want my son to be happy too. I hope you'll let me do this at least. Isn't that the kind of thing we're supposed to do on our own? When is that going to happen?" Ugh. It's hard to hear you say that. If we wanted to do it all ourselves, we would have to save up for a few years after entering the workforce. I don't want to miss the ceremony, which is a dream for women, and I want to see Mahiru's dress and white kimono. However, I knew that it would be an act of making Mahiru wait, so I was struggling. Do you really want to make her wait that long, Shiina? Especially for a girl. Time is precious, you know? Still. To me, the ceremony is a gateway, a big gift from the parents to give at the end. My lovely son and daughter are going to leave their parents' hands and live as a couple, and I'd like my parents to help me with that. Smiling and sipping his coffee, Shuto moistens his mouth before opening it again. Of course, if they decide to do it all themselves, I'll support their decision. If not, then let Shiina-san's parents celebrate from us, too. Both Shuto and Shihoko knew that Mahiru was going to take the place of her parents. Knowing Mahiru's family background, I could see that they cared for Mahiru as if she were their own daughter and as if she were their daughter-in-law. As she says, she is giving Mahiru the love as a parent that her parents have not been able to give until now. That is why I could see that he was trying to compromise and had no intention of giving in. Shuto laughed as if he could see through Amain, who wondered if he could really spoil him, and stroked Amain's hair in a messy, wispy manner. "You've always been bad at pampering and relying on me. That's fine. Let me do something parental. I've been spoiled enough." That's not true. I've never had a rebellious period, but I grew up to be independent first, and I've been lonely, you know? It was ticklish and embarrassing, but not unpleasant. His trust and security in his parents made him accept this act with open arms. Amain should be a parent and show me his grandchildren's faces. We don't need to be filial to our parents until our own lives are stable. Fortunately, both Shihoko and I are in good health. We take good care of our health, and in our family, we will live a long life. You'll be able to repay me in a nice way before you die. Shuto smiles and treats Amain like a child. Amain lowers his eyebrows and accepts his treatment as a child. feeling a warm feeling in his heart that he is lucky to be the child of these people. By the time Mahiru and Shihoko returned home from shopping, Shuto had returned to his normal behavior. From the pampering glances and gestures he used to give Amain, it would have been nice to be treated like a child even in front of Mahiru, but I felt a little bit sorry for him. But I wanted to act like a man in front of Mahiru, so I didn't show any concern about what had just happened and greeted them with a calm expression on my face. "Welcome back. Have you finished shopping and talking?" "Of course I did." "Hey, Mahiru." "Yes." In contrast to Shihoko, who is beaming and imposing, Mahiru is shrinking back, so I'm sure that she's probably been told something unnecessary. However, it's not the time to ask her about it, so I dare to go through with it and receive the package. I look at Mahiru and she blushes, which confirms my suspicions that she has been told something unnecessary, and I look at Shihoko with dismay. Shihoko, on the other hand, is laughing unconcernedly. It is a smile filled with a mysterious sense of accomplishment. And I wanted to question Shihoko herself as to what she had infused into Mahiru. "Please, don't tell me anything weird." "Oh my god. I'm not teaching you anything weird, okay? I'm just giving you some advice on what's important for us to spend time together. Isn't that something we'll learn slowly in the future?" "It's okay, because it's something you can't teach boys. We should learn from the wisdom of those who came before us, okay? Is that something I'm allowed to hear out of Mahiru?" "You'll find out soon enough, no problem. I don't think it's disgraceful for a man to rush you. That being said, I have to keep my mouth shut. Mahiru doesn't seem to want to talk either, and I understand that women have complicated matters to discuss with each other, so I shouldn't force her to ask. However, from Shihoko's behavior up to now, it seems that she is not something that can be completely trusted, so even if I did not ask, I would need to be mindful of it." Giving a cold stare to Shihoko's smiling face, Amain carries the fresh food in the supermarket bag to the kitchen and packs it into the refrigerator. There was twice as much food as usual for the four of them, since they were going back to the hotel after having dinner at Amain's house today. That tickled me somewhat. "Amain, do you mind?" Mahiru, who has just finished washing his hands, peeks out at him, and Amain cries a little. "I'd be lying if I said I didn't mind, but I've had a lot to talk about with my dad, and I'm not ready to tell Mahiru about it, so we're even." What did you talk about?" "Secret." Mahiru laughs at Amain, who smiles mischievously and throws the vegetables into the vegetable room, as Mahiru always does, and then laughs as Mahiru fidgetingly pats Amain on the back. "Well, we won't interfere with what Amain wants to give to Mahiru, will we?" After being patted on the head a lot, Shuto said these words to me. "I am not going to rely on my parents that much, so I am going to get a part-time job and prepare the money for the war fund." He is not going to cut corners on the entrance examinations either, so he will have to work even harder to be able to balance the two. I guess I'll have to rely on Kaido. I may have been half joking before, but I've been offered a part-time job, so I guess I'd better take it. I'm not very good at customer service, but it's a good way to get some social experience. Mahiru looked up at Amain with a restless look on her face as she nodded her head and said, "I'm going to have to make a lot of efforts from now on." He smiled at Mahiru and told him again, "Don't tell anyone," and closed the door to the vegetable room in a good mood. Chapter 3, First Steps Towards the Goal. "Well, I'll ask the manager, but he said he needs help, so I think it's probably totally okay." I immediately contacted the number Ayaka and I had exchanged during the preparation for the festival the other day, taking advantage of the fact that I had the next day off. I was wondering where to get a part-time job when I remembered that Ayaka had asked me the other day, and I resorted to it as a way to learn about society and to improve my bad manners. In the meantime, I wanted to surprise Mahiru, and since I did not want him to hear about it, we talked near the entrance of the apartment. The first time he asked Mahiru to come over to his place, he had already turned down the invitation, and he thought that even the tolerant Ayaka would have some difficulty with his sudden offer, but he was puzzled by the very simple reply. No, I don't have an interview or anything. I think they probably will, but I think they'll just walk through it. It's going to be my introduction, so it means that my personality and stuff won't be a problem. I'm a very serious, nice girl at my part-time job, so the manager trusts me. It is nothing unexpected, but Ayaka seems to be trusted even at her part-time job because of her own good character. Even in the short time that I have been involved with Ayaka, I can tell that she is firm, friendly, open-minded, and cheerful, and naturally, she must be well liked. I couldn't help but laugh at Ayaka's voice, as if I could imagine her puffing out her chest on the other end of the phone. I don't mind introducing you, but are you sure about this part-time job, Fujimiya-kun? Well, I think I'm used to customer service and stuff. Well, that's not what I mean. Are you convinced of this, Shiina-san, or did you explain it to them? No, we haven't discussed it yet. Then I think we need to talk about it, don't you? My part-time job pays well, but I think Shiina-san might get jealous. That's the part-time job that Amain is now asking for is Ayaka's part-time job. It is the one that lent her costume for the festival, which means that it is the cafe where she wears that costume and serves customers. If she works at that cafe, naturally Amain will be wearing the same costume as she did at the school festival. Even if he did not say anything and started working there, Mahiru's feelings would be very upset when he found out about it. Mahiru was sulking when Amain was approached by a female customer at the festival and asked for her contact information, so I don't want to do anything that would make Mahiru too anxious. Of course, there is no such thing as cheating on one's partner, and I am sure Mahiru believes that she would never do it, but the emotional issues are different. Why did you suddenly want to work part-time in the first place? I hold my tongue when asked this simple question. I'm sure Ayaka wouldn't tell Mahiru if I asked her to keep it a secret, but I'm embarrassed to say that it was to save up for a ring fund. Everyone who knows her probably knows that Amain loves Mahiru very much, and she is aware of that. But she is still hesitant to explain that she wants to give ring to him. However, Ayaka would not be convinced if I did not tell her, and in the first place, it would not be good to hide things from the person who is mediating for me. Well, you know, can you not tell anyone, especially Mahiru? Oh, I guessed. I want to give something to Shiina-san. Around a Christmas present, I'd like to give her a ring, or something like that. I want to give her a ring, or, I replied, realizing that I was being subtly but hurt, and then silence fell. I was waiting for Ayaka's voice, inwardly impatient, wondering if perhaps I had strayed too far for a student, and after about 10 seconds of silence, she murmured quietly, "Oh, I've been guessed over the phone." I see. I understood and agreed with Fujimiya-kun's intention. Yes, I mean, I want to get it by myself. I see. Then maybe we shouldn't do it. Even though Fujimiya-kun is trying his best for Shiina-san, I don't think Shiina-san would have a good feeling about working in a place where his girlfriend might get involved with a woman. You are right about that, so I replied, well, I'm sorry I didn't think of that, and as I was thinking about my future plans to go home and look at job sites again, I continue. Instead, I hear the voice again. I'm going to go home. If you want to go to another coffee shop, I'll introduce you. It's my aunt's coffee shop, but it's quieter and the customers are older, so I think it would be a good fit for Fujimiya-kun's personality. That's great to hear, but didn't Kaido work there? I think there's no reason not to work there if you have that kind of contacts and are related to them. But Ayaka on the other end of the phone is muddling her words in a way that makes it difficult to say anything. I'm not, you know. Like, I'm not good at aunts. And yet you're introducing me to her. I'm really sorry. Oh, no. Your aunt is kind of, very, very catty, you know, cat-loving? Yes, my aunt is very close to my mother, and she loves me, her daughter, very much, but she spoils me so much that I lose my independence. If the attitude and treatment at work is different, the people at work may not be at peace with it either. Shihoko's attitude toward Mahiru is probably the same as Shihoko's toward Mahiru, as she tells him that she is troubled rather than disgusted. Shihoko is spoiling Mahiru on purpose, anticipating that Mahiru is firm. So it seems that she is in a different state from Ayaka. This is why I am working not at your aunt's place, but at a friend of hers. Well, this might make them look at me a little bit, but I'm proud to say that they like my personality. So yes, that's right. And I think Kaido is kind of so friendly and draws you in when you see him. Shiina-san will get jealous if you talk about that kind of thing lightly, so please be moderate. Aside from my situation, if it's okay with Fujimiya-kun, I'll ask his aunt for confirmation. And if she confirms it, we can go visit the site. Then, I think Fujimiya-kun will be able to make a decision based on what he sees, and I think it will be easier for him to work there. That would be helpful, but I don't know if I can get him to go that far. It's okay. It's okay. Like this. I know Fujimiya-kun likes Shiina-san, so let me help you. If you want, I can even help you with the ring, okay? Well, maybe I'll ask you and Chitose when the time comes. Leave it to me. I think it's better to take the woman's opinion on the ring. And above all, Chitose has been watching over Amain and Mahiru for a long time, so there's no way he won't call on her. If possible, I would like both of them to help. I'll call you or report back to you at school, Ayaka said, and we hung up the phone. Part-time, is it? I went home and called out to Mahiru, who was relaxing in the living room, and he gave me a surprised look. Why so suddenly at this time of the year? I'll be taking exams next year, and to begin with, it's around this time that I'll be starting to study for them. I told him honestly about my part-time job, but Mahiru asked me a very reasonable question. I'd like to keep it a secret from Mahiru until I give it to him, but I'm aware that it's a bit unnatural to start a part-time job in the second semester of my sophomore year, when I'm about to enter the period of full-fledged preparation for the entrance examinations. There's something I really want. Something you want? Also, I'm trying to get some social experience. Of course, I don't intend to work shifts that would interfere with my studies, and by the time my classmates retire from club activities next year, I think I will have saved up enough to be able to concentrate on my studies before the entrance examinations begin in earnest. I think my grades will be about the same as those who are involved in club activities. My grades depend on my effort, so I'm not going to lower them, and even if they do, I'm not going to blame it on my part-time job. Because I am a homecoming student who does not have a part-time job, I have more leeway to concentrate on my studies than students who are involved in club activities. But if I started working part-time, the amount of effort required would probably change. Although I am aware that I am a good student, it will be difficult for me to maintain my grades with the amount of effort I have been putting into my part-time job. However, Amain has no intention of giving up on either his higher education or his future with Mahiru, so he would like to study harder than ever before and take classes more carefully to learn on the spot. Even if this means taking on a great deal of hardship, Amain has no intention of bending or backing down. If you look at Mahiru with a serious face under that determination, Mahiru lowers his eyebrows as if he is troubled. No, it's not for me to interfere, and if you're thinking that far, I respect your choice. I'm going to miss spending less time with you, but, he smiles at me a little sadly, and I almost waver in my decision, but I can't give in on this one, so I give a small smile. Sorry. Instead, I'll give priority to spending time with Mahiru on my day off from my part-time job. Amain-kun always puts me first, so you can put yourself first, okay? In the end, putting yourself first will not fulfill you. You are only fulfilled when you are with Mahiru, and Mahiru's happiness is Amain's happiness as well. I am aware that I am so in love with Mahiru that her happiness is equally bound to Amain's happiness, and although it itches, I still feel most fulfilled when I see the person I love happy. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just take your eyes off of someone and expect them to be happy. Chapter 4, New Interactions. The atmosphere at the school after the substitute holiday for the festival was a bit buoyant, as if the enthusiasm and excitement of the festival had not yet worn off from the students. Even Amain's class, which is rather calm, was more lively than usual by 20%. Occasionally there were classmates whispering about who in which group had started dating whom, and I realized that the cultural festival had also had an impact on the relationships between men and women. I was also aware that the festival has a great impact on the relationships between men and women. Heyo. A slightly sleepy-looking Itsuki enters the classroom and comes to Amain first. Amain waves his hand loosely and looks at Itsuki's face as he replies, "Hayo." I haven't heard how he was back home after that karaoke session when he revealed his problems to me. If Daiki had said something to him, he would have been depressed or in a bad mood, but I was relieved to see that his expression was perfectly normal. "Good morning to you too, Shiina-san. Today too, yeah? Good morning. Is something wrong?" Itsuki greets Mahiru, who was naturally by his side, but when he sees Mahiru's face, his eyes narrow in wonder. After looking at Mahiru as if confirming something, he blinks his cheeks. "What's with that face?" He looks at me and wants to say something, so I narrow my eyes and wonder if there's a problem, but his gaze is not accusatory, so I don't understand. "Amain-kun or come on? Huh? Just do it." For some reason, Amain was called away, so he is taken by Itsuki to the edge of the classroom, blatantly raising his eyebrows. Then he moves a little closer, a little less conspicuously, and opens his mouth in a small way. Did you cross a line with Shiina-san? Huh?" Mahiru's voice rises in a silly tone and she peeks out from the distance to see what's going on, so Amain suppresses the embarrassment that is about to color his cheeks and waves his hand saying, "It's nothing." He glares at Itsuki the moment Mahiru's gaze is momentarily removed, but he can't complain about anything as he is greeted by Itsuki's dumbfounded expression. Hey, what do you think you're moving for? Don't blow yourself up. Self-destruct. That's what you do when you suddenly start acting weird. I mean, you don't understand the strange things that are oozing out of us. I don't know, Shiina-san's behavior is different from usual, and your distance is also different to begin with. It was close to being close to you after you originally revealed your relationship, but the atmosphere. When Amain is told that the atmosphere is different, his gaze flicks once to Mahiru. Mahiru waits quietly at Amain's seat and looks at him curiously. When their gazes meet, they blush. Nothing's changed. I can't be objective. It's true that the two of them are always flirting, but the quality of the atmosphere between them is different from the time of the school festival. They already know each other very well, and they belong to each other. It's not what you're imagining. Hey? At least, not to the end. He starts grinning as if to say that he has seen through it all if I blare it out, so I poke him in the side with my fist to distort his annoyed face. Disgusted, I stepped further and sighed softly. I'm nervous about how sharp Itsuki is when he notices the change, but in any case, I'm going to tell Itsuki and Chitters about what Amain and Mahiru are going to do. I'm not going to go so far as to say how much they know about each other's bodies, but I should at least tell them that I'm looking forward to the future. I'm not going to do it in the first place, not yet, because I promised Mahiru that I would. Promise? I'm not going to do it until I can be responsible. I'm going to take responsibility for the rest of my life, and you're going to wait until then. I tell him again, aware that it's an embarrassing promise to make, and he rolls his eyes, then looks at me with eyes that contain a subtle mixture of disgust and amazement. I think your patience and sincerity are great and I respect you, but I'm not sure if you're okay with it. Maybe it's not okay, but it's okay. I want to take care of you and, you know, I mean it. I found someone I'm going to walk with from now on, and I want to respect them and take good care of them. To tell you the truth, I'm a little worried that I won't be able to bear it, but I'm not going to break my promise because I'm too embarrassed to do so. It's like you're in love with him. Shut up. Well, if you're that serious, Shiina-san will be pleased. By the way, if you can't take it anymore, let me know. I'll give you some items to help you out. I know what you're going to give me, but it's none of your business. I think you're the one who's going to regret being cool. It's complicated to have such a condescending concern from a friend. So I prod him. But he cowered his shoulders as if to show his good grief. I sigh in exasperation as I return Itsuki's defeated gaze. Anyway, I'm going to be with Mahiru when I graduate, and I'm going to prepare now for that. Prepare? Oh, good morning, Fujimiya. Why are you sneaking around like that? Ayaka enters the classroom at just the right moment and raises her hand lightly. And she looks at you both with a curious gaze as she leisurely approaches you. It's suspicious that two boys are sneaking around together. I vote that Akazawa-kun was telling Fujimiya-kun a strange story. I don't trust me. Ayaka, laughing her head off, looks at Amain and wonders if she should open her mouth. He glanced at Itsuki, which probably means that he's not sure if it's okay to say that Itsuki is there or if it's better to tell him what he wants later. As for Amain, he had no intention of hiding the fact that he was going to work part-time, and he was going to tell Itsuki why. So Amain asked, "Have you made any progress on what I asked you to do?" Ayaka laughed as if she was a little relieved. "About the part-time job. Your aunt said it's good, so I'd be happy to let you know when it's convenient for you again." "Okay, I'll get back to you." "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in." "No, I'm here to help if your friend was in trouble, and your aunt is glad I'm here for you." Ayaka smiles slightly annoyed, and Amain also smiles slightly. Ayaka, who seems to be quite liked by her aunt, looks annoyed, but as the person who introduced her to the job, she is very grateful. "I should thank her again next time." I waved her off as she walked to her seat, and she nodded her head in understanding. "I see. Sounds like a lot of work. My parents said they wanted to pay for the ceremony and stuff, but at least the ring, it's my choice, and I should be willing to buy this much hardship for a wish." It is unforgivable for Amain's pride to leave everything to his parents to make a lifelong vow, so he should prepare it by himself. I felt that having Ayaka help me find a job was not all on my own, but I thought it would be a good idea to get help from others to achieve my goals smoothly. "You are really single-minded when you decide to do something. I think that's great. It's just. Didn't you talk to me first about that kind of thing?" The first time I saw him, I was blindingly aware of what he had said, and then I patted him on the head and said, "Next time I'll be sure to rely on you." He was slightly embarrassed, and he was poked on the shoulder, but Amain knew it was an attempt to hide his embarrassment, so he just laughed it off like he did with Itsuki earlier. "Haha, Ikkan would be sulking too." After lunch, Chitters, who had wondered why Jayu had been so subtly unfaithful in the morning, called me into the hallway and asked me what was going on. I raised my eyebrows, but Chitters's attacks didn't seem to stop. The attack is not going to stop, but it is going to get more and more violent. The way he hits her, giving her a shock rather than pain, is filled with something. Chai-kun has friends and connections in many places, but the first person he turns to is another girl, which makes you want to sulk. He is the best friend of Amain, except for Mahiran. Well, I'm sorry about that, but I had just remembered that I had been invited to work part-time, so I asked Ayaka for help, but I guess that wasn't funny to Amain. As for Amain, he felt sorry for making him feel like an outsider this time, since he is the one who is the closest to him in the same gender and has been relying on Itsuki up to now. Part of it is that I avoided burdening him too much because he usually relies on me too much. But this time it backfired on me. I think I wanted him to rely on me. He's proud to be your best friend, and I think he wanted to return the favor because he's been saved in some ways by you. I've been saved. I'm the one who's been saved. I'm the one who should return that favor, and I didn't want to bother you. That's what's wrong with you, Amain. He tends to think that his self-evaluation and others' evaluation are the same. You should not deny it because he saved your life. You'll be denying his feelings too. I really feel bad. Well, if you understand, good. If you're sorry, why don't you talk to me again about something else? And, of course, you can talk to me about. Chitters looks up at Amain with the brightest, most radiant smile ever, and Amain pulls his cheeks back. Maybe Chitters is angry, too? Her smile is strangely smiling and seems to be sincere, but her eyes are not smiling. Chitters always has a carefree smile on his face, but right now it is hardly a pure smile. Well, that's right, isn't it? It makes me sad that she won't talk to me about anything even though we've been friends for about a year and a half. Ugh. I'm really sorry, I'll be careful next time. Oh, my God. You're so watery. I mean, if you won't tell us, you can't keep it from Mahiru, can you? You want to surprise us, don't you? You're absolutely right. Then you'd better say it right. Chitters was punched in the side of the head, but this did not stop Amain, as he had it all to himself. Chitters bullies Amain with his fists for a while, then exhales loudly as if to say he's ready to start over. Well, it was obvious that Amain was thinking of a future with Mahirun, and once again I understood that he loves Mahirun. Amain is so delirious that I can't even imagine what he used to be like. I know that I am much more lenient to Mahiru than I used to be, and I feel that I am closer to others than I used to be. It is not only thanks to Mahiru, but also thanks to Itsuki and Chitters and others. Although I am not happy with the expression dear, I am still in love with Mahiru, and I cannot deny it, but it's not something I find amusing to have it pointed out, so I can't help but raise my eyebrows. Anyway, I've already made up my mind. So, if you can help me, I'd be happy to. I want help from a woman's point of view, and I want you to help me purely as a friend. So I fold my hips tightly and bow my head, and a sigh of exasperation falls on my whiskers. I'll do it even if you don't ask me to. After all, it's for my best friend's happiness. Chitters. Of course I'm talking about Mahirun, right? Amain is watery, so he's downgraded. Goo. That can't be helped. I'm just kidding, they are both dear friends of mine. I want this to work out, and I'll help you if I can. I looked up and saw Chitters with his usual bright and cheerful smile on his chest, so I smiled and lightly tapped him on the shoulder as if relieved. You're taking a side trip with Chitters today, aren't you? After school that day, I tried to go home with Mahiru as usual, but he refused in an apologetic voice, so Amain lightly laughed and accepted. I didn't intend to tie him up in the first place, and there was no reason why we absolutely had to be together. In fact, I didn't know why he was so concerned about us. I wondered if I was the type to tie him up so much, and I looked back at myself on a daily basis. But Mahiru remained apologetic. Well, I may be late getting home. Shihoko is there, so I'm sure it won't be a problem. Why, Mum? An unexpected word flies out and Amain can't help but stare at Mahiru's face. His parents haven't returned to their hometown yet. They had taken a long paid vacation earlier, and they are going back to their hometown to see the sights at Shihoko's request. I had heard that they would be hanging around here today since they plan to return tomorrow, but I never expected that they would involve not only Mahiru but also Chitters. Shihoko wants to talk to Chitters. I have a feeling she's going to blow something unnecessary into my head. Haha, no way, it's possible. If you're my mother, Mahiru will stop me then. However, I don't have much hope because I understand that there is a big possibility that Mahiru won't stop her either, or Shihoko's momentum is too strong to stop her. I looked at Mahiru with a sincere wish that she would at least stop revealing her black history, and although I did not mean to stare passionately at her, she turned away with a blush. Chitters, who seems to have finished getting ready to go home, comes up to Mahiru with a chuckle. Yes, what are you doing, you couple? I'm just worried that you're going to get some weird shit from your mum. You finally stop denying that you and your wife are, or rather staring at each other and wondering what you're doing. Don't worry about that. Your mother's the type to smile and reveal things without realizing it. Oh, well, that means you've got a scar on your shin. I don't have anything like that, but you don't like it when people bring up your childhood. I don't think you want other people telling you what you used to be either. That was. Well, Chitters and I became friends in high school, but from what I heard from Mitsuki and Kadoaki, Chitters was the complete opposite of the type of person he is now. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with this, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Well, That's that. I have something I want to talk to Shihoko-san about at length, so I'll talk to her about something other than Amain. What are you going to talk about? That's a girl's secret. So I'm going to borrow your wife. Chitars smiles and wraps her arms around Mahiru's arm, and Mahiru looks happy to snuggle up to Chitars, though her eyes are downcast with shame. If Mahiru is okay with that, fine, but there is a subtle uneasiness about what on earth they are going to talk about. Oh, aren't you two going home together today? As I watch the two of them clinging to each other in a friendly manner, reminding their mother, who is not here at the moment, not to talk about anything strange if possible, one of the girls peeks out of the corner of my eye. Ayaka, with a friendly smile on her face as she swings her neatly coiffed ponytail, rolls her eyes when she notices that Chitars is pulling Mahiru's hand. Kaido, the two of you said you were going to stop by. I see. Well then, Shiina-san, can I borrow your husband? Hey. What surprised Mahiru, who froze at the sudden offer, was either that Amain was working with a girl, even if she was a friend, or that she described Amain as her husband. She is not sure which, but she looks at Ayaka with an expression of surprise. Fujimiya-kun, if you don't have any plans, I'd like you to go out with me after this. Oh, don't worry, Shiina-san, it's never that kind of a relationship. Well, I'm not worried about that part, but if Ayaka is asking you out, it's probably something related to your part-time job. If she suddenly got a part-time job, now might be a good time for her to get it, considering the contract and the guardian's permission. How about you, Fujimiya? Are you available? Well, I don't have any plans. I didn't have any plans today other than my usual training and assignments, and I was fortunate that I could handle a sudden invitation like this. Thank goodness. It's a free day, and you two are always together, so it's hard to interrupt. That's why I hesitate to call out to them. It's not that we're always together. We don't always stick together at home either. We're in the same space. That's what you're saying, the way you say it. They're always at home. They're already flirting. Ayaka giggles and smiles happily when I hold my tongue, unable to argue with her. Well, that's why we're so close and important, isn't it, Fujimiya-kun? Yes, that's right. Bad. No, I think it's good because it makes me feel warm and fuzzy when I look at it. Oh no, Shiina-san is loved too. Mahiru is being bombarded by the people around her as she beams with an aura of happiness at the word loved, but Mahiru doesn't seem to notice. Ayaka may be doing it on purpose, but I can't complain because I owe her a great deal. But when she gave him a smirk and a thumbs up when he looked at her and said, "Don't tell me why you're working part-time," Amain could only sigh. After separating from Chitars and the others, Amain walked as Ayaka led him. It seemed that he would have no problem commuting to work since it was not that far away, although he would have to take the train. The question is whether or not he will be hired. When he asked Ayaka, she smiled and replied, "Don't worry, don't worry. My aunt's store is run by a small number of people, and recently the number of customers has been increasing, so they're short on staff and looking for polite girls." The hourly wage was high, but she was having a hard time finding someone who fit the atmosphere of the store and who would be liked by the customers. Then Fujimiya's offer came along. Lucky me. It's like a boat with a crowd kind of thing. Like a godsend? I'm sure Fujimiya will be able to handle it. I'm not sure if he's polite or not. I wouldn't go out of my way to be rude, but I would tilt my head if someone said I was polite. I think I have the necessary courtesy, but it is very difficult to say that it is ideal. I cower my shoulders and say, "You're buying," but Ayaka's cheerful voice, again, immediately denies me. Fujimiya-kun can really use different attitudes with different people, can't he? To the teachers, he acts like a very polite and respectful honor student. He's a superior person, and he'd rather be looked at than looked at, because if he's looked at well, he'll get something out of it. Of course I treat them with respect because they are older and superior, but I also have the motive that the better the faculty member remembers me, the better my grades and further education will be. Although this is not the whole reason, there are still calculations, so he is not a real honor student. A real honor student is the type like Mahiru or Yuta, and Amain is only trying to make it look that way. I cower my shoulders because I don't think I'm cute enough to be thinking like that, and Ayaka gives me a light smile. Isn't that fine? What's important in this case is that you have manners, respect the TPO and respect the other person. No matter what your personal intentions are, all you can see is the result. If the result is good, it doesn't matter what's in your heart. Kaido is that type of person? Surprising? I'm pretty much the type of person who splits my time between the two. I don't seek merit in everything I do, but I don't think it's wrong to find some merit in my actions to some degree, and I don't always act with good intentions. I'm lightly blindsided by Ayaka, who says it plainly, but is thinking quite severely, but it's not dismay or esteem. It's a kind of familiarity. Even this time it's the same. I suggested it because it is merit for me. Sometimes it's not 100% good intentions. Ayaka's goodness is also well understood when she says that up front, so Amain smiles wryly and asks, by the way, what's the merit this time? I ask. I think Ayaka is mostly doing this out of the goodness of her heart, as she responded to my sudden and reckless request, but she doesn't seem to want to admit it. Of course it's because my aunt is in trouble, but, most of all, I'd like So-chan to have a few more good friends. Chino? Yeah, So-chan is a rather quiet and absent-minded person who doesn't show much interest in other people, but she seemed to have a good impression of Fujimiya-kun, and I thought that the quiet type of Fujimiya-kun would be a good match for her. So I introduced her to the store where So-chan works and where Fujimiya-kun is looking for a part-time job and where she can solve her aunt's manpower problem. I'm sorry, but the benefits to me are pretty big, Ayaka apologizes, shaking her head and smiling. No, I was surprised when I first heard that Chino was working there, but I'm the one who's being introduced. It's nice to have a classmate working for me. It's reassuring. Really? That's great. The way she blanches, as if she's released all her tension at once, makes me believe that Ayaka must be a good person after all. I mean, that's fine, but you didn't work at your aunt's place when you have a boyfriend yourself. That's, partly for the reason I told you before. Aunt loves me too, but she seems to likes being with So-chan the most. Yeah? When I'm with him, he's watching over me, so it's not like I have to work. I've been loved by both of them since I was a little girl. I also look at her when I'm with her, and she tells me, "You're going to drool, so don't do that." Wow, you laughed, didn't you? I'm not a drooler. I don't drool in front of people. Ayaka blushed slightly and lifted her eyebrows, but because of the content, it was not powerful at all and made her laugh even more, so Amain laughed without hiding it on purpose. The restaurant that Ayaka finally arrived at was a coffee shop with a relaxed atmosphere. It had the chic atmosphere of an old-fashioned coffee shop, and from its appearance, it seemed to have a somewhat upscale feel, as if the customers were of a certain age group. Are you sure this is the place? Why do you doubt it? It's a nice, relaxing place. I know it sounds like a nice place, but isn't it unsuitable for students to work there? What I imagine when I hear student part-time cafe is a typical big chain store, but this place has a stately atmosphere that seems to be the opposite of that. That's why you invited a young but solid person like Fujimiya-kun. Anyway, let's go say hello to your aunt. I smile at Ayaka's positive attitude while adding a small, even though I don't feel like it, and I follow behind her with curiosity to see what kind of person this aunt of hers is. When I opened the heavy door with the close sign hanging on it, I heard a slight creak of the hinges and the sound of the doorbell ringing, which for some reason made me feel nostalgic. The coffee shop that she led us into was a very calm place, as one would expect from its appearance. The interior was simple and elegant, with dark oak and white as the basic colors, and the store was well cleaned, giving it an air of refinement. The walls were covered with bookshelves filled with books. There are not as many seats as one might expect. The small number of seats, which is not as many as you would find in a coffee shop chain, is a clear indication that this is a privately owned business. However, thanks to this, it was a very quiet space where one could take a breather. different from a chain restaurant, as I was looking at the interior without any hesitation. As if it was a holiday, a woman wearing a navy apron appeared from the back of the restaurant. At a quick glance, she was a calm woman, about 1 year removed from Amain. She is a beautiful woman with long black hair, who would look at home in a coffee shop or an antiquarian bookstore. "Oh, Ayaka, welcome. It's been a while, Aunt Bunker." The woman called Fumiko smiles at Ayaka, who bows politely and gives her a gentle look. "I'm glad you're here. I missed you because you rarely drop by even when Suji-kun is here." "Ugh, I'm sorry about that. I thought I was disturbing Aunt Bunker." "I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm just glad you two are here. I'm going to work so hard." The two of them are not only in the same room, but also in the same room. Watching them from a step behind, Amain tilted his head inwardly. The neat appearance and gestures of the two women were not something that Ayaka would be uncomfortable with, and Amain could not help but be puzzled. She seemed to be a very ordinary woman, as far as I could tell from the little conversation I saw with her. She seemed to be a calm and ladylike woman, and there was nothing to indicate that she would be a dislike for Ayaka. If I had to say more, I would say that her eyes were full of affection toward Ayaka, but I don't understand what she meant when she said that she was not good at Ayaka. I can't complain because everyone has his or her own sense of dislike, but it's hard for me to agree. While I was watching Ayaka's subtly faltering appearance, the woman's gaze suddenly turned toward me. Nubatama's eyes blinked, searching for a moment, but in the next moment they changed to a soft gaze. "Is that the girl Ayaka was talking about? The one who volunteered for the part-time job?" Yes. He wants a part-time job." "Fujimiya-kun. This is the owner of this store, Fumika Itamaki. She's my aunt. I am Amain Fujimiya. Thank you for taking the time to see me." "Well, it's okay. It's Ayaka-san's request. I'm sure Ayaka-san's a connoisseur, so I'm sure there will be no problem." Smiling softly, Itamaki looks at Amain once more as if he is caressing her, and then smiles again. It was a beautiful smile, elegant yet unfathomable, so beautiful you could almost feel the pressure, and it felt as if the hairs on your back stood on end. "By the way, what is your relationship with Ayaka?" "She's a classmate, a friend of mine and my girlfriend's." I get a chill for some reason, so I deny it once and for all, and my smile becomes mild. The chills that had been torturing me are gone, so perhaps this reply is the right one. "Well, good." Ayaka-san and Suji-kun are very much in love with each other, so if there was some kind of side love, we would be in trouble, wouldn't we? I have a lover I'm committing my future to, so it's unlikely. "Well, that's nice." Amain involuntarily backs away slightly as her black eyes sparkle with light, but Wenhua doesn't seem to mind and her cheeks are flushed. It looked like the expression of a maiden in love, and little by little, he somehow began to understand what Ayaka was having trouble with. "It's wonderful that you are so determined at your age." "Is that why you volunteered for the part-time job?" "Yes, I did." "Well, I wanted to give her a ring." "Lovely." Yeah, I'd love it if you'd work here." "Aunt." Instant decision. "No, I knew that, but," as Amain froze when he was told that he was hired without a good interview, and Ayaka sighed with a look of dismay and bewilderment, Fumiko smiled with a really good-humored smile on her face. "Aunt, it's not a good idea to dig too deep into your roots, you know." "Oh, I won't ask you anything you don't want to, okay? But I'd like to know how you got used to each other." "I feel sorry for Fujimiya-kun, who is used to your aunt's hobbies and work, so please keep it to a minimum. I'll get your permission, and I'll just use the situation as a reference, okay? Hobbies and work, Aunt Bunker. The coffee shop is not my day job. My day job is being a writer and doing other things, so I don't know why I'm running a coffee shop anymore." Ayaka spills out that it's strange because that's how she makes all the money, and when I look at Bunker without thinking, she has a smile on her face that I can't read her inner thoughts. "Of course, the coffee shop is well managed, so you don't have to worry about it going under. We'll be bouncing the paychecks, too. Aunt, please calculate your hourly rate properly, don't give her any allowance or anything like that." Don't worry so much. Ayaka was giving a very serious lecture to Fumika, who lowered her eyebrows, and Amain was subtly worried about whether she would be able to work here. Whether it was good or bad, Amain was hired immediately and came home with an employment contract. It was more of a meeting than an interview, but he was relieved to know that his employer was pleased with him. I don't know if it was so easy to get the job, but it was a good thing that I found a place to work. In fact, it was going so well that I was worried that there might be repercussions later on. All that was left to do was to send the contract signed and sealed by myself and my parents. On the way home, Ayaka apologized to me, but I had heard that Fumika seemed to be a strong character, so I guess it was inevitable that Ayaka would be intimidated by her. This is a different type from Shihoko, who is very pushy and selfish. Miss Tritamaki is a Miss Tritamaki, the type you shouldn't let your mother meet. Shihoko is meeting with cheaters today, and to be honest, I'm not sure how it will turn out because I personally think those two are the dangerous type not to mix them up. Both cheaters and Shihoko know the line they must not cross, and I think they will be fine, but I am sure Mahiru is falling prey to their momentum. I opened the front door, deciding that I will work on them when they return. I'm home. Is that you, Dad? Welcome home. I had expected to find no one here, so my welcome home greeting was a small one, but for some reason I froze for a moment when I was greeted by Shato, who was supposed to be enjoying his sightseeing. I had no intention of complaining about the fact that Shihoko and Shato are renting this room and have a duplicate key, so it's not surprising that they're here. Shato shows his curiosity to Amain, who freezes. Oh, I was in contact with them, but I guess I didn't notice. Shihoko and the others are going to have dinner outside, so I thought I would cook dinner for them while I pick up the part-time job contract from Amain. On the way home after the interview, I had sent a message to him saying that I had gone for an interview for a part-time job and had been accepted and that I wanted him to sign the contract as my guardian, but I had put my phone away afterwards and did not realize that I had received the message. When I took out my phone, I saw a message from Shato in the notification box. Sorry, I didn't notice. I mean, shouldn't my dad have gone with me? I heard you went on an outing, but I didn't expect to share dinner with you. I understood that they hit it off that well, but how should I feel about my father being an outcast? It was supposed to be the three women getting along, and Shirakawa-san would be reserved if I were there, right? If that's the case, I'd have been reserved from the start, and I'd have been working on my own. But then I saw the message from Amain, and I just thought, that's perfect. After all, I guess it was not comfortable for either of them to have their fathers participate in the girls' party. Amain cowered, convinced that Shihoko probably didn't force him to invite her because she was concerned about him. Was that good? It's your day off, and you come to my house. I came here to see Amain and the others from the beginning. Sightseeing is just a side trip. I was here a long time ago to begin with, so I don't think it's any more of a novelty than seeing you, Shihoko. Well, maybe so, but come on. Besides, wouldn't it be lonely for Amain to eat alone? And I'm worried about the food. I'm able to cook normally, at least for a while. I reply to the slightly teasing voice with a voice of unfaithfulness. I'm not sure if it's really just a matter of time, but Amain is able to cook as well. Of course, it can't be compared to Mahiru's outstanding skills, but it's still a world of difference compared to when I first moved here. I have progressed to the point where I can get a pass from Mahiru if I follow a recipe properly. I didn't want to sound like I wasn't making any effort at all to do something I wasn't good at, so my voice became a little sharp, but for some reason Shato's smile deepened when he saw how Amain was looking at him. Oh well, Amain is a kid who can do it if he tries. That's great. Are you making fun of me? No way. It's just that it's always been one of my dreams to cook alongside my kids, so I'm glad that the opportunity has unexpectedly presented itself. With a gentle, compassionate smile on his face, Amain is also taken aback and looks at Shato. You're going to help me, aren't you? He sounds convinced that he is going to help me. Of course. He didn't intend to leave it solely to Shato, but the way he said it as if he saw through Amain's intentions made me chuckle. As if I still couldn't win. Oh. The first time I saw him, I thought he was a good guy, but he was not a good guy at all. After taking a break from eating the meatball pasta that Shuto and Hermione had made together, the sound of the front door being unlocked suggests that Mahiru and his family have returned. Thinking that it was unusual to greet Mahiru, I headed for the front door to find Mahiru and Shihoko there with a bunch of paper bags in their arms. It's hard to imagine that this is the amount of paper bags they would need for a day's shopping. But Hermione, who doesn't have much of an appetite for things, has no idea what they're made of. "Why do you have all that stuff?" "Oh, don't worry, I've got one for you too, okay?" "No, I don't care about my share, but why did you go shopping like that and what did you buy?" "I know that my parents make a lot of money and that they're basically the type of people who don't waste money, so I'm sure it was something they really wanted, but it's still a bit much. I think it might be clothes or cute accessories for Mahiru-chan. I've also bought Mahiru-chan's choice of clothes for her to wear. And by dare, I mean buy something I wouldn't normally wear. It is complicated to have your mother buy you clothes, but since Mahiru picked them out, it can't be so terrible." I'll hear more about that from Mahiru later, but I can't help but feel that there are a lot of paper bags. As he looks at Shihoko with subtle dismay, Shihoko slips past Hermione with a wry smile on her face, and Hermione looks at Mahiru, who is left behind. She looks a little bewildered, or rather, suspicious that she is buying too much, but it seems that Shihoko bought with enthusiasm for Mahiru and couldn't stop her. "You didn't buy anything weird, did you?" "Hey, nothing weird, but, I see, then good." I accept the paper bag from Mahiru with a sense of relief at her mysteriousness. I don't know if it belongs to Mahiru or not, but it would be bad to keep letting her carry the baggage. As I watch over Mahiru taking off her shoes, I listen towards the living room and see Shihoko talking with Shuto in the living room. Apparently they were talking about their part-time jobs, and I heard a voice that sounded almost like a habitual. "Oh my goodness." Amaniko's signature was not necessary since Shuto had written the contract for the part-time job in the Guardian's column on her behalf, but perhaps I should have talked to Shihoko about it first. Well, there's also the fact that Dad was quicker to talk to her and we didn't get Mom. My parents were not originally planning to come here for sightseeing, although they are coming to the house today as a result. So, my parents would return to the hotel after taking a break. As I wait for Mahiru to change into his slippers, I am slightly tickled to see him using Hermione's body as a support, and he looks up at me as if he has just remembered me. "Speaking of which, how was your visit to your part-time job?" "Well, they seemed to like me, and they hired me." I'm puzzled because I didn't expect them to hire me so easily, but Mahiru says, "I knew you'd get the job, Hermione-kun, didn't I?" Mahiru replied as if it was nothing. Mahiru's confidence in Hermione, or perhaps his overestimation of him, was a little too high, but I knew that if I told him this, he would accuse me of being so condescending, so I kept quiet. "By the way, what is the owner like?" "How would you say she is a unique lady or?" "She said she's Kaido's aunt, but I heard she's quite a bit older than Kaido's mother, so she's like an older sister." I didn't ask her age because I thought it was taboo to ask women their age, but I think she is usually in her mid to late 20s. Incidentally, Ayaka told me on the road that her mother loved her younger sister, Fumika, very much, and that Fumika also adored her sister, leading her to love Ayaka, her sister's daughter, as a cat. I felt Mahiru's cheeks harden slightly at the mention of big sister, so I gently poked them with my fingertips to loosen the tension. "Don't worry, he seems to be a couple lover watching kind of guy, so he wanted to hear about me and Mahiru getting along, you know?" Mahiru blushed and shrugged uncomfortably. "It's not that I'm doubting you, you know. I just wondered what I could do if I fell in love with Hermione-kun." "No, I don't." "Yes." I smile back at Mahiru, who for some reason is making a strong argument, and gently pat her head. Feeling bad for making her feel uneasy, I gently run my fingers through her hair as if enjoying the feel of her soft hair. Even if that happened, I wouldn't respond, and if by some chance it did and it interfered with my work, I'd quit. "Well, I don't want you to go that far. I just thought, you know, it's a little hazy." "Yeah. So if you're going to make her feel bad, you shouldn't work there. I mean, it's not like my goal is to work there, it's just to get the money I need for my goal. By the looks of it, there's no way in hell I'm going to fall in love with Amain in the unlikely event that I do. But if that unlikely eventuality happens and something goes wrong, I'm sorry Ayaka, but I'll quit and find another place to work. I work to make Mahiru happy, and if it makes her sad, I don't need to stay there. They will take other means. He is not going to mistake purpose for means, and he is not so stupid or slow as to make a mistake in his choice. So don't worry, Mahiru adds, burying his face in Amain's chest. What's wrong? I like that about you. That's what you mean? That's what I'm talking about, idiot. When I teased him, he mumbled a little sulkily and head-butted me on the chest, so I laughed and accepted it while gently patting Mahiru's back. Chapter 5, Lunch for 3, so he ended up getting a part-time job. The next day at school, Itsuki asked me about it, and when I nodded honestly, he cowered his shoulders in a light-hearted manner. I wasn't worried because it was Kaido's introduction, but I'm glad it was decided. Well, I'm concerned that there's something Amain seems to be trying to say. Well, yeah, I mean, he was kind of a dense guy. He must have been quite a guy, if you ask me. I'm curious about the opposite. Amain chuckles as Itsuki laughs, tilting the chair he sits in with his weight, but he's going to keep it to himself for now. If I tell him, he'll come to my workplace right away. At least until Amain gets used to his new part-time job, he will make sure that no one he knows will come to his workplace. Even if it is Mahiru, that will not change. When I told Mahiru this in the morning, she sulked so much that her morning time became her favorite time. Mahiru is talking with Chitters. Chitters is looking at me and grinning, but I don't want to make her laugh by reacting, so I let it go. Well, I think he's a somewhat unusual person, but I think he'll work without any problems. And Kaido says if you need anything, don't hesitate to rely on Chino. Kaido's boyfriend. You know, the hidden matcha guy. I'm sure he'd have a complicated look on his face if he were asked about that perception. I'm sure he'd give Kaido the stink eye after that, but I think he's going to look at Ayaka, who planted that perception in him rather than blaming us. She is not too offended, but rather she is likely to say, "What's wrong?" I would like to work on Tsuji, who is unwillingly spreading his perception without his knowledge. By the way, Ayaka has not come to school yet, or she is at Tsuji's place, or there is no sign of her in the classroom. Anyway, just knowing someone there makes me feel safer, and from what I've heard from the owner, the older, more generous crowd seems to be the regulars, so they don't have that much trouble. That's good to hear. Well, whatever the case, I'm glad you got the part-time job. Next time you have any problems, just come to me. Yes, I'm counting on you, good friend. When I patted him on the back, he slapped me back with more force than when Amain slapped him, after his mouth turned into a smile. This is also his way of expressing his friendship with me. So he coughs and smiles and says, "You son of a bitch," and gently presses his fist against my cheek. The first time I saw him, he was looking at me with a slightly dissatisfied expression on his face. He seems to be unhappy about not coming to his part-time job, which he had told me in the morning, or perhaps he's holding back. However, he seems to know this rationally, and since Mahiru had agreed to put up with him during the morning pampering time, there should be no problem. Itsuki followed Amain's gaze and made a sudden jab at him. "You're still loved as always," and Amain raised an eyebrow. "Well, Shiina-san, Chie, and Amain's mom went shopping yesterday, right? I heard that she had fun picking out clothes for Amain, but what did Shiina-san buy? Is that the one I have to tell you about? Oh, you left me alone, my dear friend. I knew you'd still hold a grudge, so, cat-stuffed pajamas." The first thing that comes to mind is the contents of the paper bag that Mahiru handed me yesterday, and when I reluctantly mention it, Itsuki blurts out a big mouthful. Yes, Shihoko and Mahiru bought these stuffed cat pajamas with cat ear hoods for Amain. The fact that they had prepared something in a size that would be fine for a man of Amain's height should be a headache for him. Oh, You're the one with the stuffed pajamas. Shut up. Mahiru wears rabbits instead, so it's okay. At my age and size, it's almost embarrassing to wear a pair of obviously cute kigurumi pajamas, but when Mahiru stares at me with her sparkling eyes, I have no choice but to put them on. If it had been up to me to wear the pajamas by myself, I would have refused to do so, but I guess I was aware of the unfairness of it, and Mahiru bought a pair of pale pink stuffed pajamas with a rabbit motif for herself, as if to say that she would wear them instead. In exchange for Mahiru wearing the pajamas and not having her picture taken, Amain also agreed to wear the stuffed pajamas. I think I will wear it again when I sleep over. It will be much healthier than the previous negligee, so it will be easier for Amain to endure. I'll have Shiina-san take a picture of Amain in his pajamas and send it to you. Hey, don't do that. I told him never to take pictures in the first place. It's okay. It's okay, it's probably cute. Cover that pouty mouth of yours first, you idiot. Amain, whose mouth is quivering, pats Amain on the shoulder, who is making unnecessary decisions, but Amain doesn't fight back. He just shakes his body and laughs. A little further away were Chittas and Mahiru, who were nodding at each other and saying, "We really get along well with each other, don't we?" Usually, he has lunch with Mahiru and his friends, but today, at Ayaka's invitation, he was to have lunch with Ayaka and Tsuji. Ayaka had not mentioned it, but it seemed to be an opportunity to deepen their friendship with Tsuji, who would be working at the same place. Amain, for his part, felt more comfortable accepting the invitation than working with a friend's boyfriend with whom he had barely spoken before. Ayaka took Amain to the rooftop, where he saw Tsuji, who had already laid out a leisure sheet and was waiting for him. Tsuji was not particularly upset, as if he knew that Amain was coming. "So Fujimiya-kun is going to work with So-chan." Ayaka smiles a friendly, bright smile as she looks at Amain, who has borrowed a corner of a leisure seat and is sitting down. Incidentally, Tsuji, despite Ayaka's smile, gives Amain a nonchalant, rather slightly pitying look. "Oh, you got caught up in Ayaka. Well, it's rude to say I got you involved. I was just directing the right people to the right place of work. I do think Fujimiya would certainly be a good fit for that store, right? I think you should look at me a little more carefully." Ayaka, looking utterly and plasteredly disapproving, was a little younger than usual, and I felt a smile on my face, probably directed only at Chino. "No, it's something I offered to do, and Kaido is helping me out." "Really? But you must have been baffled by Fumika." Well, I didn't expect her to be that type, so I was somewhat pressured, but she doesn't seem to be a bad person, and I think that type will probably mature if given the right amount of fuel, so I hope we can talk to her without causing any real harm to ourselves. However, it is true that I would have been more prepared if you had told me beforehand, so I had some things to say to Ayaka about that. Because I didn't know how to explain someone like Aunt Bunker. It's so intense. No, well, it's decided that I can work as a result, and that's fine. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. He's a good guy, you know? It's just that, you know, he spoils you when you put him in your pocket, and he's a little bit of a natural. And he's just a little bit delusional on a daily basis. The feeding thing is, well, it's just the way it is, as long as there's no harm done. Probably not. Yeah. Well, maybe. I wondered if I should go in and say, maybe he's not confident, but since it's not his fault, I decided not to, and Amain unwrapped Mahiru's homemade lunchbox. Since Shuto cooked dinner and pasta yesterday, this lunchbox was filled with his usual leftovers, a side dish that Shuto made with leftover ingredients, and a side dish that Mahiru made in the morning. I felt very sorry that I had to go to the trouble of making a reasonable amount of side dishes in the morning, but Mahiru seemed to be enjoying herself, so I couldn't stop her. Since I usually put Mahiru under a lot of strain, I thought about making a bento for her myself, but Mahiru would be disappointed and say, "Are you not satisfied with what I made for you?" I have not been able to do so. Incidentally, my parents will have already left this place by the time Amain and his family return home, so I called them in the morning to say goodbye. The reason why we said goodbye to each other so easily was probably because we had promised to go home again during the winter or spring vacation. Oh, is that the one Shiina-san made? Ayaka, who was observing Amain as he opened the lid of his lunchbox and was satisfied to find Mahiru's homemade dashimaki tamago in it again today, asks with a smile that exudes curiosity. This is the one Mahiru made. The sweet and sour dumplings over here are the ones my dad made and left for me when he showed up. Your father can cook. He's just like my dad. My mum, well, she can't cook and she can't do the housework, so my dad does it. Kaori seems too special. Kaori is probably the name of Ayaka's mother. Apparently, she is completely incapable of doing household chores. Well, in my defense, so there's no misunderstanding. My mother is very good at her job, you know? She just can't do the housework. She doesn't blow up the microwave anymore, and she can at least do the laundry. The microwave is my fault for not checking what I put in it in the first place, and the laundry is just putting detergent in the washing machine and turning it on. So Chan, are you going to cover for him? Ayaka started this on her own. I didn't specifically say that Kaori had done anything, Suji said, and I saw Ayaka's cheeks twitch as she seemed to realize that she had let her mouth slip. For now, I'll pretend that Amain didn't hear and look away with a blank face. Well, I guess that's why my parents wanted me to be able to do housework. Well, I'm getting better at it, you know? It's like your father still has a problem with it. I was raised with the hope that I would grow up to be a girl. And although I did grow up that way, I became a muscle-loving child, so I often cry about it. Ayaka is chasing a naked guy. You're not a good listener, are you? Ayaka is complaining in a scream-like voice with her eyes wide open at the statement that is sure to be misunderstood by those who don't know the circumstances. And I have one thought that Amain is not something that can be denied. Well, if you love muscles, then you want to see them live, right? I'm sure he's just looking for physical beauty, but I'm sure his father, who witnesses it on a daily basis, would shed a tear or two. Su-chan distorted me. I mean, I didn't chase after her, only So-chan's. It's her fault. Don't blame others. So he and no hiragana. Suji pinches Ayaka's cheek, and she giggles as she complains about her frustration with his lack of tongue. I'm sure it's partly because they are dating. But this is the distance between childhood friends. The distance between the two couples is different from the distance between Itsuki and the Chitter's couple, and it's refreshing to see. Now, why are you smiling? No, I just thought we were close. I don't want Fujimiya-kun to tell me that, even though he's flirting with Shiina-san. I'm not that into her. Yay, I'm flirting, I'm getting hit on. Ayaka points at Amain with her index finger, and Suji grabs her and says, I don't point at people, and makes her retract her finger, and Amain exhales quietly, not that it's intentional. So they've been hanging out with each other on a regular basis. That's great. Shut up. But, well, I guess that's why you decided to get a part-time job for Shiina. I think it's great that you can move on with your future in mind. So it was for Shiina-san that you suddenly decided on a part-time job. I was wondering because I thought Fujimiya was the type of person who doesn't want to serve customers very well, but that's just how it is. The reason is probably because I didn't explain, or rather told Ayaka not to spread the word too much, but when Suji, who apparently didn't know, nodded his head as if he understood, Ayaka looked subtly displeased. Perhaps she thought he had broken his promise by saying he was doing it for Mahiru's sake. Since she and Suji will be working at the same place anyway, it's useless to hide that, since it will be questioned eventually. So as long as she doesn't tell Mahiru himself, there's no problem. Don't tell Mahiru. I want to surprise him. That's what I mean. Don't tell her, Yo-chan. Ayaka must have slipped up. Ouch. Suji takes one look at Ayaka, who is decoupaged and holding her forehead with teary eyes, as if she had no choice, and laughs in annoyance at Amain, who is taken aback. Well, that's what I recognized. I'll help you as much as I can if there's anything I can do. Thanks for the Thank you for being friends with Ayaka. Well, that's funny. I thought I contributed to the birth of your new friend. I mean, I'm not the kind of girl you should be worried about. Ayaka's a bit of a rag when she talks. Terrible. Amain watched as Ayaka's lips twitched in annoyance at Suji's tone of voice, and as she undressed, she tapped her muscular, according to Ayaka, breastplate, feeling the warmth in her chest. "Oh, about the part-time job," he said. "I'll have to wait a bit to start." He's going to ask me to wait a week or two to discuss my shift in the uniform. After their marital ramblings had settled down, they started having lunch again, and Ayaka muttered as if she had just remembered. "Since I have not yet submitted the signed contract to Fumika, I do not have her phone number or other contact information." Therefore, he had no choice but to leave a message with Ayaka. Even now that she has a new part-time job, she seems to be playing the role of a messenger. "Well, I didn't expect it to start right away." "By the way, uniforms?" "Oh, not like the one we had the other day, but a simpler one. It's more like a waiter's uniform. The women's clothes are simpler, too. They're not frilly, so don't worry." I was wondering what I could do if they were dressed fancy in that coffee shop. I didn't recognize the uniform because I was face to face with Bunker, who apparently went out of her way to be at the store on a holiday. But I was relieved to see that it didn't look like what Amain had feared it would look like. At the time of the cultural festival, it was relatively calm, but it was somewhat flamboyant. It is tough to wear that every time, even if it is only for a part-time job. If his friends had seen him working at his part-time job wearing that, he would have been in a bind. When Amain was relieved that it was just a normal waiter's uniform, Ayaka said, "Oh, yes," as if she had just remembered. "Oh, I told you Fujimiya-kun's size. Is that okay?" "Fine, but how did you know?" "Because I saw the one I saw at the festival the other night. And I'll know it when I see the rest." She smiled at me and said that she can usually tell the size of a boy's body even over his clothes, so maybe it's her love for muscles. Suji, who was listening at the side, did not even try to hide his dumbfounded face and said a little rudely to her, "You can honestly call me a pervert," to which Ayaka raised her eyebrows. "That's terrible." And he raised his eyebrows. "Oh, my God." "Oh, I just mean that I can tell roughly what the stones are like, but I can't tell the quality or density of the muscles without touching or looking at them. So, of course, I'm not sexually harassing you, okay? I am a consensual inspector." "Yeah, well, no, well, I'm glad I saved you the trouble of telling you the size, I guess. Ayaka, I'm pulling for this, and Fujimiya, you don't have to force yourself to praise this one, either. It's not nice to call people this." Ayaka was trying to look cute and angry, but when her gaze met Amain's, she lowered her eyebrows as if she was troubled. I'm sorry I showed you something weird." No, it's nothing new." "Ugh, that stung." "I can't say anything though, you've been showing it normally since the festival." "Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that Kaido has different interests from others. I don't have anything against it, as long as there is no harm done, and everyone has different tastes and preferences. I'm not trying to creep you out or slander you. Unless Amain has fallen prey to that taste and caused problems, otherwise, I have no right or intention to tell him what to do. People have different tastes, and we should respect them as long as they are not harmful to us." I don't remember growing up with the idea of excluding people just because they are different from me. I also felt that Mahiru is quietly awakening to a muscle fetish, so I didn't feel as if he was a stranger to me. I guess I could complain about Ayaka in terms of being influenced by him, but if Mahiru seems to be enjoying it and it's increasing his favorite part of Amain, then maybe it's a good thing. Well, I don't mean to reject or deny Ayaka's strong muscle fetish, but it is charming that it makes me shudder a little. "Fujimiya-kun, you're a really well-bred or rather good person. I can see why Shiina-san likes him so much." "Ayaka, why are you jealous of So-chan?" "Don't worry, I'm all about So-chan." "Yeah, that's good, but it's not that." Fujimiya is devastated. The impact of the tap on my shoulder caused the dashimaki tamago to roll off my chopsticks and fall into that sauce. The meatballs with sweet and sour sauce made from the leftover meatballs from yesterday's meatball pasta. It was fortunate that it did not fall on the leisure sheet or clothes, but Emaine, who loved the delicate flavor of dashimaki tamago, was quite shocked by this change in taste and froze. Suji took this as a sign that he was devastated. Ayaka was flustered as Emaine looked at the dashimaki tamago covered in sweet and sour sauce. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way." No, it's okay. I can eat it." I didn't drop it on the ground, and this bean paste is delicious, too. I'm so depressed. Sorry. I'll get down on my knees and ask Shiina-san to make it for me later. No, it's okay. I don't think I'm that seriously depressed, but Ayako apologized to me, so I smiled lightly, and for some reason, she bowed her head with an extremely apologetic look on her face. Emaine-kun really likes dashimaki tamago, doesn't he? Mahiru, who had apparently been briefed by Ayaka on the situation, laughed as he remembered on his way out of school. They were leaving school side by side as usual since neither of them had any plans to go anywhere today, but as they were deciding what to have for dinner, Mahiru seemed to remember and added, "I'm so happy for you." Though he was laughing so elegantly that all eyes were on him, I tried to keep my hands on the chain, but her smile didn't seem to subside. I want to pinch her cheek, but I can't because she's holding Mahiru's bag and I'm holding her hand on the other side. "You put it in your lunch regularly. I even served the rest this morning, and sometimes for dinner, right? That's it. I wanted to eat that lunch." "Oh, God, thanks to you." Kaido-san apologized to me with a serious face and begged me. She seemed to feel responsible and went to bow down to Mahiru in a disciplined manner. As for Emaine, he did not intend to blame Ayako at all. It was a small thing that made a dent, and I didn't drop it on the ground. It was only a slight change in taste. "I'm not sure if you're aware of the fact that the two of you have been in the same place for a long time, but I'm sure you're aware of the fact that the two of you have been in the same place for a long time. I'm sorry for what I did to Kaido. I was just sorry on my own." I heard that Emaine-kun looked extra serious. "No, because, you know, Mahiru's dashimaki tamago. I'll always make it for you." "Dinner too? You want me to change the menu?" "I just decided to do that, but you're the one who can't help it." She uses the word totally, as if she's disgusted, but her voice is slightly bouncy as if she's enjoying herself. So it's not that she doesn't like the idea. With a gentle smile on his face, Emaine felt a subtle itch and a sense of being treated like a child, and he put pressure on his lips to keep them from becoming pouty. "Then I'll serve you dashimaki tamago for dinner tonight. In exchange, I'll let you spoil me today, okay?" "What? I'll totally do it if that's what you want. I'd do it even if you don't ask me to. I'm willing to accept Mahiru's pampering even if she doesn't want me to. If I simply accept, Mahiru, who brought up the subject, will flinch. That's not good enough." "Why?" "Because, Emaine, you don't know how to adjust addition and subtraction." "Did I do it that violently?" "No, it's not that. It's that, if you decide to spoil him, he'll spoil you all the way." "Well, I'll do what I set my mind to." "But I'm the type of person who, once I've made up my mind to do something, I'll do it unless I have to do something else. So if Mahiru asks me to do something, I'll spoil her as much as I want." "I don't intend to do it until Mahiru doesn't want to do it, but I think it's okay to do it so that it melts into a soggy mess. I'm too much of a spoiled brat." I couldn't help but laugh when Mahiru added, "I won't be able to stand up for a while. I can't say that I spoil her too much, just skinship, kissing, and cuddling. But Mahiru seems to be quite demanding in that regard." I have often seen Emaine become soft and squishy when he spoils her, but Mahiru doesn't seem to want to be in that state. When I tell him how cute he is, he blushes a little and mutters in a sultry, spoiled voice, "I don't like it when he does it endlessly. Anyway, nothing excessive. Keep it normal. I'd say pamper them normally." "It's always normal. This is how the Futanimiya family's blood works, because I'm not as good as my dad. Quicksilver doesn't have the same pampering skills as his father, and he can't do it naturally. To Amain, Shuto is a very sweet, gentle, and loving man to his people. He does not just pamper them in such a poisonous way that it eats away at both their minds and bodies. He is the kind of person who looks after his family better than anyone else, and when it is truly necessary, he keeps a distance and watches over them gently, while spoiling them in a way that is beneficial to them, and he gives them the deepest and the most generous love of anyone else. As for Amain, he is one of the ideals that I would like to be like, although I would like to be somewhat more reserved or calmer than him. I don't think I've reached that point, and I don't think I'm smart enough to do it myself. From Amain's point of view, Mahiru is a self-controlled and strong person, and if Amain doesn't pamper him, he might break somewhere, so he spoils him to melt him moderately, but Mahiru seems to receive this as too much affection. I would love to hear that Amain-kun line to Shihoko. It's too bad she's not here anymore. Why, Mum? Well, she's gone home. My parents have already left this place. It's only natural, since they have to work tomorrow. The festival and the substitute holiday were quite lively, so when I think of them not being here again, I feel bewildered by the difference. I'm going to miss them. Mahiru seemed to have so much fun with her mom and dad. That's fun, and we get to hear Amain's old stories. I wonder if is a pampering extravaganza. Well, that's a bit. Mahiru is flustered by Amain's decision to pamper her thoroughly today in order to get her parents to reveal what they talked about, but it's bad enough that Mahiru let it slip out. Mahiru was upset, but it was Mahiru's fault for slipping up. Mahiru's lips formed an arc as he wondered how he was going to pamper her, and with a slightly twitchy look on his face, he continued to headbutt her until they reached the supermarket. Oh, I think Amain needs to go easy on him. After dinner, Mahiru looks up at Amain with a bright red face as he executes his pampering special punishment. I was just sitting on the sofa with her, and I was stroking Mahiru, but Mahiru was very embarrassed. I didn't touch her in a sexual way, nor did I touch her in a strange place, but her face was boiling, perhaps because I was stroking her head while looking at her face, or because I had her leaning on my thigh. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be less hands-on. I guess you'll have to tell me what you heard about me. I'm sorry, so I haven't been told the old story that you're worried about, Amain-kun. What exactly? The story of how when Amain-kun was little he paddled the swing set so hard that he flew off and cried, or how he tried to kiss Shihoko on the cheek and head-butted her with too much force. Out. There are no extenuating circumstances. Oh no. When Amain was a little boy, he used to do things because he was too much energetic and passionate about his mother's passion, and he was so embarrassed that he thought it was a punishment for Mahiru to know about it. Especially, the story of kissing his mother's cheeks when he was little is not something I would bring up to a man. It is black history itself. Amain's past deeds are being exposed without his knowledge, which is more embarrassing than Mahiru's current adoration. The kiss to his mother was an attempt in the first place, so it was a no-brainer, but Shihoko might have at least rubbed her cheeks and kissed him, so it was going to give him a headache if he tried to dig around in this area. Instead of saying, "You asked unnecessary questions," I slid my finger down Mahiru's side and traced it with a soft touch, which made her shiver and look up at me with her cheeks twitching. Of course, she was probably begging me to stop, but I wasn't going to stop because I was being punished. I'm sure Shihoko probably brought up the subject, but I'm sure she's listening with great interest. I move my fingertips gently and tenderly as if to say, I'm just as guilty as you are. Mahiru is too weak for tickling, so I tickle her with some reserve, and she screams and clings to Amain, her voice bouncing higher than usual. Mahiru doesn't try to run away, probably because it would throw him off balance. Hiccup. I'm sorry. Haven't you heard anything else? Mahiru is writhing in agony, almost laughing, as I gently and carefully trace the line of her waist, almost feather touch, in order to get all the unwanted old stories from Shihoko to keep her naked once and for all. Coco, not this time. Not this time. This is a figure of speech. Even if I had told you everything, I'm sure you're planning to ask me about it, aren't you, young lady? Isn't it unfair that I'm the only one who knows about your black history? Because, you know, my black history, and that's before that. When he added that he had nothing to say about this, Amain stopped tickling Mahiru. I may have reminded her of something she didn't want to be exposed to, as her childhood was a time when Mahiru was not sheltered or loved by her parents. I'm sorry to connect these topics, he said, lowering his eyebrows and looking at Mahiru, who seemed to see what Amain was thinking and gave a small laugh. You don't have to worry about that, do you? It's not that important to me right now. I'm satisfied at the moment. That's fine, Mahiru. Besides, I was a quiet person when I was a child, so I wasn't a naughty boy like Amain-kun. I'm sorry for being naughty. Well, I can't imagine Mahiru being a tomboy. I imagine Mahiru as a little girl, pulling her cheeks back at the teasing words. Indeed, I can't imagine Mahiru as a tomboy. Mahiru, who had been trying to be a good girl to be accepted by her parents since she was a little girl, would have been much more mature than she is now. It is easy to imagine a quiet Mahiru, so I would like to see a tomboyish Mahiru. I wonder if we'll ever see a child that looks like Mahiru. I can't help but think that whichever nature he or she inherits will be more mature, but I guess we won't know until he or she is born. Whether they are mature, tomboyish, or mischievous, they will always be cute. I would much rather he be like Mahiru than like Amain, who is not so cute. I was relieved to imagine something that Itsuki would probably say to me if he heard it. You're too quick to think about it, aren't you? I wasn't very pretty when I was little, you know? Really? I was just a good girl who wanted to be praised by my parents. I was able to do a lot of things for my age thanks to that, but in the end I was talked about behind my back as a child without any cuteness. By whom? Is it to the mother of the child I was playing with at the time? Amain, face. Because I can't believe that someone would say such a bad thing in a place and at a volume that a child could hear it, so my eyebrows are raised as hard as I can, and Mahiru uncoils me. I have a lot to say to the woman with the strange child, who easily directed bad feelings at me, especially when children are vulnerable, but it's in the past and I can't do anything about it. Mahiru is lucky that she is not dragging it out, but I was annoyed enough to wonder what she would have done if it had remained as a scar. Don't worry, Koki-san complimented me on how cute I was, so. Good job Koki-san. While giving an inward thumbs up to the woman who is Mahiru's parental surrogate, whose face I don't even know, I pat Mahiru's head and hug her as she pulls her memories out of the back of a drawer. I was more okay than you think, Amain-kun. It was harder for me to hear my own parents say something to me than it was for a stranger to say something to me. Mahiru, I don't want to talk about the wet story, so let's stop here. Shall we? One thing I can say is that although I had a hard time back then, the reason why I met and connected with Amain-kun in this way is because of our past. I will not deny even that past, so please don't look at me like that. Mahiru's lips are on Mahiru's forehead as she smiles. You're a warrior, aren't you? She puts her lips on Mahiru's forehead and hugs him again. And besides, Amain-kun loves me now, so I'm fine, okay? Mahiru beamed at him at close range, and Amain muttered, "You're so cute," before deciding to spoil him even more today, kissing him lightly again and patting him on the head. Mahiru, who seems to welcome this kind of pampering, is very obedient to Amain's touch, and she is leaning back against him with round eyes. The first time I saw him, I thought, I'm not going to be able to do that, and then I remembered something I had forgotten to mention. I'm going to tell you first before I forget, but once I start my part-time job, I'll be home late on weekdays for sure, so you can go ahead and have dinner. I should have told her a little earlier, I thought as I stopped stroking Mahiru's hand and told her, and she blinked her large eyes in my arms. I'm still discussing my shift, but I'll be here until closing on weekdays, so I'll probably get home around 21. I don't want to keep them waiting until then. I'll wait that long, but I was going to ask Mahiru to eat first because it would be bad to make a hungry Mahiru wait. But Mahiru responded in a perfectly natural way. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but he's staring at me, and I can't help but lower my eyebrows as if I'm troubled. No, you must be hungry. I want to fill my heart more than my stomach, so I'll wait for you, Amain. Eating alone is tasteless, and I don't mind waiting for Amain-kun. You're going to be late, okay? There are a lot of other people who are clubbing or working part-time, and I'm not so late that I'm slow compared to them. Or do you not want me to wait for you? How could I not like it? I simply don't like to make you wait. I feel bad for Amain that I put him in a situation where he is alone, quietly cooking and waiting for his dinner. It would be better for his mental health if he ate first, but Mahiru has no intention of giving in. I'm not going to wait for you to do nothing, okay? If you want to wait, there are plenty of things to do during that time. There are baths, assignments, reviews, care, and other things to do, and the order of those things will just change. Mahiru pinches her cheek with a laugh. You worry a lot, don't you? I'm sure you'll be able to do whatever you want, so why wouldn't I support you? But the only thing I can do is to prepare a hot meal and a bath. That's all I can do, and I'm very grateful for that. The best thing about is that Mahiru will be there to greet me when I get home. It's going to cheer me up. If just looking at me cheers you up, that's a small price to pay. You don't have to do anything, okay? Just put your own needs first, okay? Mahiru is likely to prioritize this one even if there are things to do, but Mahiru is laughing and letting it slide. I don't intend to bind Mahiru, but Mahiru doesn't seem to want to be without me, and I can't see any sign of her bending her will. I am happy for her because she is loved and thought of that much, but I also feel that I don't want her to be forced to do too much. Please don't force yourself to work too hard, Amain-kun, okay? I don't know what you want, but I'm worried about you because you're the kind of person who once you decide to do something, you'll do it. I won't force myself. I don't want Mahiru to worry. I'm a little worried when it comes to part-time work. Amain-kun is not the most flattering socializer. That's true, but it's subtly disrespectful. That's certainly something I admit to myself and others, but I don't know how to react when it's pointed out to me head-on. Mahiru sighs softly, dropping a blur that doesn't seem to refute the idea that it's not that she's not sociable. It's not that I'm not sociable, it's just that Amain-kun doesn't usually seek to be more sociable than he needs to be, and I know he can do it if he tries. Well, I'm not really trying to be friends with an unspecified number of people, and I can be content in a small circle. But you can do it if you really try. You can flip the switch, you know. Huh? Why sigh? I was wondering what I could do if Amain-kun was popular. I can't help but laugh at my lover's rather adorable concern, and Mahiru looks up with a miffed expression when he hears me laughing. It's all right. Not irresistible, 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 irresistible. Mr. Amain doesn't understand your own recent reputation. You know what? The clientele of that cafe seems to be dandy men and women in terms of menu prices and atmosphere. You're not popular, and it's no wonder you're popular. Young people would rather go to a chain restaurant that is a little noisy but allows for casual eating and drinking than a quiet, independently owned cafe like this one, and from what I was shown of the menu, it is a little pricey for high school and college students to casually enjoy a cup of tea. The food and beverages in general are very good, and the relaxed atmosphere is apparently popular among the elderly. The fact that the owner of the restaurant is a beautiful, elderly woman may be one of the reasons why the older customers come to the restaurant. According to Suji, there are not many young female customers, so he feels comfortable working there. So, even if he is somewhat popular, it will be with someone 1 or 2 years older than himself, and it will be more like loving a son or grandson than being popular. So Mahiru has nothing to worry about. The owner seemed like a nice guy. That's fine if that's the case, but the owner of the house is a good person and he is very nice to me. Chapter 6, Pressure from a Friend. What are you reading? The manual for my part-time job. Kaido brought it to me, saying it would be better if I read it first and memorized it. As I was looking at the manual in the binder that was handed to me with the words, "You should know this before you start your part-time job so you can be prepared for it," Kaido seemed to notice me and started to talk to me. The binder contains everything you need to know about working at a coffee shop, from basic customer service to menu lists, how to use utensils, names and types of coffee beans, flavor trends, and so on. However, it is not so difficult to memorize the types and flavors of coffee served in the store and the place of origin of the coffee beans, and to be able to explain them to customers when they ask about them. I decided to read up on it in my spare time. Can I put that kind of thing out there? I'm just explaining how to use the equipment and how to serve customers. Kaido said it's not like it's a trade secret, so he got permission. It's better for the store to learn the job as soon as possible. Ayako is taking such good care of him, probably because she introduced him to the company, but also because she trusts that he can remember things properly. He can't rely solely on Suji, who has come to work with him, so he should become a full-fledged employee as soon as possible so that he can be of service to the restaurant. In the first place, if he did not do so, he would not be able to call Mahiru to the store, so he read the manual very seriously in order to meet her expectations. Incidentally, perhaps seeing that Amain was concentrating, Mahiru usually came up to him when it was time for a break, but now he was not coming to Amain and had disappeared somewhere. He sighs as he returns his gaze from the tree to the manual's text, taking his time to etch the text into his brain. "You're so serious, Amain, aren't you?" "Well, the driving force behind it all is love." "Shut up. I don't deny it because it's the reason, but when others say it to me, my embarrassment gets the better of me, so I bite down." But he doesn't seem to have any patience with that pinched voice. He just laughs. "Wow, I never thought that quiet, misanthropic Amain would change like this." "Love is great, isn't it? I guess it just goes to show that people can change." "What are you trying to do, making fun of me, trying to make me angry?" "No, no, it's just, it's kind of a glaring thing. Let it dazzle you on its own, because then you won't be able to come to my part-time job." "How can you say that when you won't even let me see you?" He is teasing Shu, but he knows that he is a part-time job too. However, he doesn't know where he works or what kind of work he does. He is basically an open and tolerant person, but for some reason he doesn't talk much about the fact that he is working. "I'm the one." He smiled half-heartedly, his smile still muddled. "You tell me you want to go to my part-time job, but you won't take me to yours, and you won't tell me where you're working in the first place." "I didn't even have to tell you." "That's what you said, but you'd be worried that he's working some kind of shady job." "No, no, 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 no." "Then what are you doing?" "Ah, well, that's okay. I'm a florist. I work for a friend of mine." "You're the flower?" "See, I didn't say that because I knew you'd say that." "I could see you saying it wasn't your pattern." "I'm not saying it's not a pattern, but you don't usually say anything about flowers or anything at all." "I don't have a chance to say anything about flowers. I don't even know much about it yet." "Well, I sometimes touch flowers because of flower arrangement, and my dad said I could do it there, so I'm doing it. It's the only place I could get permission to work part-time." Kek spits the tree, exuding disgust. He didn't have to be told who it was directed at, so all Amain could do was lower his eyebrows. At Amain's high school, he has to get permission from his parents or guardians and apply for permission before starting a part-time job. Fortunately, Amain was able to get permission from Shato, so he was able to apply quickly and get through the application process. From Amain's point of view, Deki is a strict man, and he seems to be the type of person who does not recommend that students, whose main job is to study, have a part-time job. In fact, he had actually rejected the idea. I had to push him very hard to get him to compromise on this. He blurted out, "It's probably best not to ask how much effort it took to get him to snap. I'm not complaining about the flowers themselves, but I don't like being told what to do. I'm in high school now." I'm already in high school, so what's wrong with earning money that I can spend freely? The manager is an acquaintance of my father's, so I have to report to him. Well, the manager sympathizes with me, so I'm sure it'll be a harmless report. Is there something you want so badly that you're willing to go that far to get a part-time job? The tree that Amain knows is not the type of person who spends a lot of money, and the money he spends for fun is not that much. He only spends money on fast food and karaoke once in a while, but other than that, there is no indication that he spends money as far as Amain can see. He says that he does receive an allowance, and that he is given a larger amount of money for lunch included. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your time in the office is to be a good listener. Anya, I'm saving up now so I can make it at home. Sorry. I apologized honestly for stepping over something I shouldn't have stepped over so boldly, and he gave me a wry smile in return. I knew he was going to apologize there, so I didn't say much. Well, this is what I call my stubbornness, and if you say I'm going too far, I guess you're right. Have you been working with Daki since then? The most important thing to remember is that you can't be too careful when you are talking to someone. He was concerned that his voice might be leaked to Chitters through his classmates, but Tree laughed at Amain's concern. It was hard for Amain to see that it came not from happiness but from a feeling of annoyance. Nothing has changed, has it? Well, I was so rebellious and out of control between the end of middle school and the beginning of school that we hardly ever talked to each other in the first place. I guess we don't talk much at home either. I was worried that maybe things might have gotten sour because of Shu's extra help at the festival, but judging from his attitude, that doesn't seem to be the case. As a student, your parents hold your life in their hands, and there's nothing a child can do if they are seriously restricted. That's why it's better to be prepared. I don't think Daki would do something so humane as to use tuition and living expenses as a shield to get them to do what he says. It is true that Daki is, in the eyes of others, Amain, a person who is inflexible and unwavering in his convictions, though I am sorry to say it, but at the same time I think he has a very strong sense of responsibility as a straight adult. If he were the type of person who restricts his son to do whatever he wants, Amain would protest without hesitation because he is a stranger, but in reality, he restricts his son to a certain extent but does not force him to do so. Although they are in a stalemate, they are not going to force him to do anything. The tree understands this, too, and drops a strong sigh of exasperation. My dad may be stubborn, but I don't think he'd ever go out of his way to be a human being, you know? That being said, if something happened to me and I had to leave him in a hurry, I wouldn't be able to do it without the money. I know my dad's stubbornness. For better or worse, you're in a lot of trouble. You too. I know, but this is me. He seems to be a lightweight, but he is thoughtful and firm in his convictions. Even if they are his father's words, he does not yield to them, and a certain stubbornness can be seen in him. I'm not sure how I can say that, but I'm going to keep it in my heart and smile. What are you talking about with a serious look on your face? I'm just saying that I won't be able to play much because I'll have to work part-time. Chayu, who is determined not to let Chitters be distracted, smiles and says something different, and Amain joins in. Well, I'm working a few shifts, you know. That's exactly what I'm saying. If I work too many part-time jobs, I'll win Mahiran's heart. He'll miss me, you know. That would be a problem, so I'll be careful not to neglect Mahiru, too. Yes, you may do so. Who the hell are you? Chitters' forehead is poked with her fingertips, showing that she knows a thing or two about Mahiru, and she deliberately stumbles over to him and cries Ikan. Tree comforted her by smiling and patting her head. It seems that she was able to cover up what had just happened between Amain and Chitters, who was not exerting much effort, was holding her forehead and moping cutely, and was sticking out her tongue when she caught Amain's blank stare. Don't make that face. Already. It's bad enough that Chitters is so pompous. Oh, come on, it's just me and Mahiru. I'm hoping Amain will call us sooner rather than later. I'm starting to not want to call him. Why not? I just want to see my friends be brave. Can you swear you won't make fun of me? He looks away, so I glare at him harder and harder, and his face starts to turn more and more the other way. That's not true, I don't think. You think I'm going to trust you when you can't say it right up front? Because I don't want to see Shu's customer service smiley face. Yu-chan would love to see that. Yuta, who had come to my side before I knew he had seen Amain and the others gathering, nodded with a soft smile. For some reason, Yuta got on board, too, and his cheeks were twitching as he had no idea what Amain was thinking. You saw that customer service smile the other day. You know what? That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Hey. Why do you guys collude in that kind of thing? I thought it's not fair that I'm the only one being seen and laughed at, but Kadoaki doesn't have a part-time job because he has club activities. Yuta, the ace of the track team, is busy with club activities, so of course he doesn't have time for a part-time job. No matter how much this school's track team trains in a well-rounded manner based on rational decisions rather than guts, it would be physically demanding if they had to work constantly at their part-time jobs even on their days off. If Amain were in Yuta's position, he would never do it. Incidentally, Chita's parents would not give him permission to work part-time. He was told firmly that he cannot afford a part-time job because he is worried about his schoolwork. It's not something I can say about other people, but considering that Chita's grades aren't that good, her parents are right. Yu-chan definitely looks like she'd be a good fit for a job at a cafe. Kadoaki is always smiling and polite, so I can imagine that. Whether or not he actually works, it would be better if he smiled on a regular basis to lighten up the place, wouldn't it? Well, that's true. When Kadoaki is laughing, the people around him naturally become, well, harmonious, because... Why the question mark? I don't know. It is because some of the boys and girls each have a certain spirit that seems to carry a ferocious beast in the background due to jealousy. But this is not Yuta's fault, so it would be better for him not to dig too deep. Although jealousy and rivalry toward Yuta have recently become lessened in the class, he is still being appealed to by girls in other classes who are interested in him, so I was painfully aware from looking at him again that being popular is a tough thing. If he were to work at a cafe, he would be very popular even outside of the school, and I can see girls going there all the time, so Yuta wouldn't even try to get a part-time job. Well, whatever it is, I hope Fujimiya gets comfortable enough with the part-time job soon to call us. Are you sure Kadoaki is ready to come, too? Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I'd like to go if my friend has a part-time job. Hey, Itsuki. Yuta's pressuring me. I thought that if he hadn't told Amain where his part-time job was until now, he wouldn't have told Yuta either, but as I thought, he hadn't told him. Chitaz seems to know about the part-time job itself. Icon doesn't want even me to get close to him, does he? He looks at the pressured tree in dismay and doesn't seem to have any intention of helping. Well, that's because you don't want me to see you being serious. You always reveal that you're not serious. But it's okay. That's because I'm an unserious girl. I don't know about. It's true that I usually say and do a lot of unserious things, but everyone here knows that's not the only reason. The most important thing to remember is that you are not alone. He immediately returns to his usual smile, and his gaze turns to Amain. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Fujimiya getting a part-time job. That smile is terrifying. Feeling the pressure of Yuta's "don't leave me out of it," Amain shook himself and brushed it off, saying, "It's still a long way off." Chapter 7, His First Part-Time Job. Within a week after the part-time job had been decided, I received a call from the owner, Bunker, informing me that the uniforms were ready and the future shifts had been decided. After discussing the matter, it was decided that the shifts would be 3 weekdays and 4 Saturdays per week. As Amain is in his second year of school, he has to be aware of the entrance examinations, so he will work as long as it does not interfere with his schoolwork. The hours will not be much different from those of the students who are involved in club activities. He will be taking an entrance exam next year, and since he has no intention of cutting back on his studies, it seemed that these work hours would not be a problem for him. It's hard to do everything without compromising. In addition to the normal student life, I have to study and train for exams, improve myself, and also have a part-time job, so my schedule is so packed that it is unimaginable for Zu, who was a person of leisure until he met Mahiru. He does not find it hard because he has a clear goal and is prepared to spare no effort to achieve it. Although he feels that he is busy, he feels a greater sense of fulfillment. Writing down his future plans in his schedule, he said in a small, enthusiastic voice, "All right. Well then, I've got a part-time job starting today, so go home first." After school on the first day of work, I told Mahiru and he gave me a sad smile. I was a little sad to see that, but there was nothing I could do about it, and since I was doing the part-time job to connect with Mahiru's smile, I just had to accept it. Mahiru doesn't know the reason for the part-time job, but he knows that Amain has made up his mind to take this action, so he respects Zu's decision. However, his understanding makes me feel uneasy. I'm sure he'll definitely miss her. Mahiru has a character that is basically selfless, and he often gives in to others because he is aware of their circumstances. This modesty may be a virtue, but it can cause Mahiru stress without her noticing, so I've been trying to watch her more since I started working part-time. Ashu, you're starting a part-time job today? Hey, good luck. As I gaze at Mahiru with a guilty look on my face as she smiles, Chitters, who seems to be on her way home with Mahiru, cheers her up in a light-hearted manner. Chitters seems to know that Mahiru is lonely and has been paying more attention to her since she got a new part-time job, which I appreciate because I know she cares about Mahiru, but sometimes she looks at me with a probing look that scares me. Don't follow me from behind. I wouldn't do that, okay? I wouldn't trust you from the delicate pause you're in right now. Chitters, who was a bit of a stickler, is slightly suspicious, but if you warn him first, he won't force you to follow him. Chitters rarely takes the initiative to do things that people don't like to do, but she can be curious and sneak around in the background, so I don't completely trust her in that respect. I know that her actions are usually in the right direction, but in this case, it's just an ordinary part-time job, so I hope she'll stay quiet. You can come when you get used to it, but wait until you get used to it. I don't want to show you my poor customer service. I know I said poor, but I had a sense that you were getting used to it at the festival. That's within the normal range. I think it's because of Kaido's guidance. Then I guess I'll be able to go to Shukun's part-time job soon. Shukun is a quick learner. I'm looking forward to it, Mahiru says as she tries to send him on his way, scrunching her cheeks and brushing her soft flaxen hair. Mahiru's caramel-colored eyes blink in surprise, and Amain also relaxes his cheeks. Well, I'll try to get used to it as quickly as possible, and I'll be home soon. I'm going to wait forever, but please come home soon. I know, I'll do my best to look forward to dinner. The classmates knew that Amain and the Mahiru were sitting next to each other, but it was embarrassing for them to know that they were having dinner together, so they tried to keep their voices down. At any rate, I lightly back-fisted him. He staggered back and forth. Chitters, who was observing Mahiru's smiling face, brushed him off with a "Kun, you're heavy," which made Ri look rather sad. I laughed at the two of them, and Mahiru started to laugh as well, which caused Ri to subtly and embarrassingly poke Amain on the side of his stomach as payback. After the conversation, we left the school and headed for our part-time jobs. Since it was my first day, I was allowed to work on the same day as Suji, a classmate and my senior at the part-time job. Ayaka was also involved in this, and when we passed each other in the hallway, she smiled and said, "So I'll be taking care of Su-chan from today on." She was smiling. If anything, Amain is the one who is supposed to say hello to her, but seeing Ayaka's innocent smile, I lost all interest in saying anything, so I nodded my head in agreement. I was to meet Suji at the entrance to the elevator and head there, but Suji did not lose his serene look, not knowing what he was thinking when he saw Shu. "Nice to meet you from today." "It's nice to meet you too. I'm new at this and I'm sure I'll be bothering you for a while. It's mainly me who's causing trouble." Ayaka was pretty flippant about it and was pushing Fujimura. No, thanks to Kaido, I found a job, and although I feel indebted to him, I don't hate him. Ayaka's offer was a godsend, and she was able to get me a job where I know people. The hourly wage isn't bad, and the fact that I'm a student was taken into consideration. I am rather indebted to Ayaka. When I asked her for something in return, she asked me to help her grow muscles to Sheena's liking, which was a very typical request from her. So I decided to accept it even though my face was slightly scrunched up. I don't know whether to laugh or not, as this meant that Shu's training coaches had increased due to Ayaka. I don't know if I should laugh or not, but at least it will lead to Mahiru being happy. Suji, whether he knows it or not, lightly brushes a strand of his quirky hair out of his face and mutters with a sigh, I hope so. He seems to be having a hard time with Ayaka's outbursts. Even Zu, who has only known Ayaka for a short time, can tell that Ayaka is very outspoken when it comes to her muscles, so his childhood friend and boyfriend must be having a hard time. No, I'm sure he's a nice boy. She's a good girl, friendly and open-minded, but she's also a good girl with the ability to calculate profit and loss, so I'm not going to pull her away. Perhaps Zu's feelings were reflected in his eyes, but Suji seemed to have noticed this and sighed deeply. While they were having this conversation, Hermione and the others had arrived at the station. The place where they were working was only 2 stops away from the nearest station, although they had to take a train to get there. It is much further from the homes of Kei and Chiters, so they will be able to return home before Mahiru gets tired of waiting for them when their part-time job is over. The place where he works is not far from the station, so he will not have any trouble commuting to work. Is Fujimiya's house within walking distance of the school? Suji, who had been watching her charge money onto her IC card once since she didn't have commuter pass, asks a small question. Yeah, I'm in this apartment not that far from the school. Yeah, that's right. Great, I'll be able to sleep in and relax when I'm close to school from home. Well, I guess I'm the one who can afford it in terms of commuting time, because sometimes Mahiru wakes me up. Originally, I used to get up to make some margin of time except for holidays, but since Mahiru started coming to make me breakfast, I have even more margin in the morning. I could wake up without asking her to wake me up, but because of my secret selfishness of wanting to enjoy the bliss of waking up to Mahiru's voice, I asked her to wake me up once in a while. He originally came to the house when Hermione was sleeping and often cooked breakfast for him, so the effort was not particularly strenuous. Suji mutters a little surprising at Zu's words. I thought Fujimiya was an incredibly solid type. I guess being told that makes him look rather good on the outside these days. You're pretty much screwed. I'm less disorganized in my personal life than I used to be, but there are many situations where I rely on Mahiru, so I have to tilt my head back and forth when asked if I'm on top of my game. Of course, I don't leave everything to Mahiru, and I do what I can myself, but Mahiru's workload is heavy. I am very careful and consider myself to be concerned, but I still rate myself as a bit of a self-defeater. I met Suji at a school festival, and he saw me as a solid type of person, which means that I must be able to keep a good appearance on the outside. Maybe there is a different standard of no. If you say no, Ayako is more. Kaido? Ayako looks solid, right? At home, she's pretty loose and lazy. I can't speak for others either. I can't imagine what it's like. Well, Ayaka is also firm outside. She tries to take care of me, but if I'm not careful, she's a lot looser than I am. Outside, she's independent, but inside, it's the opposite. I feel like I'm spoiling it for Chino. I think he's showing his guard down because he's dealing with Chino, his girlfriend. Although I see Ayako occasionally make a goofy move, I still think of her as a dependable woman with a good core and caring nature. The fact that she doesn't show her loose ends outside the house and shows them to her lover Suji must mean that Chino blinks her eyes, then turns her gaze downwards at an angle, embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, could this possibly mean that he was slurring his words? Sorry. No, I don't really mind, but I was also strangely embarrassed by Suji's shame and looked away from him. I'm not sure if I've been slurring my words unconsciously in this way, so I put all my strength into my cheeks and tied my lips. which seemed to be trembling from shame. Walking with Suji, he arrived at his workplace, a coffee shop, in no time at all. It was the first time for Amain to work in this way and he was more or less nervous, but whether Suji knew how Amain felt or not, he entered the store with Amain without hesitation. As we entered with the nostalgic sound of the bell in the background, we were greeted by a male waiter who looked to be about the age of a college student, whom we had not seen when we visited the other day. At a quick glance, he is older than Zhu, with a stylish air about him, and he is dressed in the waiter's uniform that Amain will also be wearing from now on. "Welcome, Chino-kun." "Is the boy behind you the newcomer?" "Yeah, we're on the same shift, so it was perfect." Suji nods to the male waiter, who smiles at him when he sees him, and pushes him toward the hallway that connects to the back of the building. He glances behind him and sees an elderly male customer about to enter the store. "There's a customer coming in, so we'll go change first." "Sorry, Mr. Miyamoto, I'll have to say hello again later." "Thanks. See you later, rookie." The waiter called Miyamoto winked mischievously at Zhu, who was moving awkwardly due to nervousness, and then turned to the customer who had entered the store. They entered the employee changing room at the back of the store, where Amain saw that he had failed to greet her and waved a fluttering hand behind his back as he bailed out. "This is Fujimiya's locker. Here's the key. Your uniforms are in the locker, so put them on." The owner, Fumika, seems to have been entrusted with Zhu's care, so she hands him the key to his locker, which she seems to have kept in advance, and Amain changes into his work uniform as Suji takes off his blazer. The uniform that had been prepared for him had been adjusted to his size in advance, so it was a natural fit for him. The uniform that Amain is wearing now is relatively simple: a white shirt, a black vest, a garter apron of the same color, and slacks, just like the one worn by Miyamoto, the male waiter we just met. He was wearing a black tie around his neck, and although it was more casual than the waiter's uniform he had worn at the festival, it was still classy and very much a waiter's outfit. He is in the hospitality industry, so he was his hair set in a fresh style, but I am beginning to wonder if it matches his outfit. I checked the full-length mirror in the locker room and looked at Suji, who was puzzled by his unfamiliar appearance, and saw that he, too, was wearing his uniform and looked magnificent. Perhaps he is accustomed to wearing the uniform, but unlike Shu, who is undeniably dressed in his current clothes, he wears it with dignity. He is usually not a man of high spirits, but his expression is a little drowsy, and it is probably because he is in work mode. Isn't that odd? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think Shiina would be happy to see it. I think already Suji understands that Mahiru has a soft spot for Shu, and teasing words, though not in a ridiculing voice, come flying in. "Well, I'm not going to show Mahiru for the time being, and I have a feeling Shiina will be disappointed. They've already done it, but I've convinced them there. I'll get used to the job as soon as possible so I won't cause him any trouble, so I'm going to ask him to wait until then." Amain gave a small, bitter laugh, and Suji laughed as well. Did that kind of chino make Kaido happy? Ayaka rather likes to take off her clothes than put them on. Oh. After a look of satisfaction, Suji sighed after smiling with a mixture of more reluctance than before. It's not that Ayako isn't interested in dressing up. It's just that fetish of hers makes her feel bad. "Well, you sure have great muscles, Chino. Do you have any secrets?" Since they had changed clothes together, Suji naturally showed some skin, but I could see muscles that were so ridged that I couldn't imagine them on his clothes. But it's not that they're thick, it's that they've been trained to the extent that they're necessary, and they're toned to the point of steel. That would make Kaido fall in love with him, wouldn't it? Amain is surrounded by athletes like Huto and Kazuya, who are both well-proportioned and athletic, but Suji's body is different from them in the sense that it is a kind of physical beauty. Maybe if you ask Ayaka rather than me, she'll tell you more than you need to know. Yeah, that's true. I can somehow imagine him talking about it with his bright eyes and loose smile while waving that ponytail with the vigor that would rather have him talk about it. and I can't help but smile a little twitchy smile at Zu. She never stops talking about what she likes, and she often wants to talk to Amain about the allure of muscles. But even Amain is not comfortable talking that much, so I hope she will teach him in moderation. Do you want to work out, Fujimiya too? No. Well, it would look better if you work out moderately, and maybe Mahiru would be happy. Or, your daughter is teaching Mahiru a lot of things. Sorry. I'm really sorry about that part. No. No. Well, it's a reason for me to work on my self-improvement, too, so. Suji, whom she is vigorously proselytizing the virtues of muscles, apologizes with a complicated look on his face, so Amain cowered his shoulders and waved his hand in a flutter to negate his concern. I'm sorry I couldn't greet you. Zu, who had been taken by Suji to the kitchen, a space used for making refreshments, and was being shown where the equipment was and given an explanation, was apologized to by Wenhua, who came to the kitchen later with an apologetic look on her face. I remembered it was today, but I was so relieved that Suji-kun was with me. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just go out and buy a new one. I'm glad to see that your uniform seems to be the right size. I'm glad it's just as Ayaka saw it. I'm pretty sure Ayaka's eyes are right, but that's what's wrong with them in the first place. I almost laughed a little at Suji's small mutter, but I held it in and bowed lightly to Fumika. I'll be taking care of you from today. I look forward to working with you. It's nice to meet you, too. Well, have you met the other kids? I've only seen Miyamoto-san's face, but not Oashi-san's yet. She was behind the counter making coffee earlier, so I don't think we've even met. So let's have him start with a face-to-face meeting for now. It doesn't look like there are any customers ordering right now, so it would be just fine. These are the people we'll be working with from now on. Smiling softly, Fumiko instructs Suji, Suji-kun, please take your turn with Miyamoto-san and the others on the floor, and calls the waitstaff on the floor from the doorway with a relaxed motion. Suji patted Amain lightly on the back to cheer him up, and then went out to the floor. The two men who came into the kitchen to replace Suji were Miyamoto, the man with whom Suji had just had a conversation, and a woman in her early 20s with light-colored, medium-length hair in loose waves and a height that is rarely seen among women. She was probably a university student, and her head seemed to be about one fist higher than Chita's. She was probably over 170 centimeters tall, and she had a mature appearance. Her height must have exceeded 170. Considering what Suji said, she is probably the one called Oashi. Ah. It's the girl Chino-chan brought earlier. She said she's going to get a part-time job, right? Nice to meet you. The woman smiles with a smile on her face and approaches Amain with a loose smile, circling around her with interest and observing her. She is a tall woman, so her face is inevitably close to Zeus. As Amain is a senior and a woman, he can't just shun her without hesitation, and he has no other choice but to clench his cheeks. Miyamoto sighed without trying to hide his dismay and grabbed the woman by the neck and pulled her away from Zu. Miyamoto smiled at Zu, who was frozen by the sudden approach, with a fresh smile on his face while still holding her by the neck. I'm sorry, I must have startled you. I'm Daki Miyamoto. This is Rino Oashi. I hope you can count on me if you need any help. Don't call me this. I'd say if you're in trouble, but I'm in trouble now, Rino. I'm in trouble because I'm stuck. Then say hello properly. That's where the conversation starts. Miyamoto told Oashi, who looked dissatisfied, as if to chastise him, and then he reluctantly removed his hand from Oashi's clothes. Fixing the sagging collar of his shirt, Oashi turns to Amain once again, a friendly smile on his mouth. I'm sorry I startled you. I'm Rino Oashi. I'm your senior. You can always count on me, Junior-kun. You shouldn't rely on this guy, he often makes mistakes. Don't be so rude, Earth. Do you know how many times I've had to clean up after customers? I'm sorry about that. I said I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I admit it wasn't on purpose and it was an accidental incident, but you're causing too much trouble. Understand? Miyamoto says this gently, as if he is talking to a child and not allowing any rebuttal, and though he is gentle, His eyes are not smiling. Oashi seems to be in over his head with Miyamoto. I know. Miyamoto's voice sounded like a scream. As I watched the two of them exchanging a similar tone, not quite a lover's quarrel, Miyamoto came to his senses and awkwardly pinched his cheeks. Anyway, I guess we'll be working together from today onward. Yes, you must be Miyamoto-san and Oashi-san. I'm late to introduce myself, but I'm Fujimiya Shu. You must be Fujimiya. Got it. I'm the kind of guy who often goes by Chan, so take it easy on me, Fujimiya. Well, you can call me whatever you like. I don't mind, as I don't intend to be bothered by the way he calls me, but I can't shake the feeling of discomfort at being Chan named because of Shu's age and appearance. Miyamoto sighed as if to say that he was having a hard time with such Oashi, and turned his gaze toward Fumika, who was watching him calmly. So, what would you like me to do for you today, Fujimiya-kun? For the time being, I'm going to have him learn what to do inside. I'm going to let him learn what he needs to do inside for the time being. I had given them the manual, so they had read it, and Suji-kun had also taught them, so today I thought it would be a good idea to first have them match their knowledge with their perception of the actual work site. Fortunately, it's a weekday, so there aren't that many customers yet. Sorry for the inconvenience. No problem. Not many people are ready to work right away, especially if it's their first time. There's no need to rush, we have enough people. If you ask me if we have enough people, I'm a little skeptical, owner. We are just barely holding it together with our shifts. Well, this coffee shop is not extremely large. I'm not sure how many people are going to be able to work with the number of people that we have now. So it's great to have you in here, Fujimiya. The first time I saw the B in the name of the bee, I thought it was a good thing that the bee was a bee, and I was surprised to see the B in the name of the bee. By the time I returned home after being instructed by the seniors at work on this and that, it was time to take a bath, which I would normally have done. As he rode the elevator to the apartment where he lived, Amain let out a deep breath. He was exhausted even though he had only been on the job for a mere 4 hours, which was probably due in large part to the unfamiliar environment and work. Although he has not made any major mistakes, or rather, he has not been entrusted with any work that could lead to major mistakes. He is always nervous when he does something for the first time. Fortunately, the senior staff I work with are all nice people, even though I think they have their quirks, and they are very kind to my faltering Zu. I think it is a very good place to work, with a calm and soft atmosphere. However, what is tiring is also tiring. I left the elevator and walked to the front of my house with heavier steps than usual, and when I opened the door as usual, I saw Mahiru running up to me from the end of the hallway leading to the living room. Mahiru blinked at Zu, who seemed to be in a hurry, and wondered what was wrong, but Mahiru smiled reassuringly. Welcome back, Zu. I'm home. You didn't have to run. Sorry to keep you waiting. Perhaps, but he had been waiting for Amain to come home for a long time. I had told him what time I was coming home, but maybe he was feeling lonely alone. Since they started going out, Mahiru has been staying at Shu's house except for bath and bedtime, so it has become a matter of course for him to stay here. In such a situation, if she were suddenly left alone, she would probably feel lonely. No, that's not true. I have a lot of things to do while Amain is gone, and I'm sure you didn't miss me because you had so much to do. So, that's another story. The most important thing to remember is that you are not alone. Mahiru's cheeks puffed up a little as she noticed. I took her off my shoes and went up to the house without stopping to smile at Mahiru, who turned away from me with a sulky look on her face. When I went to the bathroom to wash my hands, I saw a light on in the bathroom at the back of the house. I turned and looked at Mahiru, who seemed to be in a better mood, and stood there looking as if it was a matter of course. Which would you like to do first, the bath or the meal? Mahiru's mouth almost slackened, but I managed to hold it back. He probably wasn't aware of it, but it was cute. I am sure that if Amain had told him the words he had just swallowed, his cheeks would have flushed red. However, if he told Mahiru now, he might not be able to function for a while. So he held back and smiled at Mahiru, who was smiling so ladylike that he left everything up to Zu. Mahiru is probably hungry, too, so I think I'd like to have dinner first. Okay, I'm going to go serve rice roughly. I made dashimaki tamago, rolled egg, an award for my hard work today as it's my first part-time job. Yay! That's one hell of a reward. Amain must be a lucky guy, because when he gets home, his bath and dinner are ready, and they even have Zu's favorite food ready for him. Ha! That's very cheap. It's my favorite, very tasty, and with the added value of being Mahiru's, I'd say it's top quality. Thanks again. I think it's not cheap at all, because it takes a lot of time and effort to have it made for you in the first place. The fact that they made it for Amain is enough, and since it tastes so good, it is a very extravagant reward. I am grateful that he cooks for me every day and takes my tastes into consideration. I am reminded once again what an invaluable partner I have. I wash my hands and head for the living room, thinking that I should repay this devotion, when I see Mahiru clinging to my back. I turn around to check Mahiru's expression, but I can't see her face because she has her face on Zu's back. The only thing I could tell was that he was embarrassed. Mahiru is rubbing his forehead against Zu's stomach and hugging him tightly. I laugh a little, thinking that I'm glad I've been doing muscle training, and Mahiru, who seems to know I'm laughing by my breathing and the shaking of my stomach, pats me on the abdomen. Thanks for the appreciation, but not for the surprise. You can't just give me advance notice and praise me out of the blue. Well, that would be a problem, though. I'll play around with you someday. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of your money is to be prepared to pay for it. I'm going to be able to get a new one, he said. Speaking of which, how was your part-time job? Mahiru seems to have been concerned and asks me in a slightly fidgety tone as I eat my dinner, which seems to have been prepared in Japanese style today. Mahiru said that he refrains from saying too much about Shu's work, but he seemed to be concerned about his first day at work. Well, I didn't have any problems. I mean, I wasn't given a big job on my first day. The seniors seemed nice, and it's a good place to work. I see. Good. I'm glad if it seems like a good place to work for you. If you think it's a black place to work. Kaido's introduced me to the company, and Chino works there and doesn't seem to have any complaints, so you'll be fine in that area. In the first place, it is run by Ayaka's relatives, Bunker, so if there is any problem, Ayaka will be aware of it, and she won't make Suji work there. That's why I started working there without any worries. Ayaka is a good woman, even though she has only been talking to him for a short time, and even though she tries to tell Mahiru some strange and unnecessary things about her sexuality. The owner, Fumika, is also a normal, kind, and modest woman, according to Suji, as long as she doesn't provoke his fantasies, so there should be no problem working for her. Don't worry, you'll be safe and sound. She's willing to accommodate your working hours and such. That's fine then. I'm glad you're going to be able to do your best, Shikan. I can only watch over you and support you. That's all I can do. I'm happy just to come home and have a delicious meal and a warm bath prepared for me. Thanks for everything. I'm grateful just to have your support in that way, and I'm a lucky man. I'll do my small part to help. To get Shikan to show us his work as soon as possible. Is that what you want to see so badly? I want to see my girlfriend at work. Besides, looking at Ms. Chino's school uniform shown to me by Mr. Kaido, it looks like it would suit Shikan as well, so, I guess so. I'm looking forward to seeing it. As for me, I don't mind being embarrassed to be seen. It's not that I don't like it, but I'm going to be showing a different side of myself than I usually show to Mahiru, and that's what makes me feel indescribably embarrassed. However, Mahiru seems to think that this is a good thing because it gives her a gap between herself and the other people, and she wants to see something she doesn't usually see. If you don't like it, I'll put up with it. I don't mind, but, do you enjoy seeing my sales smile? I usually never do, so I'd rather see the opposite. I'll do it as much as Mahiru wants, but, that would be versus private smiles, so that's a separate category. That being said, I certainly can't assure you that I won't give Mahiru special treatment, and I'm confident that I can turn my smile for Mahiru. Besides, I want to see Shukan doing his best. I'll try my best to get used to it as soon as possible. If she says this to me, I will have no choice but to work even harder. If you want to see your beloved girlfriend working as a full-fledged employee, you have to spare no effort. The sooner she gets used to it, the better it will be for the restaurant, and the more confident Amain will be. I thought to myself that I was being naive for being motivated by Mahiru's words, but my dismay melted away when I saw Mahiru's smile with a slight twinkle in her eyes, as if she was expecting something. Chapter 8, A Senpai's Secret Worry. I gradually became accustomed to the unfamiliar environment, and within a week I was able to handle my part-time job to a certain extent. Basically, his main job is to serve customers, and he is not entrusted with the job of making orders. As Amain is aware of his inexperience, he is relieved. He has not yet been allowed to make coffee for customers, but he has been given instructions on how to make coffee in the backyard during his free time. This coffee shop is obsessed with coffee, so they do not allow any compromise in taste. They say that the temperature and time of the hot water used for extraction varies depending on the beans and the fineness of the grind. Since they have decided that this is the taste they want to serve to their customers, they make me practice until I can reproduce that taste. However, once you learn the extraction time, how to use the equipment, and the timing of stirring, you will be able to produce consistent coffee, so you will be able to do it with a lot of practice, even though you have been instructed to do so. Yes, it's delicious. With a small number of customers and orders settled, I left the floor to Suji Endo Ashi to receive instruction from Miyamoto. The coffee is brewed with a siphon, which has the appearance of a coffee shop, but it seems to have been fine. But as far as I could tell from watching it brew, the beans need to be stirred a little more, and the extraction could be a little shorter. I do use a timer. I'm not used to using this equipment, and I'm being very careful, so it's taking a little bit of time. Maybe the time loss is making you a little more astringent. I'm sorry, I'll take care of it. They are not harsh with me, but rather polite and gentle in explaining things, but I guess the lack of confidence in serving people is one of the reasons why it takes so much time. In addition, the siphon flask is made of glass, so I am concerned that if I bump into it and drop it and break it, I may. Miyamoto, perhaps seeing through this, smiled lightly and said, I was afraid to touch it in the beginning, too, because I was afraid I might break it. As long as you don't drop it or handle it roughly, it's fine. Fujimiya-kun is very careful with things. Then that's fine. That horse there, Reno, cracked it on the first day, so I think Fujimiya-kun is being careful. I think I heard something very badly restated, but I pretended I didn't hear it. Well, everyone makes mistakes, and you won't be scolded if you break one or more, so don't worry. If you break more than one piece of stone at once, the owner will scold you with a troubled look on his face. You sound as if you've experienced it. Because Reno did. Amain smiled vaguely back at Miyamoto, who muttered with a nostalgic look and voice. The owner's face was twitching at that time. It must have been a snarl. I know that there are not that many siphons in the store, and the fact that multiple siphons were damaged at once would have been a problem for the business. The siphons in this store are made by Wenhua's favorite maker, and I don't even want to think about the amount of damage that would be incurred if they had to replace several of them. I promised myself that I would be careful, and sipped my own coffee that I brewed while I was making Miyamoto's. The deep, bitter taste on my tongue was a delight. A deep bitterness spreads across my tongue. The coffee is light and smooth, and the bitterness does not linger on the tongue forever. It is mild but has a deep, rich flavor. Amain does not like coffee with strong acidity, but this coffee was very easy to drink, with a good balance of bitterness, acidity, and a hint of sweetness from the bean itself. However, I felt that the astringency and bitterness were stronger than the one that Miyamoto brewed for me as a model, so I reminded myself that it needs to be improved. Oh, I love it. 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 As I take a break from ordering, Oashi comes in from the floor. In his hand is a tray and a used plate, which he has probably come to clean up after the customers have left the restaurant. Fujimiya-chan, give me a bite. Oashi put the plate in the sink and came to ask for it, and the next moment, Miyamoto grabbed Oashi by the neck and pulled him away from Zu. It was so brilliantly done that for a moment he could not understand what had happened. Hey, Fujimiya has a girlfriend. Fujimiya has a girlfriend, so don't do anything that could be misunderstood. Oh, I'm sorry, come to think of it, I think I said something like that. I have a lot of older brothers, and they don't mind doing this kind of thing, so. Miyamoto must have stopped him, since he had lightly explained the circumstances of working. Oashi also retreated with an open and honest attitude. Oashi, smiling at Miyamoto, who did not hide his dismay, seemed very friendly to him, even though they were just co-workers. This is something I have strongly felt over the past week, but I'm wondering if I should ask him. You two are very close. Well, we've known each other since childhood. I've been by your side for 20 years now. I guess you could say we're related. Isn't it awful? Oashi, who is grumbling and chopping at Miyamoto's side, screams when he is pinched in the side, but he immediately punches back, taking advantage of the fact that he is not visible to the customers here. The ease with which he did this could not have been achieved overnight, and I was convinced that this was why he was so friendly with them. However, I can't help but feel that they are close even for childhood friends, but I tilt my head and wonder if this is the kind of distance between male and female childhood friends. I know Ayako and Suji are dating, so I can understand the distance between them. But the distance between Miyamoto and Oashi also smells rather similar to those two. I don't think they've gotten to know each other well enough to point this out, and it would be rude to inquire whether they are dating out of curiosity. So, although I was curious, I didn't pursue it and just watched their light-hearted exchange. By the way, what kind of girl is Fujimiya-chan's girlfriend? Oashi, who had managed to get rid of Miyamoto's hand, asks innocently, and Amain looks up at her. What kind of, you might say, kinda nice girl? It's hard to explain what kind of girl Mahiru is. If you ask me, people from the same school would understand without saying, but Oashi is a college student and has no connection to Zu's school, so it is hard to understand without explaining. However, if I were to tell someone outside the school who has never seen her in person that she is a girl called Angel Lady, they would either laugh or be turned off, so I can't explain it to them either. On the other hand, if I tell them what Amain thinks Mahiru is, they will probably be favorites of my boyfriend, and I may end up falling in love with her even though I didn't intend to. So, I used a common expression, but it didn't seem to satisfy Oashi, and his lips twitched with a look. Well, looking at Fujimiya-chan, I think she's probably a messed up nice girl too. But just saying she's nice doesn't really convey the information. Well, that's what I think too, but anyway, she's a nice girl who works hard. I mean, do you really want to know so much about a person's girlfriend's personality? That's right. Girls love to talk about love, no matter how old they are. Love stories are also welcome. Girls. Dicky, you got a problem with me? No, nothing? Well. Oashi comes even closer to Shu, who is sipping his coffee, which has begun to cool, while quieting the two, who for some reason seem to be on the verge of a fight, with a subtly prickly atmosphere, probably due to Miyamoto's words. Let's put that aside. Fujimiya-chan is a serious person, right? That Fujimiya-chan seems to be in love with her, and I'm curious about her existence. I'm curious. Hey, you're not bringing him? I've told her not to come, at least until she gets used to the part-time job. That's too bad. Oashi makes a cute, dissatisfied sound, but I'm not going to give in here. In the first place, I don't know why they let him bring her to his part-time job, or why he's so ready to visit her. It's not supposed to be a quirk to be told by the senior staff at work, starting with Itsuki. Well, let's believe that one day she will be able to see it. By the way, is she cute? Objectively, or from my point of view? Both. I think it's incredibly cute from an objective point of view. From my point of view, you're prettier than anyone else. I should answer honestly and without falsehoods here, so I answer as simply and passionately as possible to avoid excessive infatuation. Mahiru's looks alone are good enough for anyone with different tastes to say that she is beautiful, and that part is non-negotiable. From the boyfriend's point of view, Mahiru's cuteness is not her looks, but her behavior and the pampered appearance she shows only to her lover. It's not that he's trying to be cute, but he's cute all the same. He is very cute in the way he sulks when he is jealous of a girl, or when he pulls the hem of his dress when he is lonely, or when he headbutts Mahiru to hide his embarrassment after his embarrassment explodes. If Mahiru had intended to do this, it would have been considered mockingly cute. But because Mahiru does it without any real intention, there are times when Zu's heart does not hold out. It would be easier for Amain to deal with it if she did it with a name. But since she does it naturally and from her heart is always shaken. Oh no. I've been made fun of. You asked me if you were a big fan of Lovey-Dovey, because you're working part-time for her, right? I thought she must be a very nice girl. You mean the kind of girl who makes you want to devote yourself to her, right? For her, it's a little different. I'm only doing it because I want to. It's my own decision. I'm going to have to deny it here. I'm not going to take on a cause for Mahiru, even if it is for Mahiru's happiness. Even if he understands that this leads to Mahiru's happiness, it should not be for Mahiru's sake, as if he is placing a part of the responsibility on her. Amain is doing this of his own volition and for his own sake. Even if the result is for Mahiru's benefit, this was non-negotiable. I can't say it's for her sake. I want to do this on my own. And as a result of my actions, I'm making her feel lonely. I'm a selfish person. Mahiru respects Zu's choice and accepts her being away from him, but I understand that I am still making her lonely and placing a heavy burden on her. That is why I am always grateful to her and can strive to achieve my goals as soon as possible. Both Oashi and Miyamoto blinked in admiration at Shu's assertion that he never wants to think of her as the reason he is having a hard time or struggling. You're a serious guy, aren't you? You're nothing like Reno. Why is she putting me down? You switch around too much. How many months did your last boyfriend last? Shut up. It's none of Doki's business who I go out with. I'm not taking anyone's boyfriend, and I'm not going out with you. Don't be so stingy with me just because we're childhood friends. Oh, yeah, well, I'm sorry about that. Miyamoto, who had been poked hard, raised his eyebrows slightly and averted his gaze somewhat painfully, but Oashi, not noticing this, returned to the floor in a somewhat bad mood. Miyamoto, who had been looking at me with a faint clinging look, noticed Zu's gaze and changed his expression to his usual calm eyes and meekness, as if nothing had happened. Ah, Mr. Miyamoto. I'm sorry, I'm sure this happened because Amain said something unnecessary, and my eyes are downcast. But Miyamoto is laughing it off with a light, karate-like wave of his hand. Oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's not Fujimiya's fault, it's been that way for a long time. And I think it's too late for me to say this or that. No, it's not that. Fujimiya, yes. The human heart is a tricky thing. I know it all too well. Yes, you don't care that much. No, don't worry about it. Whether it was to blow off Zu's worry, or whether he had already given up on the idea, Amain didn't know. What was certain, however, was that Miyamoto's eyes scrutinized him for a moment, as if he were in pain. Whether he knew how Amain was feeling or not, he said in his usual expression, I'm going to the floor, so please clean up, and left the kitchen in a simple voice with no emotion attached. Tsuji returns with a tray of dishes and a wry smile on his face. I don't think it's any use telling Miyamoto-san, he's that guy who's prepared for a different vector than Fujimiya. Tsuji, who was probably near the counter and seems to have guessed what was going on, laughs and shakes his head loosely while lowering his eyebrows as if he was troubled. Tsuji seems to know about the situation between the two of them, as he puts down the used dishes and says that he is concerned about them in his own way. I don't feel comfortable digging into people's circumstances too much, but am I right in my imagination? I'm not Fujimiya, and I can't see into your head, so I don't know. But maybe. I don't know how to judge, because I'm not the type of person who's around people like that. If this evil guess is true, I can tell even after listening to a little bit of the story that Miyamoto must have had a very difficult time. He has been dealing with other men who are not him, and he has changed his partner many times. It must be very painful for him to be kidnapped by someone who never turned towards him, but remained in close proximity to him as a childhood friend. I thought it would be rude of me to speculate about his feelings, but even so, just imagining it makes my heart ache. Let me tell you something so that you don't misunderstand me. Mr. Oashi is not a bad person. He's just a little bit easy to fall in love with and easy to cool down. That much? I've been working here since my freshman year, and Oashi-san has been here since before that. But as far as I know, he's had 5 or 6 boyfriends over the years. I don't have multiple boyfriends at the same time, but they all changed from one to the other. Oh, you're so irresistible. She's a soft and fluffy beauty on the outside. On the inside, she's a rather open and caustic person. She is a tall, slender model with a sweet, fluffy face. And she is a neat and tidy woman as long as she doesn't talk. When she opens her mouth, she is the type of person who is rather high-spirited and talks about the lower half of her personality, so there is a big gap between the two. She is cheerful and friendly, but you would never guess her personality from her appearance. I even have an evil guess that this might be one of the reasons why her boyfriend was taking over for her. Did Mr. Miyamoto also keep quiet and keep an eye on that male history? I suppose she would. That's also, well, it's not for us to say this or that, and at this rate, we'll be able to handle it, won't we? After all, the only one who can understand and take care of Mr. Oashi is Mr. Miyamoto. I'm sure it will all fall into place. I'm sure Mr. Oashi will cry to me. Tsuji, who seems to have no intention of losing his position as a senior and junior colleague in the workplace, makes a really simple assessment. Perhaps it's because he's seen this kind of exchange many times before, but this calmness makes Amain realize that there's nothing he should meddle in even though he and Miyamoto aren't that close. Rather than worrying about this and that and making things worse by meddling, it would be better to watch their choices and see where they end up. Sometimes it is important to push back, but it can also trigger a breakdown of the relationship. Amain is not close enough to him to take on that responsibility. Well, Miyamoto-san and Oashi-san will be fine, he said. What do you call this kind of thing, a cracked pot with a cracked lid? Chino, that's rude. Who's a spelling bee? Gee, Mr. Miyamoto. Miyamoto looks over at Tsuji with a carefree yet overbearing smile, as if he has inadvertently been asked something he probably shouldn't have been asked. Or rather, he is glaring at him. Chino, you wash the siphon and the filter. Wusu, Fujimiya, should you go too? Ha, ha. Azu, too, was following with a twitch, saying that he must not go against this. He heard Oashi's amused voice, Taki newcomer snoring, I'll report it to Itamaki-chan, as if he had returned from the floor or came to check up on him. I didn't. Outsiders, please don't get involved. I don't want to be told by someone who is snoring at me. This strong hit is understandable, since it is not snoring but Amain and the others' own fault. But Oashi, who does not know what is going on, pokes at Miyamoto in a teasing tone, which naturally hardens Miyamoto's attitude. Oashi, you take that kind of attitude, and Miyamoto becomes stubborn too. While cleaning the dishes and utensils that had been ordered, I sighed in unison at the low volume of arguing voices coming from behind me, conversing so that they could not hear me. Chapter 9, The Angel's Secret Business. Recently, I have become accustomed to returning home after dark from my part-time job, running lightly along the streets at night to get some exercise. I would be arrested if I were to wander around in my school uniform at this time of night, so I go to the trouble of changing into a jersey after my part-time job, and even put on a reflective sashes. This outfit is not very fashionable, but it is for my safety, so I can't help it. After taking the train back to the nearest station, I headed for my apartment in a short run, watching out for cars and pedestrians, and by the time I got there, the day would already be over in a little over 3 hours. Normally, It would have been time to have dinner and enjoy the evening. This busyness was strange for me because I used to go home, but it was not so bad until I got to know Mahiru. I had been too lazy, partly because I was a homecoming club member, and since we got to know each other, we spent a lot of time together studying and relaxing, so we didn't have a packed schedule. It was a little cramped, but also satisfying to have such a tight schedule and to work according to that schedule. I'm home. Although I was getting used to it, I still felt physically and mentally tired, and I opened the door to my house with a slight feeling of laziness. But there was no sign of anyone in the house, even though the lights were on. I thought Mahiru was cooking dinner and waiting for me, but when I took her off my shoes and went up to the living room, Mahiru was not there. When I looked into the kitchen, I could smell a very good smell and saw a pot on the stove with a lid on it. The stew in the pot seemed to be ready, and it seemed that she had prepared dinner before leaving the house. It's not that I have to stay at home, and I think it's good to cherish your time, but I was struck by how unusual it was. I had left a message that I would be home before I left, but just as the thought occurred to me that I should leave another message, I heard a somewhat hurried unlocking sound coming from the front door. Amain-kun, you're home early. Someone else is going to do the cleanup today. Also, I've been running at a faster pace. Sorry. It looks like Mahiru was doing his own thing too, so I guess I should have slowed down. No, that's not true. I wanted to see Amain-kun's face as soon as possible. I smile a little as I watch Mahiru's hair sway as she shakes her head in a slight panic, and reply, I'm glad to hear that. I feel a strong sense of smiling at Mahiru saying something so adorable. But Mahiru doesn't seem to mind Amain's smile and subtly looks down uncomfortably and mutters something small. Mahiru? I was just thinking about something, so don't mind me. Now that Amain-kun has come home, I'll go prepare dinner. I'll heat up the rice while you're in the bath. I'll heat up the water while you're in the bath. Thanks again. I was about to slip past Mahiru when I noticed a softly sweet scent wafting from her, while inwardly wondering why she seemed more awkward than usual. Normally, Mahiru has a subtle sweet smell, but the quality of the sweet smell wafting from Mahiru is different now. It is not the smell of her shampoo or herself, but rather a sweet smell that is attached to her from the outside. To be more specific, it smells like baked goods. Hey, what is it? No. I just thought the smell was different from the usual Mahiru. It smells like some kind of sweet, candy-type smell. What? That's because, I had a snack at home, so. Really? Mahiru doesn't eat much, he doesn't eat more than me. So if he eats something before dinner, he won't be able to eat dinner, right? This is also unusual, since he basically refrains from snacking in order to stay in shape. Mahiru is not a picky eater, but he eats very little. It must be difficult for her to eat a snack and a full dinner. I can eat, so it's not a problem. Just go take a bath. Amain-kun must be hungry after work, right? Well, I'm already starving. Well, let's sweat it out and have a nice meal, right? Mahiru pushed Amain's back as if to deceive him, and Amain thought something was still wrong, but went to his room to get a change of clothes as if he were being swept away. It seems that Mahiru is hiding something from Amain. Every time he comes back from his part-time job, his suspicions grow stronger. It's not just a suspicion, it's a confirmation. He is doing something sneaky. It is something that happens only when Amain is away from home, and when Amain is off from his part-time job, he does not show any sign of it. So, there must be something that he doesn't want Amain to see. I don't know what he's hiding. Mahiru is basically not good at hiding things or secret talks, and his attitude will soon reveal it. But this time he is doing his best to play dumb and act as if nothing happened. But this time, he is doing his best to bluff, deceive, and act as if nothing is going on. I'm sure Mahiru will be vague when I ask him about it, and I don't want to force him to know. He did not know anything about it, even when he asked Chitars and Ayaka. However, from the looks of the two, it seems that they know what they are hiding. In other words, they are also accomplices in the concealment. I couldn't hide my uneasiness at being left out, But I couldn't say anything because I knew that there are things that only people of the same sex can tell each other. Mahiru is hiding something. Although he doesn't ask, his anxiety and depression grows, so he unintentionally leaks it to his part-time friend Suji on the way to his part-time job. Incidentally, I could tell that Mahiru was planning to go ahead with something hidden today as well, so the haze was swirling around in my chest even more. He and Suji had been heading to the store together when their shifts overlapped, and he blinked at the suddenness of the news as he told Mahiru the moment he sat down on the train. However, from the look on Amain's face, he thought it was not a light topic, and he corrected his residency as he sat down next to him. "Did you have a fight or something?" "Not a fight at all. It's just that Mahiru is sneaking around hiding something that he says I didn't do or something." I asked him if he had done something without me noticing, but he tilted his head curiously at the question. "So I guess not." This made the mystery even more of a mystery, which was causing Amain a lot of heartache. I think that hiding it from her boyfriend would generally be considered cheating, but I don't think that's the case with Shiina-san. I'm not close to Shiina, but it's unlikely, given her personality and how well they get along. I think it myself, and Mahiru would never be that dishonest, because Mahiru hates the act of cheating more than anyone else. What Suji said in a light metaphor is unlikely with Mahiru. She has been brought up in a complicated background and environment, and she has a quality of never forgiving injustice. Even though her marriage has been loveless from the start, she detests cheating to the point of saying that she would never want to be like her mother, who spends her time with a mistress on the outside. There is no way Mahiru would betray her, and it is impossible for Chitose and Ayaka to cooperate with her in the first place. They are sensible and single-minded girls, so they would have a strong aversion to being dishonest, but I can't think of anything else to hide. Mahiru is basically not very good at hiding things, and never has been. He is the type of person who would confess to something if he thought something was fishy and just poked around a little. In this case, he wants to hide it clearly and doesn't seem to want to be noticed. So I haven't said anything. But the basic premise is that he doesn't want to hide anything and can't lie. That's why I'm wondering. Then, Mahiru's hiding things from me is probably not a sinful thing. Something he doesn't want me to see or know is not a bad thing. It's either something that he's embarrassed for me to know, or something about me. If he broke something or something, he'd be honest enough to report it and apologize, and it doesn't sound like it's something that was harmful. I've known Mahiru for about a year and we've been dating for about 5 months, but after spending so much time together, I've already grasped Mahiru's personality and habits. She has her own thoughts about them, and she is trying her best to hide them. So I know that they are not particularly harmful, but they are considerable. So what are you going to do about it then? I don't really have anything to do with it. What? Suji asks, seemingly taken aback by Amain's casual remark. Hearing the low, rattling, roaring sound of the train, Amain exhales softly to blend in with the sound. It's something Mahiru wants to keep hidden, so it's probably not a good idea to ask him to dig down to the root of it. I have 1 or 2 things I want to keep secret too, and if you don't want me to touch it, I won't. Even Amain is hiding from Mahiru the reason why he is working part-time, so he has no right to say anything about Mahiru. If they are hiding things from each other and their relationship can be successfully maintained despite it, then there is no problem, and that's fine. I trust Mahiru that he would never intentionally hurt me. Instead of getting involved in everything, it's better to keep the things we want to keep hidden from each other. And Violet, he said that because we trust each other, we should respect each other's private life. He says that's the key to staying calm all the time. This is coming from parents who have been flirting for years, so it must be persuasive. They've always been close, in my son's view, and they know each other well and are there for each other, but they're not involved in everything. People who know my parents think this is quite surprising, but they are not always attached to each other. They also value their alone time, and are often in different places when doing their hobbies. Even when they are together, they are often doing different things. And yet the air is warm and soft, so much so that even their son, Amain, feels comfortable with them. Because he has seen his parents like this, he has developed an attitude of respecting both their time and his own. By the way, what if there was something you wanted to do to make them feel sorry for you? Then that would mean that I wasn't worth consulting with, and in the unlikely event that Mahiru dumped me, it would mean that I was unattractive and unworthy. It's my fault. Mahiru is probably a very loving, single-minded, and sincere girl. If Mahiru dumped Amain without consulting Amain, the problem would most likely be on Amain's side. Mahiru would have sincerely expressed her feelings and dissolved the relationship. The fact that he didn't would mean that he is hiding something personal that is not against common sense or ethical standards. I don't feel comfortable digging into this, and it makes Mahiru uncomfortable, because he wants to hide it from me. I think it is inevitable that he is curious about it. Well, it's Mahiru, so I'm sure he'll be fine, but I'm still bothered by it. As someone who's being kept in the dark, I'm not comfortable with that. What can I say? Fujimiya is so sturdy when she's ready, isn't she? Yeah? It's only a wait-and-see stance because of his trust in Mahiru. If Amain is in a hurry to get an answer, it would be better to take it easy and wait for the answer to be revealed someday. I don't question him because I am confident that nothing bad will happen because of Mahiru. I would like to add a pathetic please forgive me if I feel uneasy. Like this, when I used to see you in the hallway, you were downcast and didn't look very confident. So, now you're being a great angel boyfriend. I didn't have a lot of confidence. Actually, I have friends who kicked my back and slapped me, and Mahiru who supported me, so I feel like I'm standing sharp. I've been physically kicked and slapped on the back, but my back was also battered in a metaphorical sense. Thanks to that, I am standing next to Mahiru like this and Mahiru is supporting me. It is because of her support in real life, such as food and lifestyle, as well as mentally, that Amain does not find it hard to work hard. In fact, he finds it enjoyable. When Amain concludes, "I can't thank you enough," Suji nods his head with a sincere look on his face. Shiina-san is the kind of person who helps the inner man, or rather, the more Fujimiya takes care of him, the more he shines. Whether he is shining or not, I can't be weak-minded to stand next to Mahiru, and I need to be proud of myself. I want to be a man and be proud of myself. Thanks to Mahiru, I can think that way. She actually supports me. I think there's also Fujimiya's personal virtue that makes people want to support. That's a very nice assessment. Though, I think it's Mahiru who makes me stand up straight, and it's Mahiru who makes me want to do my best to live up to her. And it's Mahiru who makes me want to do my best to live up to her, and it's Mahiru who makes me want to do my best to live up to her. I muttered, "That's why Mahiru is so great," to which he replied in a small voice, "I wonder if it's all right that I'm being told a joke after all." I felt somewhat apologetic and felt embarrassed until we arrived at the station. I work part-time 3 to 4 times a week, sometimes increasing or decreasing depending on my shift, but it generally stays around that frequency. Even though Saturdays and Sundays are also his earning time, he leaves one of them free to spend time with Mahiru and himself. The owner, Fumika, was satisfied because she could not neglect her studies, which is the main duty of a student, and she was supported in many ways, including the true purpose of her part-time job. Today was a break between part-time jobs, and Amain was relaxed from morning. He had done some muscle training and light jogging in his sleep, and he had also finished his assignments quickly. I can't help but smile as I realize that I'm living a much better and healthier lifestyle than I used to. I had finished my morning tasks, but there was one thing that was bothering me. Yes, about Mahiru's secret. It seems like he was doing something sneaky today too. Mahiru visited Amain's house in the afternoon and was still slightly awkward. Although she was calm now that it was past snack time, it was obvious that she was hiding something, because she looked a little awkward when Amain looked at her. I didn't point this out to him, so he gradually regained his composure. Sitting next to Amain on the sofa, Mahiru is calm, but not quite in the right place at the right time. He is distracted by his thoughts. I wanted to enjoy Mahiru at least a little bit since it was my day off, But it's also bad to press Mahiru, who looks absent-minded. The most important thing is that you can get the best out of your time with the help of the best. Mahiru. Yes, can I have a hug? Mahiru's caramel-colored eyes twinkled, and then she nodded with a soft, faint smile. She gently extends her hand to me, and I take advantage of her kindness to gently wrap my arms around Mahiru's body. Today, I smell chocolate. I smell sweet every day, no matter how much Mahiru likes sweets. It's not something she eats that often, and she doesn't reach for it easily because she's trying to stay in shape. However, recently, she often smells sweet. I'm not a big fan of sweets, but I do like the smell of sweets, so I don't mind the soft smell of sweets every time I approach and touch them. The moment I gently touched her waist to pull her closer, Mahiru's body shook with a jerk. Yeah. The sound of rejection spilling out of her mouth, Amain felt his head cool down rapidly, wondering if he had rushed too quickly. The most important thing to remember is that you can't just go out and buy a new pair of jeans and a new pair of jeans. Even though she is my girlfriend, it does not mean that I can touch her as I please. There are times when she is not in the mood, and there are times when she does not want to be touched in that way. I gently pulled my body away from hers, and Mahiru looked up at Amain with a face that seemed to have no idea what was going on. Sorry, I got carried away. No, I don't hate it. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, I misled you. It's not that I don't like being hugged by Amain-kun or anything. Mahiru, who seems to have sensed that Amain thinks he has been rejected, hurriedly asserts his opinion with gestures. But I hate it. No, I don't like it. Or, I'm worried about my stomach right now. Or, my stomach. I have a fat theory. It's not like they're grabbing me by the waist. Mahiru puts her hand on her stomach, and Amain can only nod his head. Mahiru, who has perfect self-control, seems to be maintaining her best shape and does not look or feel fat at all. She was as thin as usual just now, which made me feel uneasy. In fact, she is so slender that I am concerned from a health standpoint that she might be better off with some meat on her body. Where? I'm still thin. You didn't have a fattening diet to begin with. I know that Mahiru does stretching and light exercise at home every day and jogs when she has time, and I know that she plays fitness software on the game console at Amain's house. Although she is a homecoming club member, Mahiru is an ogre of self-control who exercises to maintain her beauty, and it is hard to believe that she would gain weight. I don't think so, but for some reason Mahiru would not make eye contact with Amain. Were you? No, I haven't missed any proper exercise. In fact, I've been doing more than usual. I also balance my diet with 3 meals. I'm there, but, well, I eat 3 meals out. You mean you snack between meals? I snacked. Or, no, I snacked. That's what caused it. That's very unusual. Mahiru is careful about what she eats to the extent that she is careful about her style. So it was surprising that she ate as much as Mahiru feared she would. I didn't see her eating extra while she was spending time with Amain, so she must be eating at home. Maybe that's how good he found the food. Well, there's even a word for autumn, the season of appetite, and the food is delicious, isn't it? It's the time of year when we have more delicious foods, different from summer, and you can't go overboard on the treats. I'm indecisive and elaborate. Or maybe it's not a good thing that I'm indecisive and elaborate. Or, No. Anyway, if you touch your belly, the fat will. I don't think Mahiru has much excess fat, but she's thin and there's no flesh to pick at, and it's only a margin of error if you add a little, and Mahiru is thin and muscular and toned to begin with, so it doesn't matter if it's a little softer or softer. From Amain's point of view, the public demand for thinness is excessive, and Mahiru is thin enough even by that standard. It doesn't matter if Mahiru is a little fuller, or if she is thin. It doesn't mean she is cute or beautiful. And since I like Mahiru herself, I don't care about her body shape. I thought it was fine as long as it was a body shape that did not cause me any concerns in terms of health. When I told Mahiru earnestly that she did not have to worry about it, she looked up at Amain with a small moan. It may be a big problem for him, but for Amain, a little fat gain is nothing to worry about. In fact, the fact that Mahiru's area of the world is increasing is probably a good thing for him. It is a matter of life and death for him to be left alone. Since there is no increase in terms of touch, I'd like to be healed a little. No? No, not no, but. Okay, but. Laughing at Mahiru's slightly desperate look, Amain pulled Mahiru closer to him. Rather, he lifted her up as if holding her. I sat back down on the sofa, holding Mahiru, who had stiffened, between my legs, in a stuffed animal cuddling position. This is the most comfortable position for hugging on the sofa, but Mahiru looked slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps because of embarrassment. However, Mahiru seemed to be slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps due to embarrassment, but I guess it was not because she was not averse to it. He puts his hands firmly in front of him and touches his abdomen, which he seems to be concerned about. But it is so thin and slender that one wonders where the misconception that he has gained weight is coming from. It hasn't changed after all, but I'm making an effort, but I'm curious. You're such a thin guy. Well, if Mahiru is concerned about it, I can't say too strongly. But don't push it. I like any Mahiru, yes. If Mahiru wants to be thin without being too much, I will support her. But I did not wish for her to be thin. I will categorically deny the mistake of thinking that she has gained weight. But I will not deny her desire to lose weight or her efforts to lose weight afterwards. I would not deny her efforts to lose weight, but I could not deny her desire to lose weight and her subsequent efforts to lose weight. I wonder how a girl's body can be so thin and yet so soft, and as I bury my face in her shoulder, a sweet smell slips into my nostrils, mixed with the milky scent of fabric softener and Mahiru herself. I slide my lips to the base of her neck and press them lightly against it. I have no intention of doing anything to him, but I feel happy when I touch his skin and think that his white skin looks delicious. It's a man's saga, and I couldn't help it. Mahiru made a tickling sound when I put my lips to her smooth skin, kissed her on the mouth, and rubbed my cheek against hers. Amain-kun becomes a spoiled brat when he gets tired, doesn't he? I can return it exactly like that. Well, I miss human skin. It is something that could be said for Mahiru, but when both of us are tired, we try to heal ourselves by sticking to the other person. They feel comfortable and happy when they taste each other's body warmth or their own scent. Basically, Mahiru is spoiled more often than Amain, but Amain is getting tired more and more these days, so he has learned to spoil Mahiru in this way. Mahiru is very happy when I spoil her honestly, so I tend to spoil her. You can do as you please, but please don't leave any marks. I can see it. When you did it on your sleepover before, Chitters-san found out and made fun of you. Sorry, I should have made it a little more hidden. Amain was so excited at the time that his rational mind had abandoned half its job. Of course, he didn't step over the line that he shouldn't have, but he followed his desire to color his white skin. Thanks to you, I even put it on as far as I could see, and I regret it. When I recall the scene of that night, I feel irresistibly embarrassed and my embrace becomes stronger, but Mahiru in my arms slapped Amain's thighs firmly. That's not even the point. Amain-kun, you get used to it, don't you? Well, I'm not used to it, but it's nice for a guy to wear the mine sign, so there's no way I could get used to it after seeing my skin once. Just remembering it brings shame to my face, and my desire is now rising up to my neck. I just suppress it with my reason. However, the desire itself is inevitable, and if there is a next time, I will leave the same trail of Amain's lips on my white skin again. Mahiru suddenly became quiet when I intertwined the hand that was slapping her thigh with my own while murmuring to the frustrated Mahiru in my arms, "I'll never get used to it. It's her bare skin." Her ears are red, so it is obvious that she is embarrassed. Next time, you'll have to fasten it a little where I can't really see it. You're going to keep in mind the assumption that there's a next time. Well, that's the thing. I'm happy with everything you do for me, Amain. And I like being touched. It's comfortable. I'm not a fan of the way you do it, he said. I'm not a fan of the way you do it, he said. Mahiru said that she would accept most of what Amain does and that she also likes to be touched, which made me feel like I was about to go wild with desire again. But I managed to calm myself and kept the kisses to my neck. Mahiru, who is still very sensitive, wondered, but let Amain do what he wanted. Anyway, the scar is no good now. If you do, just do it. Dan? It's nothing. Never mind. I care so much. It's okay. When Mahiru stopped in the middle of saying something, Amain smiled and accepted it, thinking how light he was, as he tilted his head back to Mahiru and threw his weight on Amain with a flurry of words as if to cover up his mistake. Chapter 10, and so, X-Day arrived for the angel. Amain has started a part-time job, but it is not the case that he spends all the days when he does not have a part-time job with Mahiru. Mahiru has her own life and sometimes she wants to be alone or with someone else. Lately, Mahiru has been hiding behind Amain, and because of this, after school on weekdays when she is off from her part-time job, she spends time at home until dinner or plays with Itsuki. Are you sure it's okay to play with us, newlyweds? Won't your wife sulk? The three of us had come to taste a new product at a coffee chain, and we had just started to take it out and drink it at a park near the station, when Itsuki said something like that to me. Incidentally, he jokingly asked me, "Why don't we go to a main store?" I refused to go there. Who's a newlywed? I don't have a problem playing with them because it's my personal time. I don't care if it's the opposite sex, but a friend of the same sex, and it's just for fun. Oh no, you're saying it's just fun with me? What do you mean you invited me to play with you? I've never had a playful relationship with you in that sense in the first place, and there's no way. That's because there's no way I'm going to get in the way of two people who are so passionate about each other, is there? You have cheaters, and I don't need you. Terrible. Well, Itsuki is a pain in the ass when he's here. Isn't Yuta too harsh? Yuta, who was casually saying cold things, was drinking a frozen shake, which was newly released for a limited time only, and letting Itsuki's words slide with an innocent look on his face. It has been a little over a week since the beginning of November, and the weather is already showing signs of winter at every corner. It's getting colder and colder, so why would anyone want to drink such a cold drink outside? After about 10 seconds of pretending to cry, he then drank the limited edition sweet potato latte with a relaxed look on his face. Well, that's okay. It's nice to play with us, but aren't you tired? If you're this tired, I'm sure Kadoaki is tired all the time. Well, we make sure that we take all our vacations, and it's not like we have to deal with the mental stress of customer service. So it's not like that, you know? I like to run in the first place. Fujimiya, do you have any stress about your part-time job? Not really. Well, I don't really like customer service, but most of the customers are older and more relaxed, and the older part-timers are kind and teach me well, so I may be stressed about my inadequacies, but not in the environment. Although it has been less than a month since I started my part-time job, I am glad from the bottom of my heart that Ayaka introduced me to the part-time job. The customer service industry will be useful in the future, and I am grateful to have good-natured people as part-timers. To be honest, I believe that half of the success of a part-time job depends on the people you work with, so I'm very grateful to have been introduced to a workplace with such calm people. I shake my paper cup in a circular motion and cower my shoulders, vowing to return the favor some other time. I think you're too good a place to work for me. Good then, I guess the work environment is important to me when I work, and I don't want a place where I'm used and discarded. If it's that kind of workplace, I'd quit immediately. You have the right to choose. Even if it's a part-time job, my body and mind are more important, and Mahiru probably wouldn't like that kind of workplace. They love you. I don't think that's relevant right now. I looked at Yuta, wondering if that was all he wanted to say, but he just smiled at me. So I turned away, feeling itchy. Well, Amain works in a coffee shop, right? Yeah, it's more for the wealthy. Everything they eat and drink is good, so I'm sure they charge a lot for it. The coffee beans are carefully selected, from where they are grown to how they are roasted and blended, and the coffee at this store is a perfect example of that attention to detail. Of course, coffee is not the only thing they are proud of. Other items on their menu, though few in number, are also very tasty, and they are loved by their regular customers as a hidden gem. It is at times like this that I wonder who Fumika really is. But it seems that even her niece Sayaka has a face that she doesn't fully grasp, and after hearing that, I'm even more confused about Fumika. By the way, Amain, don't you get picked on or something? The kind that seems to happen all the time. What's your image of the coffee shop in your mind? I don't get picked up. I get compliments from calm ladies who say I'm cute, but that probably means I'm cute in a poor way, and they look at me like they're looking at their grandchildren. There are quite a few ladies and gentlemen who look at the new, inexperienced clerk with a warm, or rather gentle, smile. Although I haven't made any major mistakes, I have made quite a few small ones, but they have all been calmly brushed off, and I really couldn't stop thinking about how sorry and grateful I was to Amain. So many older people with plenty of time to spare, and not many young people have entered the restaurant so far, so there have been no pickups of that kind. There are better looking and more pleasant waitstaff than Amain, so even if there were someone looking for a pickup, they would go there. The most he has is a lady of my grandmother's age who says to him, "I'd like to introduce my grandson to you." Of course, I have a girlfriend, so I politely decline. Fujimiya seems to be popular with older people. Basically, she has a gentle demeanor and polite mannerisms. I'm a customer service person, there's no way I'd make a messy move. Well, in terms of clientele, it's easier to talk to a quiet and sober person like me. I get talked to a lot. That must be popular with them. As a companion, it doesn't matter if you're male or female, regardless of age, it's a relaxed atmosphere, so the wait staff can talk with customers when they're free. It's not a typical coffee chain atmosphere, but a relaxed space with a calm atmosphere. The space has a relaxed atmosphere because there are a lot of regular customers, each of whom is a calm person. It's interesting to imagine Amain being popular with quiet madams. That's not what I'm talking about. It's rude to the other party. Stop being so paranoid. It's a little scary that it's so common. To Kadoaki, Amain looks at me with a dumbfounded gaze. You too? But since Yuta looks more serious than I thought he would, I tell him once and for all, because there is no way he would flirt with another woman when he has a girlfriend that he clearly likes and has promised a future to. I'm confident that he won't even look at me. I'm sure she wouldn't want Amain to make such a mistake. He sighed and cowered, and then glanced at the watch on his wrist. Well, maybe it's about time. What? Is it a time issue that I'm borrowing you for? I thought that although Amain is indeed Mahiru's, Mahiru is not the type to be proprietary in that way and would not be jealous of a friend of the same sex, but I am puzzled because Kadoaki agrees with me, saying, "Oh, yes." Even though it's still just before 17 o'clock, the sun is setting earlier and it's getting colder. So should we break up soon? Either way, we've got a lot to do back home. That's well. Let's break it up then. It's cold. Deciding to simply disperse, Itsuki turns his body toward the park's doorway to leave quickly, but then turns back to Amain as if on second thought. Hey, Amain. What? I'll be back tomorrow with a lot more things I want to say and ask you, so be prepared. As I was stunned by the Itsuki that suddenly said something I don't understand with a smile and left, Yuta also chuckled and said, "From me, too. I'll see you tomorrow," he says and leaves. With mixed feelings of being subtly left behind, I tilted my head and wondered what was going on with Amain and headed home. When he returned home, Mahiru greeted him as usual. What was different was that Mahiru had a smile on her face when she greeted me. Her eyes were sparkling and bright, and her smile was soft and gentle. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, revealing Mahiru's good mood. "Welcome back, Amain-kun. I'm back." "You're in awfully good mood." Mahiru's good mood is a joy, but Amain has no idea why she is in such a good mood. Usually Mahiru greets you with a big smile when you come home, but never has she been in such a good mood as she was today. Mahiru may or may not be aware of Amain's confusion, but his smile is growing stronger. From the looks of it, Amain really hasn't noticed all day. What? I'm not sure if that's what you mean when you say you don't remember what day it is at all. Today is Amain's birthday, right? At the sound of a slightly stunned voice, Amain let out an unintentional ah. Oh my god, Amain-kun. Happy birthday, Amain-kun. I completely forgot about it. I don't really care about it, because it's my own thing. It's strange that he realized it after Mahiru told him, but it was so far out of his mind that he wasn't aware of it at all. Mahiru didn't know it was my birthday last year, and in the past few weeks, I've been so busy with my daily routine of muscle training, jogging, and reviewing that I've completely forgotten about it. He had been so busy with his daily routine of muscle training, jogging, and reviewing for schoolwork, that he had completely forgotten about it. That was probably one of the reasons. When I was living at home, my parents celebrated my birthday, but since I started living alone, I have not been aware of it, and here I am. It doesn't matter, does it? For me, I am grateful for this day when Amain was born. Without him, I would not have been able to truly trust and love people. Mahiru gently takes Amain's hand, chuckling about the fact that Amain had completely forgotten about it. Thanks to you, I was able to know that love is indeed something that exists. I can now think from the bottom of my heart that I am happy. I am so grateful that you were born. Unlike when we first met, his eyes are warm and soft, and he gazes at me. His hands are warm. It was as if the heat that Mahiru was holding in Amain's hands now was directly contained in his hands, and they conveyed a gentle yet comforting warmth. Thank you for being born and meeting me. I felt my cheeks heat up at the sound of his voice and smile, which clearly expressed the emotion of being truly happy. I realized that heartfelt gratitude and blessings can make my body feel so hot. It was the first time I met Mahiru that I knew it was not something unpleasant, but something comfortable and fluffy, different from being swept away by the heat. Amain must be a very lucky man to be thought of in such a way. Thank you for thinking of me so much and congratulating me. Mahiru beams as he says thank you, faltering a bit, not knowing how to convey this passion and emotion. I have prepared a fine, but not too fine, feast for you today, so please enjoy it. And before we eat, there are two things I need to apologize for. Yeah? Things I need to apologize for? Mahiru's eyes were somewhat awkwardly downcast as Amain tilted his head. Well, I think Amain-kun noticed that I was sneaking around. I'm sorry for making you uneasy. Mahiru's attitude, which has been suspicious until now, must be for today. Yeah, that's because, well, I knew from what I just saw that Mahiru wasn't going to do anything terrible to me, so I was worried that I might have done something wrong. But I don't think Amain-kun would do anything to me, though. This is just because I wasn't very good at hiding things from him, and on the contrary, I made him uneasy. I'm sorry for hiding things from you, Amain-kun. Mahiru is not the type of person who can hide things from Amain very well, and he felt guilty. It was a cute little secret, and he was doing it for Amain's sake, so I didn't blame him very much. I don't really care about it. What's the other one? That. I was preparing for my birthday behind the scenes, and it seems that you all were so concerned about the surprise that you didn't say anything about it on the day of the event. If it was true, everyone was supposed to celebrate at school today. Because of me, I interfered with the blessing that Amain-kun should have received today. Oh, that's what you mean. In case you're wondering, Itsuki, Chitters and the others know my birthday, and they're the type of people who celebrate their friends' birthdays because they're pretty meticulous people. That's why they didn't say anything to me, and that's also the reason why I didn't realize it was Amain's birthday. It was because he was cooperating with Mahiru that he didn't say anything today, and probably invited him to play after school today to keep him company. I know better than anyone that the sound of those guys is soft. I am wondering what to do about Mahiru's apologetic look, and gently pat him on the head as he turns his head down. Well, To be honest, I myself don't think it matters what date, place, or whether I tell him or not. Well, as for the date, they've been so busy that they forgot about it, and there's no reason why they shouldn't celebrate today, right? It's like they were thinking about me in their own way. But I think they think the best thing for me is to accept Mahiru's idea of a celebration, which is why they colluded to keep it under wraps. Their cooperation with Mahiru this time was a result of their attempt to celebrate Amain in their own way. Amain doesn't care if they don't congratulate him on the day of the event. I feel that they are celebrating Amain. I know I'm blessed with that many friend-oriented guys, and that's enough for me to know that I'm being celebrated. It's not that the celebration has to be direct, and I don't measure friendship by whether or not I'm approached. People celebrate in different ways, and if this is how they think they should celebrate, then that's fine with Amain. I don't remember being the kind of person who judges by words and things, and I didn't build such a flimsy relationship with them. Their feelings were enough. Mahiru still looks slightly disappointed, and Amain chuckles as he gently strokes Mahiru's head and gently looks into her face. And well, I'm going to get squirmy tomorrow, so Mahiru can have me all to herself today. I'm going to be asked a lot of questions tomorrow, just enough to make me squirm, you know? Yes, Mahiru laughed and nuzzled his face into Amain's chest. Gorgeous. Looking at the items lined up on the dining table, I couldn't help but spill out my true feelings. The dishes on the table as a birthday feast are, to put it plainly, a collection of Amain's favorite foods. Normally, the menu would be balanced in terms of nutrition, but not today. The dishes were prepared in accordance with Amain's taste, as he professes to be an egg lover. Although he loves eggs and they are nourishing, he has been restricted from eating too many eggs per day because it is not good for him to eat too much of the same thing. One dish that stands out at the table is a hard-baked omelette rice with beef stew, which Mahiru rarely makes because it can only be made the day after cooking and it takes too much time and effort. Other dishes include chawanmushi, steamed egg custard, potato salad with a lot of boiled eggs, and egg in a purse, which is a typical high school boy's diet. But there are many different genres and items, including many of Amain's favorite dishes. The almost complete absence of vegetables is probably due to Amain's excessive fondness for eggs, rather than his dislike of vegetables. These side dishes are a collection of Amain's favorite dishes, though, with no consideration for culinary genre or nutritional balance. It's safe to say that they're all one-sided for a day or so. Mahiru's cheeks are slightly stained with joy as she tells him with an elegant smile that he can just add more vegetables the next day. By the way, I'll make the dashimaki tamago for you tomorrow morning. I thought it would be better to make it in the morning to make it tastier. I'll also prepare Amain-kun's favorite salmon sekiyoyaki, grilled salmon. For the miso soup, can I use tofu and daikon? It's a feast in the morning. No. The one in front of you is also a crazy feast. Anyway, please enjoy it before it gets cold. Today's beef stew turned out moderately tender. Yay! An omelette with beef stew on top is justice. Personally, I would like to exclaim with pleasure, as it is a favorite dish that is rarely served due to the hassle involved, but I hold back and clasp my hands together. I would like to shout out with pleasure, but I hold back and join my hands together. The beef was so tender that it could be cut with a spoon, but it was very tasty without being dry in the mouth. I knew immediately upon biting into it that they must have used good meat, as I nodded my head in agreement with myself that the flavorful taste of the omelette was the best when combined with the rice. I reached for other side dishes at a pace that it was not vulgar, and Mahiru was watching me with a smiling face as I ate my meal. What's wrong? No. Amain-kun always eats so deliciously, and I'm so proud to be the creator of this dish. That's because it's delicious. I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the best. If you gave me the highest rating among Amain's, I'm satisfied too. I won't neglect to be diligent, though. Smiling at Mahiru's stoicism to no end, I was shoveling the food into my mouth, and in no time at all, my plate was empty. There were quite a variety of dishes, but the portions were kept to a reasonable level, so Amain, who has become even hungrier since he started working, was able to easily finish his meal. Mahiru smiled with satisfaction at Amain as he finished his meal, then slowly got up from his seat and put the dishes in the sink. As soon as he sat up to help, he was told in a gentle but non-committal tone, the hostess should take her time, and he quickly took his seat. As the dishes on the table disappear, Mahiru turns to Amain once again and smiles. There's also dessert after dinner. Hope you like it, maybe the one you've been secretly practicing? I can already tell what Mahiru has been hiding from me up to this point. The sweet aroma that sometimes wafted through the air after he came home must have been the cake he was making for Amain. Yup. I was hesitant to serve it unless I was satisfied with it, so I made quite a few improvements to make it taste like something Amain would like. I can see why he was worried about gaining weight. Perhaps they were prototyping and consuming. Depending on the product, sweets are high in calories, so consuming them would be a concern. And since Mahiru doesn't like to waste food, he seems to have eaten all of it. I guess it's rude to say that I would have been happy with anything Mahiru made. I'm glad you elaborated so much, but don't overdo it, okay? I did work a little harder on my exercise after. I guess all that effort didn't change my body shape. Self-control is the name of the game. It's within the margin of error at best, and since my abdominal circumference hadn't changed, I'm safe. Now, let me bring it to you. Mahiru then brings a plate of what appears to be homemade chocolate cake from the refrigerator. It is placed on the table with a small thump. It has already been cut into pieces so that it is easy to eat, and Mahiru quietly takes it out onto a plate. I looked at what was placed in front of me and thought it was a gâteau au chocolat. It might be closer to raw chocolate. From the outside, the dough seemed fine and thick. Mahiru later added a little whipped cream and mint, but it was still a very simple-looking dish. I decided on gâteau chocolat. Amain-kun doesn't like sweets that much, and I thought he would prefer something easy to eat with a drink. By the way, I chose milk as the drink because of its strong flavor, so I would be happy if you could have it with this. I think it's best to eat it the way the creator recommends, so I'll be grateful for it. Mahiru has taken great care in making this dish, so I can say with confidence that there is no mistake. So Amain pushes through the gâteau chocolat with a fork while Mahiru watches over him without any worries. As it looked, the dough was very finely packed, so it was hard to push through. Still, it was easy to cut, so Amain cut it into bite-sized pieces and gently brought them to his mouth. The first thing that hit him was the rich chocolate flavor. The first thing that came to my mind was the rich chocolate flavor. The closest way to describe it would be sticky, yet, unlike raw chocolate, it has a smooth texture that melts in the mouth. The hardness of the dough was finished with the perfect amount of salt. The sweetness is moderate, but you can certainly taste the sweetness and the depth of the chocolate. It seemed to be adjusted to maximize the goodness of the chocolate. Ugh. When I simply spilled out the real words without any qualifications, Mahiru smiled, spilling out a sigh of relief. I'm glad it suited your palate. I was going for just the right taste and texture. It's so good. Wow, I didn't know it could be this good. I'm so glad you had that reaction. It's really worth the effort. It was worth the effort. Mahiru, beaming with a laugh that rings a bell, peeks in with a somewhat mischievous smile on his face as Amain tastes the gâteau chocolat. By the way, do you know what the secret ingredient is? When asked, I close my eyes and focus my nerves on the taste buds on my tongue. There is a definite sweetness and depth to the taste, but there is also a deep aroma and bitterness that is different from that of chocolate. It is the aroma of something Amain has recently come to smell a lot at work. Coffee. But, is this from our store? The delicate taste and aroma standing out were similar to the coffee we serve at my current place of work. It was a half guess, but Mahiru smiles and claps his hands together. Great answer. You figured it out pretty well, didn't you? No. Well, it was appropriate. But since you're sneaking around with Kaido included, I thought it might be possible. You looked at it closely. Oh, I haven't gone to see how things are going yet, you know? As you may have guessed, Kaido-san helped me buy coffee beans from the coffee shop where Amain-kun works. I really can't thank the owner enough for even blending the chocolate to give it richness and depth. Even Itamaki-san was complicit in this. I thought he was smiling at me every time I saw him lately. I didn't think that even the owner, Bunker, was involved in this, and I was inwardly breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking that my next part-time shift was going to be a disaster. However, the coffee at that coffee shop is indeed delicious. I had heard that freshly ground coffee tastes exceptionally good, and I had been thinking about grinding it at home when I bought a coffee grinder. But I never thought I would be able to enjoy it in this way. I was only relying on Kaido-san, but before I knew it, the conversation had spread and he willingly cooperated. I'm glad you didn't hear about it, Amain-kun. Really, Mahiru is. Mahiru doesn't seem to spare no effort for Amain's sake, and I can't help but feel amused. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to have a little bit of a wow factor, but it's a good idea to have a little bit of a wow factor. I look up and see Mahiru's eyes meet mine with a glamorous smile on her face. Since it's your birthday, I'll feed it to you, right? It's your birthday, so I thought I should feed it to you myself. Ah, no, that's... Don't be shy. Mahiru gently puts a chocolate gateau on his mouth with a smile that says she doesn't care about Amain's hesitation, as if she's going to blow him away. Mahiru's gesture, knowing that there was nothing to be disgusted with, made Amain's chest prickle with shame, but he still immersed himself in the sense of happiness that welled up inside him. Mahiru was embarrassed to death when Amain was forced to eat the portion that had been divided for him by Mahiru. But Mahiru was still smiling with satisfaction and happily watched Amain's embarrassment. Was it delicious? It was delicious, but do I need to feed you? There was, because Amain-kun is the star of the show. If there were other people there, he'd be exposed for sure. It's just the two of us, though. So it's okay. If Itsuki were here, they would definitely be smirked at and made fun of. Or they would give me a warm look and a smile. The next time you are in the market for a new product or service, you should consider the following. The next time you are in the market for a new product or service, you should consider the following. Mahiru smiles and pulls something out of her bag. It is a white box slightly larger than her palm, decorated with a navy blue ribbon. The box is a little bigger than your palm and is decorated with a navy blue ribbon. It's a birthday present. I don't know if you'll like it, but... Mahiru, who placed it gently in Amain's palm, looks at him with a sobbing look. It seems that he may open it right here and now. He probably wants to see the reaction. I carefully unwrapped the ribbon and opened the lid of the box to find a velvet box inside. I was surprised to find a velvet box with a gift inside. I thought the gift was directly inside, but I was a little disappointed for a moment. But I guessed that Mahiru's desire to surprise me was mixed in with the fact that he treated the gift so carefully. Gently opening the box inside, I found a clip-like object with a subdued white shine. It was open-worked with some kind of flower-like pattern, and for a moment I couldn't make out what it was. But then I quickly realized that it was something that Amain wears during school ceremonies. Type pin? Great answer. I honestly had a hard time deciding what to give a man. The most common type of wristwatch is the expensive one, which will make him feel uncomfortable. In the first place, Amain has a watch, and he seems to like it, so he doesn't wear a wristwatch much because he basically has his smartphone at hand, but the only one he wears when he goes out is probably the wristwatch his parents gave him as a gift for entering high school. It was a bit expensive, and I was hesitant to wear it to school, and I don't go out for long periods of time, so I don't wear it often. However, he still wore it when he went out with Mahiru, so Mahiru seemed to have remembered it. Then, I decided to go with something that I would have a moderate chance to wear and that Amain wouldn't normally buy. At our school, you are free to wear a necktie pin as long as it's not too flashy, except for ceremonies, right? I thought I'd go with something he could use even after he enters the workforce. Only tie pins with the school emblem are allowed to be worn during ceremonies, but other than that, there are no restrictions. And most of the boys don't wear tie pins themselves because it's too much trouble. Amain doesn't usually wear a necktie pin either, or has almost forgotten that one exists. But if Mahiru gave it to him like this, he would probably wear it every day. Perhaps he chose this kind of daily use item as a gift because he wants people to wear it. If I were a working adult, I could have gotten a necktie, which I would have needed many of, but as a student, a tie is a fixed item. School rules are school rules. I'll choose again when I have a chance to wear a suit. Yeah, thanks. I'll take good care of this one and use it. I can feel, without saying a word, that he intends to stay by my side from now on, and my heart naturally fills with joyous enthusiasm. Of course, Amain has been intending to do so from the very beginning, but I could clearly sense this feeling from Mahiru, which was both embarrassing and more than a little gratifying. He smiled at Mahiru with the hope that he would never forget to cherish this necktie pin and Mahiru as well as the heat in his heart, and Mahiru smiled at him with a relaxed smile that made him feel relieved. Thank goodness. I was a little worried that you wouldn't be pleased. To be honest, I was aware that it wasn't a choice for high school boys, so I'm confident that Mahiru would be pleased with any gift. But I know that. But I wanted to give something that Amain-kun would need. I was worried about the gift because Amain-kun is not greedy and has a lot of things. I heard that they struggled with Amain, who basically doesn't want things, so as Amain, I can only laugh at them. From my point of view, I'm generally pleased with what Mahiru gives me. I'm afraid that if I give her candy wrappers, she'll be happy. I wonder if there's some kind of intention behind it, some kind of interesting or cute pattern, and I'd keep it. But I don't do that, though. If you do, I'll usually give you that candy. Well, I knew that was a joke. I'm happy with anything that Mahiru can put her heart into. Mahiru. Her tone was discontented, but her face was apparently relaxed. So she must have been embarrassed. The first time I saw Mahiru, I felt happy, and then I decided to put away the necktie pin quietly and wear it from tomorrow. And Mahiru grabbed the hem of Amain's dress with a look of reluctance. And one more thing, a small present, or rather. Amain tilts his head, wondering what's wrong with his somewhat hesitant tone. Today, from now until the date changes, will listen to anything you ask for, Amain. I nearly swooned when I heard Mahiru's words. Thank God I'm not drinking milk right now. If I had, it would have popped out of my mouth with all my might. I coughed lightly and looked at Mahiru, who looked determined and stared back at me. It seems that he really means it. Such a dangerous thing, to your girlfriend, for God's sake. And yet, I have said this before, but it is very dangerous for a woman to do whatever a man tells her to do. No matter how much of a lover she is, dangerous things are dangerous. Amain-kun is so modest or unselfish. That's not what I'm saying. You know, it's a waste of time. You're a girl. I don't think Amain would do anything terrible. If he does something terrible, as I said before, you'll be held accountable, so. Mahiru stared straight at him with innocent and trusting eyes, and Amain unconsciously felt defeated as he lightly chewed on his cheek and then gently reached out to touch Mahiru's body. I'll take responsibility even if you don't do anything, but come on, idiot. Really? Mahiru is sweet to Amain and a little scary that he is willing to do anything to Amain. No matter how much he promised, he's still a healthy young man, and there may be times when reason doesn't do its job. I guess that's a sign that they like you that much. I gently pull her soft body into my arms and bury my face in her shoulder, thinking that I'm giving her too much credit. I inhale, and I smell the scent of body soap a little stronger than usual, as if she had already taken a bath first. Maybe if I said I wanted Mahiru here, he'd nod. I have no intention of breaking my own vow, but I could easily imagine the sight of her nodding her head in embarrassment. So she is still a frightening sweetheart. You never know when you might lose your self-control. A man's reason is thinner than a piece of paper, and it will blow away if he is agitated. I reminded myself that I had to be careful, and slowly slid my lips to her cheek and gently let out a breath. Mahiru's body shakes instantly, and anyone can tell that she is very sensitive to tickling. However, I have no intention of showing this to anyone, and only Amain should know that she is sensitive to tickles everywhere. Only Amain should know her weak points. Laughing at Mahiru's wriggling in his arms, but not resisting, Amain gently puts his lips to her ear. "Well, for the first time in a long time, I'm going to ask you to be my cuddle buddy." Mahiru wanted Amain to ask him for a favor, so he said something as sweet as he could without breaking Amain's reason, and Mahiru in his arms blushed. It wasn't like I was literally just asking her to be my cuddle buddy or anything, but I had a feeling she was having weird fantasies. Like the last sleepover, Quicksilver Amain has no intention of doing anything like that at the moment. That was a good thing because we were able to stop it just in time, and we don't know what will happen next time. Not that I'm literally just going to have you cuddle, but what did you imagine? SHH, I didn't. I would never do such an offensive thing. I didn't say what I was imagining. When I pointed out that I didn't say anything specific, her cheeks turned redder than before. Mahiru's face reddens to the point that it could have been steam, and she half tears up, glances subtly upward at Amain, and wriggles away from his hand. "Bah, idiot. Amain Kun idiot. I didn't do anything to you. I'm still messing with you. I admit I'm mean." "Sorry. Mahiru is just too cute." Mahiru is so cute that she doesn't mind being touched, and I was just teasing her, but there is no doubt that she will sulk if you poke her too much. So I apologized to her first and frankly, and it seemed that Mahiru couldn't complain anymore, so she turned to lightly slapping Amain's chest to vent her frustration. The most important thing to remember is that you can't get rid of the problem by simply just going through the motions. "I'll go get you a change of clothes, and you can take a bath while I do that." Seeing that Amain's warm smile did not change, Mahiru finally ran away and left the house. "Though, I'm sure he will be back soon." I was taken aback for a moment when Mahiru ran away like a rabbit, but the feeling of wanting to love her that came over me later made me laugh out loud. When Amain returned to the living room after taking a bath, Mahiru, who had disappeared, had returned. She had already changed into her nightgown and was wearing the light pink stuffed rabbit pajamas she had bought earlier in the day. Although Amain also has a pair of stuffed cat pajamas, they do not match, but Amain was wearing a regular nightgown because he did not expect Mahiru to wear it today. Her hair, which is usually swept down her back, is tied loosely under her ears, and she is wearing a hood that gives her an off-duty appearance that is very endearing. The previous sleepover, although she had a jacket, she was wearing a rather revealing negligee, an outfit that deliberately shook Amain's rationale. "Looks good on you, Mahiru-esque." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, I mean that they're small and fluffy and cute, and they're lonely, and they're very much like you." Although the actual ecology of rabbits is different, the image of rabbits is that they are small, soft, fluffy, adorable, and lonely. So I can say that Mahiru, who is actually quite lonely, is a perfect match for them. I meant it as a compliment, but Mahiru didn't seem to like it. She looks up at Amain with a look on her face, and then raises her eyebrows even more when she sees his damp hair. "I understand what you think of me, Amain, but more importantly, don't you intentionally keep your hair dry when I'm around? I'm sure you'll notice that." And I can't help but smile a little bitterly at Mahiru, who asks me why I don't use the hair dryer to dry my hair. When Mahiru is not around, I make sure to dry my hair properly, and only when Mahiru is around and seems to be free, I occasionally towel my hair and ask Mahiru to dry it for me. I know it's annoying, so I only do it once in a while, but I'm so happy to be touched and cared for by Mahiru that I end up doing it. I think it's childish of me, but I can't stop doing it. I would like to say it was my imagination, but I did it on purpose. I don't mind anymore. It's fun. I'm sure you want to spoil it in your own way, so. It's complicated that he can see through that much, but Mahiru's ticklish smile is enough to make me feel better about it. I sit down on the sofa as Mahiru asks me to come in, and I turn on the hair dryer with a look of helplessness in my eyes, but with a relaxed smile on my mouth. As I can't hide my joy, the dryer in the house is a silent one, so it makes a subdued sound, and warm air blows from Mahiru's hand. I had already roughly removed the moisture from my hair with a towel, so all I had to do was to blow off the moisture before finishing. But as Mahiru carefully applied the warm air to my hair, she murmured, "I haven't neglected taking good care of it." Just as Mahiru takes good care of her skin for Mahiru's sake, thinking that it should be smooth to the touch, Amain also takes good care of his hair, thinking that Mahiru will be pleased if it is comfortable to the touch. Thanks to this, I was able to keep my hair smooth and shiny, so it was less likely to get stuck when I dried it, and I had no trouble with it. Amain, I knew your hair quality was good to begin with. It's inherited from my parents. It's a soft type, so it's easy to get tangled up. That's good, because it's easy to become glossy and shiny. Maybe you could have given her some hair care products as a gift or something. After drying her hair, Mahiru pulls out a comb from out of nowhere and quickly adjusts her hair, which has become airy and fluffy. Then the usual hairstyle Mahiru prefers is done. If you're happier with a shinier look, I can get you a better one of your own. I'm happy, I mean, it feels good to the touch, and it's fun to comb my hair. I'll ask Kadoaki for some recommendations, and if Mahiru is happy with it, I'm happy too. Besides, I'm sure he'll be more in touch with me on a regular basis. I don't need to tell you that that's actually the main thing. I'm not going to mention that that's actually the main thing. If Mahiru is happy with my self-polishing, then it's worth it, and it will lead to confidence, which is a good thing. When I was thinking that, Mahiru put the comb on the table and pressed her forehead against my arm. That bunny there has all 4 of his ears pink. It's noisy. I would have liked to see Amain in a kigurumi too. And I'm the only rabbit. The cat's gonna get groomed by the rabbit. Isn't he cute? I hope Mahiru is the only one who's cute. I think it's funny that a cat and a rabbit, which could be a predator-prey relationship, get along well, but I don't think it's cute when Amain becomes a cat. Recently, his body has become more solid than in the past, and the juvenility has gradually left his face. I object to Mahiru's perception that she is cute even though she has left her cuteness behind long ago, but I can't help it because it is a matter of personal sensitivity. The blush on his cheeks has subsided a bit, and he looks up at Mahiru, who for some reason finds him cute, and deliberately takes his lips away without warning. Mahiru's cheeks flushed again after blinking her eyes, but she did not resist at all. She seemed rather pleased, and when Amain pulled her into his arms, she relaxed her body as if to say, "Do as you please." As he carefully and slowly opened her closed cheeks, Mahiru did not protest, but accepted him without hesitation. Lately, little by little, Mahiru has begun to accept Amain and return the same gesture, which is really adorable. I was thrilled to hear the cute little bunny accept the wolf even though he was trembling, keeping the faint sound of his voice to myself. I'm not used to this kind of kissing, and to be honest, I'm on the verge of a feverish outburst, but I've already experienced that Mahiru gets frightened if I get too aggressive, so I kissed her as gently and deeply as I could. I should have bought a stuffed wolf instead of a cat. Mahiru murmured slightly resentfully as he regulated his raspy breathing, and Amain inwardly stifled the outburst of shame from the kiss as he drew an arc around his mouth. Then the only cute one would have been the little rabbit Mahiru. Mahiru pouted, her lips more moist than before, and now she headbutts Amain's arm as if to assert her sultriness. Haven't you lost your cuteness in these places? Not in the first place. Unbelievable, because it's such a first-time thing. Shut up. It's the first time we've ever been together, so it's no wonder he's so primitive. Now, I'm able to cover up the shame and nervousness that accompanies the act of being a lover, but it's natural that I was unfamiliar with it at first. If that kind of newness is cuteness, then that cuteness should only be for Mahiru. I don't want to show someone I like that I am not comfortable with my appearance. I'll have to do something that will catch them off guard next time. I've been getting beat up by Amain-kun, so. Mahiru was mumbling something small and unnecessary, and Amain covered his lips again to prevent Mahiru from saying anything more about his plans, and Amain enjoyed the sweet lips firmly. After kissing for a while, Amain moved to the bedroom with Mahiru. Although they had been in the bedroom several times before, Mahiru was still slightly nervous and her hands were clasped on the chain. With a small laugh, I gently tickle her palm with my fingertips to relieve the tension, and then gently invite her to bed. Shivering slightly on the bed, Mahiru looks like a little rabbit on the verge of being eaten by a wolf. The cuteness and teasing made Amain pull back his fangs that would have finished off his prey had they almost popped out for a moment, and he sat down next to her and patted her head in a reassuring manner. He was nervous, even though he had said earlier that he wouldn't do anything. Probably because it was his bedroom after all. I'm not going to eat or anything. I'm just going to let you be my cuddle buddy today, like I said. Well, okay. Like you were expecting. No, I didn't. It's just that, you know, more and more Amain-kun is, me? I'm getting more comfortable, and my masculinity is getting stronger, and I'm embarrassed. It's not fair. Mahiru looks up at Amain with a squirming, embarrassed look on his face, and I smile a little, thinking that I'm apparently doing a good job of mending my ways. It is true that on the surface, I may appear to be relaxed, but in reality, I'm not. In fact, once you get to know Mahiru to some extent, there is no room for complacency. I can't scare Mahiru with my impatience, and I'm trying to keep my composure because I think it's lame to be too relaxed. I think I've told you before that I don't really have any leeway. I just want Mahiru to think I'm cool, so I'm not being facetious. If I ask you to put it on your face, will you? No. No fair. You're pathetic, aren't you, all red-faced and scowling? It's been about 5 months since we started dating, and it's pathetic to be red in the face every time we kiss or touch each other. I thought it would be better for a woman to be dependable, and for Mahiru to be calm in a place like this, but Mahiru made a hesitant motion and picked at the hem of Amain's dress. Is it selfish of me to want to see Amain just as he is? Amain hides his face once with his palm and sighs quietly. It seems that Amain's coolness was an unnecessary concern. You have to understand that I like, and wanted him to look cool like this. Amain hugged Mahiru by his side and put his forehead against his shoulder. Mahiru was stiff for a while, but a small laugh reached his ears. You're always cute and cool. Cute is superfluous. Hey, I get to see both sides, which is a perk for me. The shock to Mahiru's heart was so great that she blinked repeatedly. Amain hugged Mahiru and nuzzled her face into the large undulations. The bulge was warm to the touch and soft to the touch, perhaps due to being wrapped in a stuffed animal, and there was also the indescribable smell of Mahiru's home, a combination of sweetness and freshness. If Mahiru had been half expecting and half worried about the atmosphere, she might have been excited. But now she was relaxed and had no intention of touching Amain, so only a sense of comfort and happiness was taking over her body. Mahiru tensed up for a moment, but when he saw that nothing was being done to him, he stroked his head. That was also pleasant. You're being a bit of a spoiled brat today, aren't you? Okay, forgive me. Yes, yes, yes. Mahiru seems to see through the embarrassment, and a giggle and a small burst of laughter arrives. You're very bold today, Amain-kun. I thought I should touch Mahiru a lot, at least today. Of course it's nice, but for that, it's kind of a normal way to touch it. You know, I thought you were going to touch it a little more, you know, directly. No, well, I like to touch you and I want to know a lot about Mahiru. But it's also true that just being by your side and feeling your warmth is fulfilling. I look up from the soft undulations and embrace Mahiru, this time wrapping my arms around her slender body. As for Amain, he doesn't intend to do anything like what Mahiru once imagined. If he had to do that every time he stayed over, he was sure that one day he would lose the edge of his rationality. She is so cute and accepting of me that I feel like I will endlessly ask for more and more. However, I really don't intend to do anything today. Just because I'm a man doesn't mean I want to do all those things. Spending time with the woman I love peacefully is enough to make me happy. The physical satisfaction may be less than the previous sleepover, but in terms of spiritual satisfaction, it is no less. Thus, there is a woman whom I love so much that I can pledge my future to her, and she is there for me with eyes full of trust and affection. There is no other act that fills me with such a sense of security, happiness, and fulfillment. Mahiru gives a lazy smile and rubs against Amain's chest, as if agreeing with Amain, who feels fulfilled just by touching her. I'm happy just to be by your side, Amain. Thank God. If it was just me, I felt like it would be unfair. I can be happy easily. I'd be easily happy by your side too, right? If Amain-kun is there, I'm fine with that, but, I'm happier when I touch you. Mahiru looks up at Amain, saying something very cute, and appeals to him with her gaze, asking if she can touch him. You want to touch it? I don't mind, but it's a man's body, so I don't think it's very comfortable to touch you. Really? I like the muscularity that I don't have. If you trace my belly, it's burly. When I get permission, I touch Amain's chest and abdomen with my fingertips as if tracing them with discretion, which makes him flinch lightly at the tickle. The most important thing to remember is that the best way to get the most out of this product is to make sure that you are getting the best value for your money. I've been doing muscle training every day, and it's paying off. I guess you could say I'm getting rid of the bean sprouts. I think it's good. At least I don't have any unnecessary flab. And I'm hard. You're a lot more robust than you used to be. I don't want to remind you of the old days. I was so lanky. I am so embarrassed when people remind me of when I met Mahiru. Now, I am toned and muscular, but I used to have a very unreliable body shape. He did not have a lot of flab, but he had a body that could be described as skinny and slender. Looking back on it now, I feel like punching myself in the face and telling myself to work harder. Mahiru seems to like my current shape better, and I am glad from the bottom of my heart that I made the effort. I can say that I made no mistake in deciding to be worthy of Mahiru at that time, because I look better when I wear stylish clothes. But I thought you were a boy. I thought he was different from me, from his skeletal structure, when he gave me a piggyback ride. Well, that's right. Mahiru is so skeletally small. She has a soft and slender body that is toned by her own efforts, but she is also slender in the part of her skeleton that has nothing to do with her efforts. You could say that she is small overall. She's small, but she's sturdier than you think, Amain. Even so, it's still slender. I think you have to touch it gently. I'm going to fold it. You've never put any effort into it at all, not even to the point of folding it. And yet, you want to cherish, so that's what you're going to try to do on a regular basis. You're a very important person. As much as possible, I want to be kind and gentle to Mahiru. I will spend the rest of my life taking care of him and protecting him by my side. So I need to be careful not to hurt him in any way. It is not that I want to be overprotective of Mahiru, but she is still a fragile woman. No matter how hard she works at self-improvement, she is inferior to men in terms of strength and sturdiness due to her gender, so Amain should take care of her. I know that Mahiru does not want to be wrapped in cotton wool, so I respect her free will and try to be gentle so that she can spend her time comfortably. I want to respect Mahiru's free will and be kind to her so that she can live comfortably. I want to never make her cry. When Amain, who intends to make Mahiru happy for the rest of his life, whispers with determination, Mahiru's face turns red beyond recognition and she replies in a small voice, "Oh, thank you very much. I feel like it's Amain's birthday, but I'm the one who keeps getting it." "No, I'm the one getting it, okay? Besides, the date's changed. I'm getting a lot from Mahiru, and it's not Mahiru's concern since it's only Amain's feelings that I want to take care of. Besides, I realized that the date has already changed. It was past my birthday. It seems that the time had passed unnoticed while we were cuddling and kissing on the sofa and bed. It was an easy birthday, but I think I received more than enough happiness. It's true, was going to ask for a few more favors from Amain-kun, too. Time goes by so fast, doesn't it? I guess he won't be asking me for any more favors. What were you going to say, by the way? I was going to say that I wish Mahiru would give me a kiss before good night. I just kissed him a few minutes ago, but that was from Amain. It is rare that Mahiru, who is more shy than Amain, gives me a kiss. He likes kissing, but he is too shy to do it himself. I decided to ask Mahiru to kiss me the way she wants to kiss me, something that would be embarrassing if anyone were to ask me. I thought it was a very good request, but for some reason, Mahiru looked annoyed and slightly dismayed. Amain-kun is so selfless, isn't he? I thought he would beg for something bigger. I'm so full of life, what more can I ask for? I have a lover who celebrates my birth, who is by my side and gives me warmth, and that's enough. It's not that I don't want it, it's just that I'm fulfilled now. Then I'm the greedy one. Mahiru is? I thought greed was a word far removed from Mahiru, but Mahiru nodded with a serious face, then lowered his eyebrows. Because the truth is, I've been thinking that I miss Amain-kun's part-time job, and I've been wondering if he'll come back soon. I'm also worried that a woman might come onto him. He is good-looking, so what if he becomes popular? I don't intend to interfere with his choice at all, and I'm not worried about him cheating on me, but I'm worried. I just don't want him to go. I don't want to get in Amain's way, Mahiru says, and puts her face to Amain's chest. I don't want you to leave me, and I want you to touch me more. I want you to stay by my side forever and ever. I think I'm greedy and heavy with love for thinking so. The thoughts that were revealed almost made my mouth drop open. That's how much Mahiru is thinking about Amain, and how much he cares for him. He wants to stay by your side forever. That's how much she loves him. It's a great feeling to be a lover. When Mahiru calls his strong affection greedy, Amain smiles a little and puts a little strength into the hand that is behind his back. I'm probably heavier than Mahiru, much heavier than Mahiru thinks. Mahiru said I'm heavier than him, but Amain is heavier than me if you put it that way. I have absolutely no intention of letting go. If Mahiru is really happy, I might let go of her after drinking tears of blood, but I have no intention of letting go of her otherwise. I will make her happy with my own hands, and I will make every effort to do so. I have no intention of imposing responsibility for Mahiru's sake. I am making efforts to make Mahiru happy on my own, and I am spending my time with more feelings than I can hold in my heart. My family's love is heavy because of my single-mindedness. I think I'm no exception. Maybe Mahiru just doesn't feel it yet. It's not that I'm restraining her or anything, but the feelings I have for her are so big and deep. I can't ever let her go. I don't want him to see anything but me. Sometimes I wonder what I could do if I got sick of him because I'm aware that I'm heavy. I asked Mahiru to be in a serious relationship with the intention of spending the rest of my life with him, because a light relationship would be disrespectful to Mahiru, but to others, it would be heavy. It is a heavy thing to do to a high school student who wants to commit to a lifelong relationship. Yet, Mahiru smiled happily. She smiled happily. A blurry smile. If you love me that much, I think I'm a lucky man. Isn't it ideal that you can hold on to me and never let go, and look only at me? I wonder if it's true. It's true. I can't let Amain go anymore either. So it's mutual. I won't let him look anywhere else, will I? The first thing he said was that it was impossible, and Mahiru nodded his head, smiling with satisfaction and shifting his body slightly upward. A mischievous smile appears on Mahiru's neat face as he moves closer. I will give me to Amain-kun, so you give me Amain-kun, okay? He whispers feverishly, and the distance between him and me closes. Their faces are so close to each other that their breaths entwine, and soon they close the distance and touch each other without separating the air. Their lips gently touch, and even though it is such a kiss, I feel a burning heat. It was a comfortable mixture of security and happiness, and my heart was naturally hot. Although they only touched each other for a few seconds, Amain and Mahiru looked at each other and smiled, feeling a different kind of satisfaction from a deep kiss. They must have seen only each other. There is no need to worry. Good night, Amain. Sweet dreams. Good night, Mahiru. Mahiru smiled a melting smile as she clung to Amain as if to say that she was mine, and Amain returned a gentle smile and gently closed his eyes. Afterward, author's notes. Thank you for picking up this book. My name is Siki-san, the author. I hope you enjoyed the 8th volume of Angel Next Door. So how was this volume that started with Mahiru's unexpected behavior? Mahiru wants a main-kun to love and want her as a girl, and a main-kun wants to take good care of her. So he is stepping out of line. Basically, a Manu is the type of person who wants the person he loves to be happy and cherish him as much as possible. So he is a very cautious person. It's up to you to decide whether you think a main is a jerk or a gentleman. I'd like to draw their daily life while thinking as if I'm a stranger to the world. And a main-kun, who started working part-time for his vow. He is a very efficient person, so I am sure he will be able to study, work, and train all at the same time. Compared to the earlier main-kun, his vitality is very different. Keep up the good work for Mahiru and yourself, Zu. And this volume also has wonderful illustrations by Mr. Hankoto. I wish I could have Mahiru-san cook for me too. Yaki salmon and dashimaki is the best breakfast, isn't it? Mahiru's smile is getting softer and more emotional with each volume. It's really cute. The illustration of the special edition is cute and pretty but also sexy. By the way, it was me who recommended his shirt among several candidates. Yes, I did. It's my hobby. I can't help it. I have a stomachache from the pressure of the anime that will start around the time this volume goes on sale, but I can't stop being excited at the thought of seeing Mahiru and the others in action. I hope you readers enjoy the anime as much as I do. Last but not least, I would like to thank everyone who has helped me. I would like to thank the editor in charge, the Gabunko editorial department, the sales department, the proofreaders, Mr. Hankoto, the printers, and everyone who worked hard to publish this work, as well as everyone who picked up a copy of this book. See you again in the next volume. Thank you for reading to the end. Author Mr. Seki-san, a romantic comedy writer whose staple diet is both one-sided love. In my heart, I'm cheering for a main-kun, saying, whoa, push it. I'm cheering for a main-kun in my heart. I wonder if the day will ever come when he will be able to push me around. Illustration Hankoto illustrator living in Hokkaido. Tenshai-sama Next Door has finally been released up to volume 8. Thank you so much for your support.